Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are going to be showcasing some Spyro games, and we're going to have a little bit of bleed over from yesterday's Arkham Asylum 15th Anniversary Showcase. Before we get into that, just a few quick reminders. You can now join the official GDQ Discord and add the Hotfix role, where you can keep tabs on upcoming events, you can talk with staff and showrunners, and more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for more information. Also, GDQ's next all-women and feb speedrunning event, Flame Fatales, is next weekend. It starts the 18th, goes through the 25th. You can use !FF in Twitch chat right now to check out the schedule. Let us know what you're looking forward to the most. With all of that said, we have our first game here, Spyro the Dragon. Hand it over to our commentary. Let him introduce everybody.
How's it going, guys? My name is Composer, and yeah, we're going to be seeing Spyro 120%, which is the completion category of this game, where we're going to be getting all of the gems, all of the dragons, and all of the eggs. And the runner is going to be Adam the Dragon, a really skilled and slept-on 120 runner, kind of a hidden up-and-comer for a while now for the past few years, but he's absolutely going to kill it, so I can't wait to see.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this. Meaning to have, I actually was supposed to have Adam on last year, but things fell by the wayside. Happy to have Adam back on to showcase this run. Super excited to have Adam on.
Yeah, me as well.
Is there anything you want to talk about before we get into the run, or do you just want to get started here?
I think we can just get right into it.
All right, you want to give the countdown?
Alrighty, Adam. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, and something we're going to be seeing right away is an attempt at one of the hardest tricks in the game called Nestor Skip. And it's one of those things that if you don't get it, you don't reset over it. But we can skip the first dragon with a really precise set of inputs. Not expecting to see it be hit, but it'd be very hype if we do. Let's see here. Unfortunately, did not hit it. That is one of the most precise tricks in the run. It only saves about 20 seconds at the beginning, but love to see the attempt. Respect it. So we have to sit through this cutscene, the only dragon in the game you can't skip, unfortunately.
Find dragons first. That's all I can tell you.
And just like that, we're going to head into our first level, Sunny Flight. And unlike most of the levels in this game, the flight levels are kind of unique in the sense that Spyro actually has full flight, right? Unlike the rest of the levels where he just kind of glides and loses his height. The flight levels are where you actually get to fly completely with no restrictions whatsoever. There's only 5 of those in this game, and we're going to start with the first one here. Going to be pretty standard. A lot of these flight levels are on cycles, so it does have to do with kind of just keeping your movement clean and concise and not making any major mistakes making those cycles. This first one here isn't too bad, so we're probably going to see it without any hitches. Going through this plane section beautifully. A really hard section for new runners, because like I said, the cycles there are quite hard to catch. Ending on that last plane there, and we're just going to make our way over to the end of these last few arches here. Beautiful. Heading into this last room, we're going to see our first example of an animation cancel. So normally when you finish a flight level, Spyro does a little twirl up animation, but by knocking your head into the wall just like that as you flame the last box, it actually completely cancels that animation and allows Spyro to exit the moment he's flamed that last box. Small little optimization. And so yeah, I should talk about a lot of the little tech we're going to be seeing throughout this run here. This run is filled with what I describe as invisible time save. To your average runner, if you look at someone at world record level in the 120s and 121s, compared to someone with say a 10-minute worst time like the 130s, you won't notice that much of a difference at like a blind eye. This game is filled with tiny little optimizations that just add up over the course of the entire run, and this is one of those kinds of games that's just every little thing adds up. And so you're going to be seeing a lot of things that we call flame charges. I'll point out the next one we see, where when you charge into an enemy, the gem homes in, right? So that way you don't have to pick it up. by flaming an enemy at a very particular distance, you can actually get the gem to home in as if you were charging it. And you're going to be seeing that a lot throughout this run. So like right there on that box, you saw Adam flame the box as the gem homed in. And that's just a little tiny, movement optimization to start moving away from the box quicker. And you're going to be seeing that all over the place here.
I kind of like what you just said. One movement tech is that there is a specific spot for every single dragon where Spyro will stand when the cutscene starts. So by standing on that spot before the as you trigger the dragon, Spyro doesn't have to move to that spot and it starts the cutscene faster.
Yeah, exactly. There's anywhere between 0 and 32 frames you can lose by touching a dragon in different spots. And by touching him in the right spot, you always ensure that you lose 0 frames to that dragon touch. And so that's another little thing that as a new runner, you may not notice too much, but every dragon has an optimal spot to touch it at. And right at the end of this level here, you're going to see another flame charge on this box to our left here to snag that early and then get those gems. Looks like he did miss the red over there. That's a really easy one to miss. No biggie, we just head over there, recover, and exit the level on that Dark Hollow. And speaking of recoveries, this category really is, in my opinion, defined by its recoveries. It's almost impossible to play perfectly in a run this long. An hour and 20 minutes of intense movement, you're going to make mistakes. And to me, the difference between the mid-level runners and the high-level runners is how quickly they're able to recognize their mistakes and back them up, just like Adam did with that missed gem there. Here we are heading into Stone Hill. This is going to be another simple-ish level, but we're going to see a little skip on this fountain here, whereby getting what we call a roll bounce like that, we can actually climb up to this top area early, when normally you'd have to kind of go around the end of the level to get to this area. So we're going to clean up this area first. And I feel like a lot of people who played this game casually have a lot of nostalgia for these hills up in Stone Hill. I know I personally, when I think of Spyro 1 in a casual lens, I remember running around these hills, wanting to explore as far out as I could and getting struck by those invisible walls. All right, heading back down to the bottom area now here. So this is a great example of how, while the casual route may be very straightforward, we're going to be mixing around the different areas of this level as we play through it. We're going to be heading back up to the top area again later on to clean up what was kind of further away from us when we dropped down there. So you're going to see a lot of routes that are kind of intermingling different sections to try to go fast here.
Now, I guess before we get too much further on the run, we should kind of talk about 120%. Obviously, it's 100%, but where does the extra 20% come from?
Right, exactly. So when you get 12,000 gems in this game, all of the dragons and all of the eggs, the extra bonus level called Nasty's Loot unlocks, where it's kind of your reward at the end of the game for getting everything that to 100%. You get this big level with 2,000 gems spread out of it. All of the gems are high value, big pink 25 gems and yellow gems that are worth 10. And so it's kind of your reward at the end of the game for getting everything. And in a speedrun, it's actually quite a difficult one. And so you're going to be seeing it there last. But casually speaking, it's a nice reward at the end to finally get a bunch of high value gems once you've gotten everything. And so we're approaching the end of Stone Hill here. Adam's going to go ahead and jump down this well to free the last dragon and the last key chest here, which is our first one that we're going to see broken up in the game. There's a little animation that usually can play there, but a lot of casuals don't know you can just skip that animation with X. I've even seen some newer speedrunners not know that for a while. So
I did not know that.
Little spot tech there. Yep, very classic there. Alrighty, now we have my personal favorite level in Artisans here coming up, Town Square. This is another cycle-based level, and unlike the flight-based cycle levels, these, in my opinion, are a lot harder to keep on cycle because of how intense the movement is here in the game. If you make any mistake, you're going to have to basically completely change the way you handle the enemies in the next section because, you know, the enemies are going back and forth on their cycles, and if you bonk into a wall, have to go back for a gem, you have to be ready to react for where the enemies are going to be in comparison to where you usually expect them to be. So right there was a great example of touching the dragon at the exact spot that we wanted to. You saw Adam kind of go out of his way towards the left to touch the dragon on the left there, and that was to avoid having Spyro do his very slow walking animation to get to the right spot, since where Spyro ended up walking was to the left of that dragon. Small mistake there, but very clean recovery. You see, that's a great example of using your game knowledge to make a recovery. While a less experienced runner would have climbed all the way back up to the top to get back there, Adam knew that from the first step he could make that jump, and so just a great example of how just a slightly better recovery can make a big difference.
Especially
there we saw our first... Oh,
no, you go ahead.
Yeah, we saw our first example of a thief animation skip there on that thief. You may have noticed Adam did a little charging jump next to that thief, and normally an animation plays when you flame a thief to where the egg kind of pops up and he dies and you can skip it. But by doing a charging jump in the air when the thief dies, the game doesn't know how to handle you being in the air, so it just causes that cutscene to not happen and you can just keep moving right after you land. Here's that section of the level I was talking about with the cycles. Very clean cycle he was on there. Even with the mistake, it looked like it kind of reset back to where it was going to be. And just like that, that was Town Square. And now upcoming is our first wall glide in the game. Wall glides are my personal favorite technique. So you're going to see him very precisely gliding along that wall there. And the way I like to describe it is it's like walking a tightrope. If you're barely too harsh, you flop. But if you're not harsh enough, you don't get enough height. So kind of imagine that he's walking this very thin tightrope to gain height very slowly on that wall to get out of bounds and enter the toasty portal there early. Because normally we'd have to free a dragon to open a head and play a cutscene to open that. This is a level that has a few different routes that top runners go for. We're gonna see our first vanish here. You see the dog jumped off the cliff there as he went by it, and on the way back, you see he's already gone. By forcing the dog off the ledge, the game has a failsafe to make sure that you get the gem, so that way you can't complete the level without everything. If the dog is in a place where it's gonna fall off, it'll just die immediately and give you the gem. So we actually use that purposefully there to kill the dog in like one hit rather than the normal like 2 we have to do on them, 2 flames each as you're seeing on these dogs. Kind of avoids having to do that on that one. And just like that, we're done with our first boss level of the game. And the first time we're actually going to exit an end of level vortex. You see mostly throughout the run, we're going to be using the pause menu to exit throughout the level, because it's just quicker usually where we end on a gem. We're not usually by the end of level vortex, but that's one of the few examples where we are actually right next to the vortex when we end the level, so we might as well jump into it and not have to pause. And just like that, Adam's gonna go ahead and clean up the rest of the loose gems here in the Artisan's homeworld as he makes his way over to the Balloonist. And in a blink of an eye, we're done with the first homeworld, heading over to Peacekeepers.
You know,
now as no, you go ahead.
I was gonna say casually beating the first homeworld in 12 minutes, something that probably took everybody like 10 to 15 as a kid.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 12 minutes is a great time, even for a good runner. The top runners in this game go for sub 12 minutes, and it really is like a difference between like an intermediate runner getting like a 12:30 versus a top level runner getting like an 11:50 something. You know, it's all that small, tiny time save adding up. All of them are going to be doing the same routes, but like I said, all that invisible time save adding up. Now we're going to be heading into our second flight level of the game, Night Flight. This is a non-cycle based flight level, so it's more one of the easy ones, but hopefully we're going to see some clean movement here from Adam as he flies through it. And a lot of people who played this game casually probably remember these levels because it finally felt like a relief to actually be able to fly with Spyro. You know, I know as a kid that's all I ever wanted, was to actually be able to fly. And so these, to me as a kid, were always like that relief to finally be able to do that. you're going to see him really pushing those flames and extending them just where they need to be to hit those boxes. Another small thing you'll see as a difference between intermediate and top level runners is how aggressive they are with their flames on those boxes. It's really easy to miss them if you're barely too aggressive on them, and a newer runner might be really close to those boxes to make sure you don't miss them. And so another little small invisible time save there. See another animation cancel as Adam flames that last lighthouse there. If he would have flamed a little earlier, Spyro would have twirled up for quite a few seconds, but skipping that animation just like in the last flight level. Here we're going to see another attempt at the animation skip on the thief you saw there. He charging jumped as he flamed that thief, skipping the animation, allowing him to basically run right past him as if he didn't even get him. We're going to see another wall glide right here to get over to this area. And so you can kind of see he's kind of wiggling and adjusting his angle on that wall, making sure he's at the right angle, walking that tightrope. Much more precise than it looks. And those enemies right there were great examples of the flame charge technique I was talking about earlier. If Adam didn't flame charge those enemies and instead charged into them, he would have had to take much wider lines to charge into them and make sure their gems homed in, but by flaming them at just the right time, he was able to start moving towards the portal of Dry Canyon much sooner. And so just trying to point out all these little tiny things that are hard to miss, or easy to miss rather. Now this level does have some interesting tech. The first half of it, I'd say, is pretty standard. It's going to look pretty similar to what you'd see a casual route doing, but as we approach the end here, I'm going to try to point out some of the unique strategies that this level has inside of it. Another example of touching the dragon in the exact right spot in order to make sure Spyro walks backwards towards this key. I saw someone asking in the chat if Deo and Saboom are the only people with sub 121s in this game, and yes, that is true, but Adam is not very far behind. Adam has, right now, I believe, a 122, and he's more than capable of a 121, and he's been grinding for quite a few years, so kind of a, like I said, a hidden underdog in the community here. Here we're going to see our first example of a spin jump. Oh, he actually goes for the harder version here. So normally what a lot of runners will do here is they'll do what we call a spin jump to spin as you charge up this ledge. But what Adam's going for is a very slightly faster, but in my opinion, much harder version of it here. Just like that, as you saw, Adam did a charge right at the corner of that ledge. And the way charging works in this game is Spyro gets a tiny upwards boost as he charges. And unlike in Spyro 2 and 3, once you're in the air, you can only glide one time in this game. And from my understanding, the reason that is because if you could glide multiple times, that upwards charge would be very easily abused, and you could just glide, charge, and gain height. But since you can only glide one time in this game, they make sure that your charge is a little bit better, and they give you that tiny upwards boost. And right up there onto that ledge was a great example of us abusing that. Another example of some clean flame charges to walk over to that key chest there at a better angle. And just like that, we're done with Dry Canyon. Heading into Cliff Town, we're going to see a tiny sequence break. Usually at the back of this level, it's intended that you reach all the way to the top of this level and climb the mountains and jump over here. But by just doing a big jump charge at the end of the little wall there, you're able to actually get there early and go get these gems sooner, so that way we don't have to wrap back around and backtrack to them later on. I know a lot of kids, including myself, didn't find those gems back there until later on. They're quite hidden if you're not looking for them.
Yeah, those gems were a real nightmare to find.
Yeah, you got to be looking out for them, absolutely. Another example of charging onto a ledge that's unintended right there. By really extending that full hop and then charging at just the right time, Adam was able to abuse the height you get from the charge to go to that top of that building there. That just like the back of this area, you're only intended to get to from climbing up here. So kind of really avoiding having to do any backtracking whatsoever in this level that is normally intended to be a level to be backtracked in. Little mess up on the pot there, but this very tricky section. The mamas and their pots are quite unique enemies in this game, and you have to wait for their gems to fall out of the pot. Unlike other enemies where you can kind of grab them out of the air, they're quite unique gems in that sense. So very easy to flub. This is a good example of really using the enemy's attack patterns to your advantage. When Adam notices a bird is flying towards him, he'll kind of start charging towards the next one. Since he's aware that it's going to keep flying towards him and eventually he's going to charge into it, he doesn't have to go all the way towards a bird and then head to the next. He can kind of carry one bird over to the next with him to save some time as the first bird charges towards him over to the next. And there we are, right at the end of Cliff Town, really flying through this levels right now. Here we have our first use of having to use a cannon in the game. These cannons are quite notorious for being annoying to speedrunners. It's not that they're hard to do, but they slow down your gameplay. And I know me personally, I always want to push them faster than I really can. And you really have to just make sure that you use their limitations as they kind of, you know, they're very easy to push too hard. Here we have our second boss level in the game, Shemp. We're gonna see some intentional backtracking here because Adam is going to be aware of the fact. Actually, we're gonna see what route he does. There is a few routes in this level. Some of them have intentional backtracking, some of them don't, so don't want to speak too soon here. So as you see there, Adam purposefully left that green gem behind. And you may be thinking that was an accident, but like I was saying, we are going to eventually wrap back around to that section here in a little bit, which is going to cause us right here to be able to pick up that gem that we would have normally had to wait for from that mama to fall out. Instead, we just flame her, run right past her. Know we're going to be right by that gem later on anyways. Got a question in from the chat. Yes, 120% is 14,000 gems as well as all 80 dragons and all 12 dragon eggs. Once you get to 12,000 gems and all of the rest of the collectibles is when it unlocks Nasty's loot, which has the rest of the 2,000 gems to get from 100 to 120. And this right here is a very quick level. Last mama right here at the end, and we're done with Dr. Shemp. Super quick work of that level. And
I think it really goes to show just like the level of skill involved. Like these levels, So I mean, some are shorter than others, obviously, but like these levels aren't short. These are long levels, and you know, Adam's clearing them in like 2, 3, 4 minutes. It's absurd.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not like we're seeing any crazy tricks or, you know, crazy boosts or anything like that. This is really just pushing the movement engine to its absolute limits and just pushing every gem grab, every dragon grab. It really is just kind of using a lot of the game's built-in mechanics to our advantage.
Yeah. Now, because this is 120%, I don't think we're going to see any of the major skips, right?
Yeah, exactly. We're not going to see any major skips, but we will see some boosts and proxies later on to get up to certain areas sooner so we don't have to backtrack and such like that. But yeah, generally, because this is the completion category, we're going to be seeing a lot of just intended movement. Similarly to the last level, you're noticing that Adam's actually avoiding some of the gems on purpose here, and the reason being is we are going to backtrack to this section later. Ice Cavern is one of the most kind of open-ended levels in this game. I know that as a kid I really enjoyed exploring this level, and so because it's so open-ended, the fastest route we know of right now is to backtrack to that area after collecting some of the gems over in this area. There's actually quite a few routes in this level that are within half a second of each other, and in my opinion, when routes are that close to each other, it really comes down to execution. The individual level world record for this level, which is where you only play this level, actually uses what has been timed to be a slightly slower route. And that kind of goes to show that in this game, your execution of one of the routes is more important than what is theoretically the fastest, right? So while one might be theoretically faster, how well you can execute it actually matters a lot more in something like this.
Yeah, for sure. Like, especially in a game this technical and a game this long, like we were kind of talking about earlier, execution and specifically the ability to back up, you know, any small mistake you make is really important in getting these top times.
100%, yep. Here we're gonna see what we call a magic stair. Oh, actually, never mind. I was thinking of the other route there. We saw them earlier as Adam climbed those stairs. He did what we call a magic stair, but we'll see some other examples of that I can point out later on. Here we are approaching back towards the section that we left earlier, so we can go and backtrack and get those gems we missed. Go ahead and cleaning up these gems here. And going over to the last key chest here in this level. And just like that, we are done with Ice Cavern. And after a few of the loose homeworld gems and Peacekeepers, we're going to be done with our first 2 homeworlds already, heading over to our third. And like you were saying earlier, like it really goes to show the level of skill with, while someone may have spent all day getting through these first 2 homeworlds and called it a day right there and wanted to pick it up tomorrow, here we are, you know, under 27 minutes, 28 minutes through this run, and we're already heading over to our third homeworld.
Yeah, like, obviously this is a speedrun, so this is kind of what you expect, but, you know, 26 and a half minutes leaving, or I think 27, leaving the second homeworld is just absurd for, you know, the size of this game and, you know, how much there is to pack into these, you know, an hour, 20 minutes, an hour, 25 minutes.
Absolutely. Magic Crafters is one of my personal favorite homeworlds. It has some of not only the coolest like looking levels from an aesthetic standpoint, but some of the coolest routes from a speedrunning standpoint too. So we're gonna see a lot of cool routes here in this homeworld. We're gonna see a unique intended feature of the game a lot of people don't know about. This fan chest here, wait for it, boom, is gonna fall down and hit that wizard right there. That's an intended, programmed in mechanic from the developers a lot of people don't know about. Fan chests can fly up and hit an enemy, and we use that to our advantage there to hit that enemy behind the wall, so that way we don't have to wrap all the way around to get behind that wall. By killing him, that wall just falls down early. Here we have Alpine Ridge. This is another cycle-based level. We're going to see quite a few different cycles in this level, and they are all what we call level cycles, meaning that regardless of where you are in the level, they are always ticking up. So every part of the level affects every other part. So all of Adam's movement for the first few 30-40 seconds of this level is all going to lead up to this really important cycle on these stairs here. If he does this section cleanly, he'll be able to make this stair cycle with and unfortunately he missed that jump, so he's going to have to sit and wait for those stairs, right? So this kind of shows what I mean, right? If Adam played that section just a little better, he would have been able to rush the first cycle on those stairs, but one mistake that maybe should have costed a half second ended up costing more like a second and a half to 2 because of the weighted cycle. So this is one of those levels where time loss kind of compounds on itself because of those missed cycles. Another cycle here that we wait on for this wizard. And going down into this cave here, we're gonna see, actually we'll see what route Adam goes for. I'm gonna be curious if he bonks into this fireworks chest or not. I think he's going to, yes. So we see our first example of bonking onto a fireworks chest intentionally. So by losing a sparks there, by bonking into that fireworks chest, we actually we get to avoid waiting for the whole sizzle of the firework when we flame it and for it to explode. It takes about 2 to 3 seconds. By just ramming Spyro's horns right into it, it blows up right away, causing us to, again, lose a sparks, but at the cost of saving a few seconds. So our first intentional bit of damage there in the run. And yeah, like Virgil saying in the chat, Magic Crafters introduces the first supercharges in this game, and that's kind of what I mentioned by this homeworld being my favorite for routing. After this level here, we're going to see a really, really interesting route involving the supercharges in this game. Another intentional bonk on that firework there, so we don't have to wait on the third one while the first and second one blow up. That's a really deceivingly difficult one for new runners. If you just bonk at just the wrong angle, Spyro's going to get set flying off that ledge and you're going to take a death. So you not only have to bonk into it, but bonk into it at just the right angle. Here's that supercharge we're talking about. Going over here to the key chest, avoiding having to get the key entirely by taking the supercharge and ramming Spyro's head into it during the supercharge. It actually just breaks the key chest, avoiding us having to go get the key and then go back. Now this level is not only one of my favorite levels, but in my opinion, one of the hardest levels in this category. This first section here, the hill section, is one of the hardest to do right. You're gonna see him do quite a few different flame charges there, flame charge there, flame charge there, and if he missed any one of those flame charges, he would be off cycle for this section coming up here. And those flame charges are quite precise. You have to be just the right distance away from the enemy to get them, and you have to do a really quick motion from square to circle to get those flame charges to work. So to a casual, that section might not seem too bad, but to a speedrunner, it is, in what I've heard from many speedrunners, one of the hardest sections in the game.
And to be able to do it super cleanly like that is just a testament to how skilled Adam really is at this game.
Truly, especially in a no reset context like this.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
See Spyro using the supercharge to bonk into those fireworks chests, but actually take no damage from them. We do a little 360 motion to get them all to avoid having to wait for the flames there. When Spyro charges into fireworks chests with supercharge, he actually doesn't take any damage, which is quite nice for us. Yeah, a lot of people agreeing. Not only is this a cool level speedrun-wise, but casually, a lot of people enjoyed this level because of the supercharge as well. Now upcoming, we have a really cool section called Bite Caves, where we're gonna see Adam jump off this pillar as he kills that spider, jump off this pillar as he kills that. Oh, he accidentally missed the wizard there. This is quite a precise section, so don't blame him for missing that there. But he's gonna go ahead and go back, get that supercharge. So yeah, this is quite a big time loss and a no reset context. It's one of the hardest levels in the game, like I said, so don't fault him at all there for that one. Now he's gonna go ahead and get this spider here, wrap around on the 2 yellows and the wizard, and get kissed by the fairy. And you might be wondering, why did he go all the way back to get the supercharge just to, you know, kill that one spider? Those spiders can only be killed with either supercharge or the super flame power-up that Adam has right now. So by going back and getting the supercharge, it made him so he didn't have to sit there and wait for his first super flame to run out, get it again, and then just do the movement you see now. So unfortunate that those enemies have to be killed with one of those special power-ups, making it, like I said, quite a big time loss when you mess up that movement. Yeah, still a great recovery though, like Brittany's saying in chat. Another little unintended jump over there to the side. Normally you're expected to take the supercharge over to that area. We just do a little slight wrap around there. And we're gonna see here, there's a thief over to our left that just got killed from the fan chest, just like earlier in the homeworld. Another little use case of that intended mechanic that I'm certain 99% of casuals didn't know about.
I didn't even notice the thief coming, so...
Yeah, you don't even see it. Yeah, he's just off camera there, and you see the little egg pop up, and you're like, oh, wait, what? And into Wizard Peak, this level has quite a few unique strategies within it as well that I'll point out as we approach them. Instead of going straight, we're going to go off to the side area right away, which a lot of casuals probably didn't notice until later on. Kind of hidden off at first. And go ahead and make our way back down over here towards where the start of the level would have been if we just went forward. Some more precise flame charges we're seeing on these big blue guys here. These enemies are quite precise to flame charge. These are another one of those enemies. You have to be at just the right distance. And hopefully here, we're gonna see our first example of an animation proxy. Hold our breath for it here. Almost. As you saw what the attempt was there. Adam tried to charge glide into one of those wizards at just the right time, which would have caused Adam to get sent flying up in the air, but it's quite a precise one. But there's a really cool backup that we're still gonna see either way. So Adam's gonna go over here to this supercharge to get the backup. He's gonna get the supercharge here, and you're gonna see him do an attempted wall bump off the side like this. It is quite a difficult one. Give it one more shot here. Beautiful, very just nice. Like that. So very cool backup in my opinion still. You have to be at just the right angle on that wall when you press the X button for Spyro to not bonk, but also get the height that he needs. So even though we didn't see the wizard proxy, still got to see a really cool backup. Gonna see an intentional death abuse here actually to respawn us at the last dragon we freed, which is the quickest way to get over to the section that we need to do next over here. Another cool example of the supercharge, using to collect the enemies and gems on the way to this little area here. Ooh, beautiful double flame charge on those chests there. It's really hard to be at just the right angle to get both of them to home in, since one's further away than the other. As you can see, that's a great example right there. Adam was just barely too close to that blue wizard when he flamed it, so that gem didn't home in, and that just kind of goes to show just how barely much of an angle difference and position difference matters for these flame charges to work.
Yeah, and to be able to do it...
Overall, still
was just good.
Yeah, still very clean Wizard Peak.
And to be able to do the flame like so consistently over an hour and a half is really telling of how like practice and skilled Adam is. To be able to get even getting 99% accurate is still a huge feat.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, with a run this long, you're never going to get everything perfect. So just seeing how consistent he is getting pretty much almost all of these flame charges is very impressive.
So somebody in chat is asking, how different is the routing from Reignited Trilogy? Do you know? I know it differs.
Yeah, so I'm friends personally with the Reignited world record holder, and it's quite funny. When Reignited first started being routed, they kind of started with the original game as a baseline, right? Since there was a game to kind of go off of, they kind of started with that, and over time, slowly they've changed to their own kind of unique strats. Since it is a remake from the ground up, there's pretty much no transfer in technique and like glitches and such. So they have very different supercharge mechanics that kind of allows them to keep supercharged through most of the levels as they have it. But you will see quite a few levels where there's a lot of similarities, but overall the entire run is pretty much entirely different. Quickest flight level in the game right there. That small explanation about Reignited was pretty much all we needed for that flight level to get done. And I skipped over a dragon skip there. You may have noticed that dragon that was in front of the portal was no longer there once Adam exited Crystal Flight, and that was our first intentional example of what we call a dragon skip. And so by going into the portal at a very particular angle, the level only starts loading when the camera touches it. Not when Spyro touches it, but when the camera touches it. So by moving the camera as far away from the portal as possible, Spyro kind of goes deeper and deeper into that portal as the camera is awaiting to touch it. And if you do it at just the right angle, the Spyro will touch that Dragon Boldar at the same time the level loads. And as long as we've touched him for even one frame, that counts as collected, and we exit the level and that dragon's collected for us. No need to skip it, no need to do the walking or anything. Another cycle-based level here, but Adam's on a great cycle, did the cycle perfectly as expected there. And Blowhard is quite a quick boss level here. Adam's making very, very clean work of it. Pretty much no mistakes so far in this level. Double spring chest there, flamed both of the spring chests and jump charged into both of the gems as they're out of there. A very small optimization. And just like that, a beautiful example of Blowhard. And we are done with 3 of the 6 homeworlds in this game. Heading over to Beastmaker is arguably a lot of runners would consider one of the harder homeworlds in the run. I know a lot of casuals believe that too. This is where the game really starts to ramp up in difficulty. This is our first example of seeing these electric shock pad enemies, and so we're going to see quite a few cycles in the next level upcoming because of these electric shock pads, where if we're barely too slow or even barely too fast on some of these cycles here, we're going to have to wait on some of these shock pads. I'm busy. Sorry, I forgot to mute an OBS there. I muted in Discord on accident.
Because I don't know what you're talking about, but that makes sense.
My apologies there. So here we are in Terrace Village, the very beginning of the level.
So I know we're like 43 minutes into the run, but I'm noticing over the past 43 minutes, Adam isn't really turning while on the ground. Every time he goes to do a sharp turn, he's jumping. Is there a specific reason for that?
Yeah, so generally speaking, the fastest way to do turns in this game is doing jumps in the air. If you notice Spyro when charging, we like to describe it as he likes to turn like a boat. And so because of that, he takes very wide turns while charging. And so anytime we do pretty much anything over a 90-degree turn, you're going to see Adam do a jump charge instead. And that's just, like I said, the invisible time save that adds up over the whole run is going to be doing little things like that where it need be and not doing them where you don't need them either. So like there, for example, Adam's doing a very small turn here as he collects the gems, so he doesn't need to do it there. And it's a really long process of learning all the little spots that you do need to do that and where you don't need to do that. It's all this little tiny movement stuff that adds up.
Yeah, and being able to memorize that over, an hour and a half is really impressive.
Absolutely. Also saw someone asking in the chat, was it needed to exit the portal or the vortex in Blowhard? So I explained this earlier, but I'll explain again. You're going to see exiting through the pause menu in most of these levels, since we usually end nowhere near the end of level vortex. And once we get everything in the level, there's really no reason for us to need to exit through that end of level vortex. And any levels where it just so happens that the routing coincidentally ends us up next to it, we usually take it because it's faster than the pause menu. But if we're miles away from the vortex, we're not running over to it for any reason. There's only 2 examples of that at the end of the game where they programmed requirements to exit through, but that's only the last 2 levels of the game where we're going to see that. We're going to see an intentional damage abuse in the water there. And the reason why is as Adam came out of that green water into the fireworks, he had invincibility frames. There's invincibility frames in this game once you get hit. So by taking intentional damage in that water, it allows him to bonk into the fireworks chest right after and not get that knockback effect you'd usually see from bonking into it. We have another example of a cycle-based flight level. This is one of my favorite flight levels personally, as a kid and as a speedrunner. It's very fun to catch these cycles at the end of the level, and we're going to see quite a few planes back to back to back to back if Adam catches this cycle at the end here. Going for the really hard route here. Beautifully executed. So you saw Adam landed on the chest area that he flamed and jump flamed right as the plane was passing by him. And there's only probably a handful, maybe 5-6 runners who go for that. And it only saves like a half second. And if you miss it, you're losing a solid 10 from missing that plane. So very, very risky route, but it paid off there for Adam.
That was incredibly clean.
Absolutely. And here we have every casual's least favorite level, Misty Bog. And as a speedrunner too, this is quite a tricky level. The enemies in this level, people like to say this is really where the intensity of enemies ramps up. And we're gonna see just why that is as we approach our first tree stump enemies here. These enemies can be really hard to predict sometimes. Like you saw that enemy right there. They're kind of on a random timer on when they're gonna start approaching so you have to be really reactive and on your toes for when they're gonna try to charge at you. On one attempt, they might just sit there the whole time, but on another attempt, they might come at you right away. So you have to be on your toes, ready to react to what all of these enemies in this level do. Another example there, that enemy started to charge towards Adam really quickly. Great reaction time to flame him as he was charging towards him. Beautiful first half of the level. Yeah, and the attack frogs, like people are saying in chat, those attack frogs annoy speedrunners to no end because they have tongues that basically can slap you from what feels like across the whole map. They got aimbot. And those boars there are arguably one of the hardest enemies in the games to flame charge. A lot of runners just opt to not flame charge them like Adam did there because their positioning to flame charge them is what feels basically like a perfect position to get them. So a lot of runners opt to just flame them and collect the gem out of the air. We're gonna see some interesting movement as we approach up to these fan chests here. He's gonna flame these first 2 fan chests and flick over to the 3rd one just like that, so that the last flame on those first 2 carries over as the first flame on the last 3rd. Very small optimization, but really, really cool to watch in my opinion. And here we have what a lot of runners would argue is the hardest room in the game. We call this the Gauntlet, and you'll see why. I honestly feel this needs no explanation. Just go ahead and take a look as we enter here. You see Adam's opting to flame a lot of those enemies early, and reason being is you can flame charge them, but with how many enemies are in those rooms trying to attack you, it honestly makes a lot of sense to just flame as many as you can, get them out of the way, kill the other ones you have to charge, and come back around and wrap around and clean up those gems. Very, very hard section to do, and Adam only took 1 hit through it, which in reality is not that bad. Very clean. Many runners would pop off whenever they get what we call a damageless room there. Now here we have treetops. This is going to be our first examples of thieves in the game that don't actually have eggs, but instead have gems. We've actually already collected all of the eggs at this point. I actually, from a game design perspective, find it very interesting that the developers put all of the eggs in the game in the first 3 homeworlds. There are no more eggs at this point, which I find quite interesting, to be honest.
You know, I don't think I ever noticed that until you mentioned it just now.
Yeah, it's hard to notice when you're just playing through, but even after like a year of running, I was thinking about it like, wait, we have all the eggs once we're done with Magic Crafters. Very interesting. And they really made it a staple of Magic Crafters Homeworld, I think, and they focused more on the gems and dragons after this. We saw Adam go sparksless for just a moment, but luckily he was right next to a fodder. Great awareness to be aware of where all of the fodder are in this game. Whenever you go sparksless, you need to be thinking to yourself, where is the next fodder I can grab? Which fodder in this game, for people unaware, are the little chickens and rabbits and other little things running around that don't hurt you, that give you your sparks back. So that's a really small thing to focus on in this game as a runner, is if you take damage to where you don't have sparks anymore, where am I going to be able to get my sparks back? I see that thief being killed with just a 25 gem there, no egg.
And I'm sure most people have played Spyro, but I think it's important to note that that's important because the homing of the gems is because of sparks. Without sparks, they don't home. Also, you're one shot from, dying, but more importantly, the homing of the gems.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, like being one shot is one thing, but because of the fact we rely on sparks so much to pick up the gems for us in this game, when we don't have sparks, we have to grab every gem individually, one by one with Spyro. And in those big pools of 5, 6 gems, it's really slow to walk through each little gem, zigzagging through them. Like, that's a great example there on those stairs. Adam was able to just charge onto that stair, let sparks pick them all up, and then continue on his merry way. And if it was sparksless, you'd have to walk along that stair making sure you got them all. And there, we saw another example of a supercharged jump. We call that Stone Knot, named after the runner who found it. by charging up against the tree stump there at just the right angle and pressing X, Adam jumped up early to that top section there that you normally have to have much more speed for. Very big run killer. If you miss that trick, it's like a solid 40 seconds lost. So absolutely incredible to see Adam nail it here. And what it feels like in no time at all, we're heading into our last level in Beastmakers here, Metalhead, the boss level of the homeworld here. One small thing I guess I should mention about climbing stairs in this game is you see Adam doing quick little jump charges as he climbs up those stairs. That's quite hard to do as a new runner. You have to not only do a quick jump charge, but you have to let go of square as soon as you can, because if you keep holding square when you charge up those stairs, you're gonna bonk on them and fall back down in a almost comedic way where you're falling down the stairs you're trying to climb. So stair climbing in this game is one of those things that is quite slept on, but quite a good skill to have.
I actually debated commenting it on earlier. Like, watching Adam climb stairs me as a casual player of this game, like, that's just mind-boggling to be seeing Adam climb stairs so quickly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, a lot of new runners will just kind of single jump up each one individually, but that time adds up. And so Adam's opting to jump charge up every stair, making sure to save all those frames, all those milliseconds. Here we have probably the longest boss fight in the game. He had to kill all those little pillars to get past phase 1. Now he's gonna go over to this little hidden area and then drop down to kill the rest of the pillars for phase 2. There are ways to skip past having to do these pillars, but again, since we need all of the gems in this category, we do have to kill Metalhead here and let him drop his gems there. So we do have to do the boss fight pretty much as intended. And just like that, we're done with Metalhead. Gonna go ahead and clean up the rest of Beastmaker's homeworld and head over to Dream. This is quite a nice little homeworld section, in my opinion, to clean up on. You're gonna see another little double fan chest explosion there and there. Some nice stair movement here. And this is another cycle-dependent thing in this homeworld. He's gonna have to try to really go quickly here to make it over to the cycle on this right here, just like that. As you can see, he was beginning his wind-up animation to go ahead and light that floor again, but he went quick enough to where he was able to kill him before that shock animation happened again. One of the few cycle-dependent homeworlds. Honestly, I think the only cycle-dependent homeworld in this game, actually. And we're on our way to Dreamweavers. And yeah, to respond to Captain here, pretty much none of the mechanics carry over from the original to the Reignited. I think, personally, the Reignited speedrun offers a lot of unique things in comparison to OG that make them both really unique speedruns in their own right. And so it's kind of beautiful to me that we have the same game in two completely different engines that give us completely different speedruns to appreciate the same levels in completely different lights. So he's going to try to catch this full cycle here. He flamed the Fool really early, so that way he was able to get the dragon and jump onto that one little blue gem there. And as you saw, the platform literally started rising as he jumped onto it. That's a really hard one to make. So Adam here is getting kissed by the fairy to get Super Flame, which only lasts for a period of time. So he's going to have to really push his movement through this section, because he's going to try to run over to this metal door in front of us here, while also getting some gems on the way. So that way he barely has enough time, just like that. You see the super flame went away the moment he flamed that metal door. And boom, we see our first example of an animation proxy here. Or actually, that's a squeeze proxy, apologies. So what you saw happen there is Adam charged into a corner with that wizard right when he was up against the wall, right? And as he charged down, he let go of the charge button the moment that he killed him. And what happened is Spyro kind of got stuck in between the wizard and the wall. And so there's a programmed mechanic in this game to when Spyro's stuck, he should be ejected, right? So we did it at just the right time to where Spyro got ejected upwards, which let us get over to this little secret hidden island that's normally meant to be accessed with the supercharge, but we accessed it with that little proxy there. Now at this point, Adam does have permanent super flame. That fairy up at the top that he got kissed by is the only fairy in the game that gives you permanent super flame. So for the rest of this level here, he is gonna have super flame. And he's gonna use that here to break some of these doors and these metaled armored guys that you can only kill with super flame and supercharge. And the metal armored enemies here are also some of the hardest enemies in the game to flame charge. And you see Adam doing very great work on flame charging them there. You have to be such a precise distance away from them for it to work. Yeah, exactly like Virgil said in chat. Normally you're supposed to get kissed by like 2 or 3 fairies before you end up getting to that permanent super fairy, kind of progressing your way through, but by getting to that first metal door early, getting that proxy, he was able to basically go get the permanent super flame as early as he possibly could, allowing him to backtrack through the rest of the level with it, not needing to go get re-kissed by any of them. Another intentional balk there, and very smart decision making there. You may have noticed that he was on green sparks and it put him down to no sparks when he bonked on it. But Adam was aware that there was a fodder right next to him when he did that, so absolutely no problem taking that hit and getting a fodder right after. And just like that, we're done with Haunted. Little small thing you may have noticed is Adam paused to check his gem count as he was ending the level. There are a few levels runners like to check their gem count as they're ending to make sure they don't miss any of the gems, because sometimes it's actually faster to pause than it is to do a whole 360, turn around, make sure you got them all, then turn back around. By pausing and looking at the gem count, it's much easier to just see, did I get them all? Yes, okay, unpause. Adam got an unfortunate gem drop there on that dog. It's very rare, but sometimes if you charge enemies at just the wrong spot on top of them, you charge into them and the game doesn't really consider you charging into them, so the gem drops. Adam got one of those unlucky moments there that we all have to deal with sometimes in runs. And yeah, someone's saying in chat, this level is another notorious run for casuals. There's so many enemies in this level that can be annoying, and when those dogs turn big and red there, they can actually eat you up and chomp you for 4 or 5 seconds, it feels like. So this is one of those levels that's really frustrating as a kid. Adam making clean work of it so far though. See a nice double flame charge there on those dogs. So Adam went precisely in the middle of those 2 dogs in order to make sure he was at the right range for not just one enemy, but for both enemies as he went down the middle to get the flame charge on both of them. Much more precise than it looks. A lot of people wouldn't have noticed there, but there was some camera manipulation going on there. Adam turned the camera away from one of those metal turtles as he was cleaning up that section, So that way, as he turned the camera back towards him, he wouldn't have been as far along in the attack animation. If he kept the camera on him, that metal turtle would have attacked him as he approached him. So very subtle thing there. Beautiful double flame charge on those dogs once again. Thought Adam do a little pause to check the gem count one more time, because once you go past this area, there's no going back without running all the way back around. So just a little safety check on the gems before we move on to the last area here. Ooh, almost making that cycle. That was frames away from being there. So that is a little cycle-dependent area there, but Adam was just frames away from making it. Really goes to show how the difference between, you know, just going a tiny bit slower than normal can be the difference between making a cycle and not. Little unintended jump we're going to see right here to skip the whirlwind. Ah, barely missing it. Yeah, that's quite a hard one for newer runners as well. It's just a few second time save, but it's one of those things people like to implement early. We're gonna see it one more time here. Beautiful, there it is. Gonna see Adam approach the second and last cannon that we're gonna use in this run. We're gonna use it to shoot down those little two guys blocking the entrance over to Icy Flight. I'm not gonna jinx anything. I'll wait for him to flame these guys and then explain what could happen. Okay, no problem. So there is a glitch that can happen in this homeworld called Cannon Glitch, which we only recently discovered why it works. Essentially, if you get a mushroom stuck in just the wrong position, the cannon will hyper focus on that mushroom instead of the enemies, and it causes the game to be essentially soft locked until you die, not letting you shoot down that guy. So it's very rare for it to happen. I'd say it only happens in maybe like one of every 50 runs, but we found some ways to make it less likely, but there's never truly a way to make it impossible to happen. So held my breath for it there. Luckily it didn't happen.
Somebody in chat asked, I might have missed it, but is there a purpose to flaming while gliding?
So it depends. If you're in the air when you're trying to flame an enemy, it is faster to flame and then charge down. But generally speaking, if something is on the ground, we don't need to glide while flaming it. It just sometimes when we're already gliding is faster to get the flame out before we start charging down. Especially if we're already spaced well enough from the enemy where the flame's gonna hit. No reason to charge down and then wait for our flame to come out after. And yeah, like someone said, this is our last flight level, so say goodbye to them after this. This is another cycle-dependent one, and we're gonna see my favorite animation cancel right here. Beautiful under the bridge. You have to be on quite a good cycle to make that work. And just like that, no more flying from Spyro. Gliding from this point on. Now, Lofty Castle is another notorious level for runners in this game. A lot of people like to say this is where all runs go to die, and there's like 4 or 5 different routes in this level that all are within seconds of each other, and so curious to see what one we're gonna see from Adam here. The beginning usually looks the same, but we'll go ahead and see what he goes for here. Beautiful damage boost there. That's our first damage boost of the run we actually saw by bonking into the wall. Frames before we got hit by that arrow, we actually transferred our bonk momentum and damage momentum into being sent upwards. There's quite a few of those in other categories, like in any percent and the category Vortex, where the goal is to get to all of the end of level vortexes. But in 120, it's there. I think that's going to be the only damage boost we actually see in the run. So it looks like we are going to see the standard supercharge route here. This is quite a fun one to watch. So we're going to watch Adam go through this little balloon section here, and we're going to hopefully see a really cool supercharge right after. Beautiful section right there. You have to have quite confident movement in that section, because if you're just barely slow, those balloon guys will be on a slightly slower cycle and you'll have to wait for them, or hopefully not climb all the way back up and try it again. But beautiful confidence there. And I'll go ahead and let this supercharge speak for itself. Absolutely beautiful execution there. So Adam not only went the other way than intended with that supercharge to get those fan chests, but he also went for another supercharge ramp jump off that little grassy scenery in order to get to that little spiral section and spin around it with the supercharge to get some of those gems. So absolutely beautiful execution there. Yeah, no, the supercharge struts are a fan favorite to watch for sure. Even if you don't speedrun this game, it's very easy to appreciate how hard they look, and they are very hard. Another bonk on that firework there, not only to blow up the firework early, but also to blow up the two chests right behind it. Here we are back at the section we did a damage abuse on to go ahead and clean up those guys. Drop down to the last section here. And honestly, for being one of the hardest levels in the category, Adam made light work of it. Absolutely beautiful showcase of that level. You see Adam free that dragon before breaking the firework there. For a while, runners would flame that firework and then go back to the dragon as it's getting ready to explode. But we actually found out there is a frame perfect crash that can happen, where if you free the dragon the same frame that fireworks explodes, the game crashes. So a lot of runners just opt to take that half-second time loss and do not risk killing their whole run over an hour into it.
That's brutal.
It is, yep.
And I have to imagine that was found because somebody lost a run.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Someone was in a run and they went for it and didn't know what happened. Just assumed it was a one-off event, and then once it happened to someone else again, people were like, okay, what's going on here? And we eventually traced it down to the firework and dragon happening at the same frame. The game doesn't know how to handle two events at once.
An instance of being too good.
Exactly.
Being bad.
Yeah, sometimes going too fast is actually a problem. Here we have my favorite boss fight sequence of the game personally. There's some hidden lore in this level. You may not catch it, but for a frame, you're gonna see a fool pop up in the island over there. If you looked very closely for a frame, there's a little red dot that appeared over in the corner. And the reason being is there's some hidden invisible fools in this level that we really don't know why they're there. Some theorize that they control the moving platforms for Jock. Some theorize they were meant to be part of the boss fight at one point, but if anyone goes and combs back through the VOD here and sees that fool, just know that you're part of the 0.1% of people that know they're there.
Paying no attention to me doing exactly what you just said, combing through the pod.
No, yeah, it's fun to go look for them. You'll see it pop up over in the upper right-hand island corner. So Adam's on a cycle here. He's gonna have to get these gems pretty cleanly in order to make it onto this platform. Perfect. And you can see right when he got on it, it started rising almost right away. So if you make even one mistake in that section, that platform starts rising, you have to go all the way back and flame that other full, or go for a really, really hard flop onto that platform early, which a lot of runners struggle with, so they don't go for that. Gonna see a double spring chest here, just like that, into the third one. Flaming both and then getting them both out of the air, being slightly faster than just flaming them one at a time. And just like that, we are headed over to our very last homeworld, Nasty's World. Feels like it almost just started, huh?
Right? Yeah, it's shocking. Like, obviously, I you come into this knowing, you know, the estimate, but like actually watching it and going, wow, the game's almost over. Like, it's wild how quickly you can beat this game.
I agree. Never gets old. Even if, you know, you've been speedrunning this game for however many years, it's still always shocking to see just how quickly it can be done. Heading into North Cove, this is going to be one of our first levels that we actually have to exit through the end of level vortex. So pretty much our routing in this level heavily determines on us getting the last gem by the vortex. Even if there was a route that was technically faster to end on some gem further out, wouldn't matter. We wouldn't be able to do it because Twilight Harbor, the next level, would not open. For whatever reason, the programmers made it so that that level only opens when we have exited the end of level vortex in this level. Adam getting a little bonk on that early bridge jump there. That's an easy one to bonk on, but it's no big deal. We'd have to get these gems anyways, so. Do a little wraparound. Interesting little tidbit. In the PAL version of this game, which is the European release and some other regions as well, they changed the fact that you'd have to exit through the end of level vortex. They made it so that all you have to do is exit through the pause menu in this level, and then Twilight Harbor would open. So looks like they did recognize that some kids got stuck not realizing, wait, why isn't this head opening, you know?
Yeah.
When they released the later revisions. Beautiful example of what we call team trick there. As you saw, Adam went under the barrel and waited for it to drop on him just at the right time. So that way when he charged, it broke the strong box back there that we usually would have to go all the way up here and use the little TNT crate to our right, over right where we're seeing right now. We'd usually use that to break that strong box, but by charging into that non-strong TNT early, we're able to break it. And yeah, good catch there in chat. A lot, pretty much, I don't think all, but at least some, if not all of the dragons in Nasty's World are dragons we've already rescued before. The kind of lore there is some of the dragons got freed and came to Nasty's World to fight Nasty early and then got trapped again. So you're gonna see a couple repeat names in this homeworld.
How embarrassing must it be to get rescued by the youngest dragon and then going, you know what, I'm gonna go be the difference I want to see, and then you have to get rescued again.
Exactly, yeah, I gotta feel a little bit of shame there, a little bit of, you know, embarrassment.
Like, hey, Spyro, yeah, so, let's not talk about it, please.
Look, I know you already freed me, but look, thanks for coming to my rescue again, but I promise this time I'm good, I promise. So you see Adam exiting through the end of level vortex there on purpose, so that way the Twilight Harbor head will open, as that is, again, the only way that it will. And this level is the same. In order for Nasty Nork to open, the final level before the bonus level loop, we also have to end on the end of level vortex here. Well, somebody asked a good question in chat. Why are we not playing on the European release? So there are some differences to the European version that might make you think at a surface level that it's the faster version to play on, right? So because the game plays at a lower frame rate, they actually sped Spyro up. And he actually runs faster than he does in this version. So you might be thinking, isn't that the fastest version of the game? Well, unfortunately, all of the loading screens, including the dragon loads, are sped down by however much the difference between 30 to 25 FPS would be. They only sped up Spyro's speed, but every other thing in the game, the loads and all of that, they take longer. So the NTSC version overall ends up being faster in the course of an entire run. But there are some community members out there that are heavily dedicated to the PAL version. Shout out to Luminescent Sky, who's the PAL world record holder. And I wouldn't call it a new game entirely, but it is a completely unique experience because of the momentum conversions they did. And there's a lot of unique things that you can only do on that version, and a lot of things that you can't do on that version that you can do in this version. So very unique experience for both versions.
I always find it interesting, the kind of like the differences between the European and NTSC releases because of stuff like that, and how they, you know, try to work around whatever limitations they need to work around.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the Japanese release of this game is even more unique. The marketers over at Universal thought that the Japanese audience would find Spyro to be too fast. And so they slowed him down to an absolute crawl, which I find funny because that's almost the opposite that we saw with some other games like Mario, where the Japanese marketers thought the Americans would find Mario Bros. 2 too hard, right? So you kind of saw both marketing teams in the different countries kind of trying to think what they, you know, would think the other countries would like, but ultimately ended up being wrong both times, I think.
Yeah, no kidding. At least they tried.
Yeah, no, it was in good heart, for sure, good heart. And here we are right at the end of Twilight Harbor, routing it so that we end on the last gem right near the vortex. So that way Nasty Nork opens up. And here we are in our last level before the bonus level. And this level has arguably the hardest trick in the whole run. Almost a cruel trick to us 120 runners that we have to wait till the very end of the game to not only do the hardest trick, but the trick that saves the most time. We're going to be seeing what we call credit skip, which is a skip where we skip the credits, which is 3 minutes long, right? So it's a very cruel joke that we have to wait to the very end to do something like this, but it makes for such a big rush when you're at the end of a run, you're on pace, all you have to do is a no credit skip and you hit it. The adrenaline's like no other. One of the rare examples, we actually flame a fireworks chest instead of bonking into it, and that's just because we're going to be heading that way anyways, so we might as well flame it, wait for it to break, and then head back that way anyways. Now Adam has to play pretty clean here. You can only make like one mistake in order to do what we call one cycle here. We want to get all of the gems as we do this Nasty Nork chase and still be able to flame Nasty Nork on this first hit here, like we're going to see just now. And Adam did it perfectly. If we were just a little bit slower, Adam would have had to do the whole chase over again, but I'll go ahead and give Adam a moment of silence here to prepare for credit skip, and we'll see how he does. Unfortunate. He did not get the proxy, but like I said, one of the hardest tricks in the run to hit, especially on marathon nerve kind of, nerves. So no biggie that he didn't get it there. He'll be able to go for what we call poverty credit skip, which is where you can actually open the disc tray as the credits roll. And if you do it at just the right time, the credits get stuck and there's a fail safe in the game that causes it to be like, we can't find the next kind of credits to load. We're going to just go ahead and put you back in the returning home screen. So we're going to go ahead and see that alternate version of credit skip here. So as you can see, the screen just went black and we're going to see returning home just like that. And so the game freaked out a bit because the disc tray got opened, couldn't find the credits to load, and said, okay, we're just going to go ahead and try to load the homeworld again and see what happens. And since Adam closed the disc tray right as that was happening, it was able to load the homeworld just fine. And here we are entering loot just at the 123 mark. This is an absolutely beautiful run for a marathon. We're going to probably see a time that many runners would be happy to get in, not only just a no reset context, but just in general. So overall, beautiful showcase from Adam we've seen so far here today, but got one last level to clean up here, and that's the bonus level like we were talking about. So as you can see, all of the gems in this level are either pink or yellow, the two highest value gems in this game. Pink being 25, yellow being 10. So kind of the casual reward for you to collect everything is to be able to get a big rush of gems at the end here. We're gonna see that little firework or the little fan chest explosion on an enemy one last time here. As you can see, that fan chest bonked that thief right there so he can get the key, avoiding him having to do a little chase circle around with him to flame him. I'm gonna see Adam wait a little bit on purpose and go slow as he waits for this plane to approach him, then speed up right at the correct time for him to be able to flame him as he comes up from behind him. And here we have a pretty precise trick too, called early second plane. We'll let Adam go for this here. Beautiful. So by just going right at the right spot of the lava and tilting up at just the right time, he's able to predict when the plane was going to be right above him, which saves quite a bit of time. It's also a big nerves kind of run killer at the end of a run as well, but doesn't save or lose as much time as that credit skip one, but absolutely still a nervous trick to hit at the end of your run. Also see someone in chat bringing up the age-old classic Spyro debate of, are they yellow, are they gold, are they pink, are they purple? There's been many, many, many debates in the Spyro Discord that we find very fun and silly to engage in when discussing the silly things like what color the gems are. And here we have our big reward at the end, Nasty's treasure room, collecting all of the last 25 gems in the room. And just like that, we exit the last vortex and finish the run. GG to Adam with a 125. A absolutely beautiful time that, like I said, any runner would be happy to get. Even in a reset context, people would be happy to get this time. So to show off a time like this in a no reset marathon environment is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, for sure. That was like a 125.36, and yeah, in a no reset context, like this is incredibly high level. So, you know, nailing that no reset in front of all of these people is, I'm sure, nerve-wracking and very impressive that Adam was able to do it. GG.
Absolutely. And, you know, like I was saying, because that credit skip trick saves so much time, he's still got an incredible time considering that. This would still be top 15 on the board right now if it were submitted as a new run. And that's without that end skip credit skip. So absolutely impressive time to get no reset. So yeah, that was 120%, guys. Beautiful run to watch.
Yeah, again, like, this is one of those runs where it's like, obviously, you know, the estimate's been on screen the entire time, and you know what you're getting, but, like, you watch it, and it's, like, how is the game already over, you know? Like, there's so much to pack into, you know, these hour 25 minutes, and like you said, like, every step of the way, there's these invisible time saves that, like, if you pay attention close enough, you'll be like, huh, I wonder why Adam is doing that. but like if you're not paying enough attention, you'll just skip it. Like it took me 43 minutes to point out that Adam was jumping every time he tried to turn, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. It's all those little things, just like you were saying. You know, if you compare someone in the 130 time range, right, to someone of Adam's time range in the low 120s, you're not going to see too much of a difference at first. But if you keep a keen eye out, you'll see all these little differences adding up. Doing jump charges as quick as you can, climbing stairs ever so slightly quicker, doing flame charges ever so slightly further away, and all of those little, you know, 0.2 second time saves add up all over the run to make up minutes and minutes of time save. And that's honestly, to me, the beautiful part of 120, you know? There are a lot of categories out there where there are tricks that make and break the run. You know, you hit this and it saves a minute, or you don't and it loses a minute, you know? But there's not a lot of that in 120. There's just a lot of very small things that add up and add up and add up. And that's kind of what makes it a uniquely beautiful category.
Now, do you have any shoutouts you want to make before the end of the run? Well, the run's obviously over, but do you have any shoutouts you want to make here?
I'll just go ahead and shout out the Spyro community in general. To be honest, I absolutely love this community wholeheartedly. It's one of the most welcoming and accepting gaming communities I've ever been a part of. You know, there's lots of gaming communities out there where people can be mean-spirited and non-encouraging, and I've only been met with love and support and encouragement in this community. And I know a lot of speedrunning communities out there are like that, and that's honestly one of my favorite parts of this hobby, is how everyone is just in it to support each other and root for each other, and everyone's so hyped to see people improve their time regardless of if they have a 2-hour time and they just broke below the 2-hour, or if someone is going for that sub 130, which is a really good time to be aiming for. Regardless of where you're at in this game, everyone's rooting for each other, and I just love this community so much. And small shout out to my favorite category personally, the Vortex category in this game. That's the trick category in this game, which has a lot of the more traditional speedrunning things you'll see, like boosts and like big like tricks and wall glides and stuff like that. And I've always been kind of a trick category person myself, but like I said, I can absolutely appreciate all of the small micro optimizations that go into this category. So, you know, just shout out the Spyro community is all I'd say.
Yeah. And I kind of want to double down on that. Like the Spyro community is very welcoming, and like everybody cares about each other, and you know, trying to improve each other instead of like being kind of selfish and trying to be the best on their own. Everybody is very helpful and wants everybody to succeed, because you know, when a community succeeds, it's a lot easier for the times to be faster when everybody's helping each other out. So definitely a very good community. If you are interested in Spyro speedrunning, you should definitely check it out. I want to give a huge shout out to Adam. Like you said, kind of a slept on 120 runner, but a very, very good runner. If anybody were to break, you know, be the third person to break that 121 mark, I think it's going to be Adam.
100% agree. 100% agree. He's very slept on. Go show him some love in his streams. You know, he's one of those runners that kind of sits in the background, doesn't really use any mic, doesn't use any face cam, you know, so he doesn't get like that big viewership that you'd expect on Twitch, but he's just as skilled as the other top level runners, and so show him some support.
Yeah, 100%. You should go check out Adam. You should also check out Composer here. Very, very well versed in Spyro, as you can tell by the past hour and a half of his commentary. Give them both a follow. They both deserve it. You go check them out. Very good Spyro speedrunners.
Appreciate it.
I'm going to vamp just a little bit here, just waiting to see if Adam has anything he wants me to shout out. While I wait for that, just a reminder to everybody out there, we are going to be going to PAX West. That's going to be August 30th through September 2nd. Schedule is out now. You can use !PAX in Twitch chat for more information about that. Also, we're going to be going to GDQ Express. That's going to be, GDQ Express is going to TwitchCon. That's September 20th through 22nd. You can use !GDQX in Twitch chat for more information. Let us know what you're hoping to see at both of those events there. I just lost the ability to talk there.
Adam would like to shout out Saboom, Deo, and Composer. Also, I'm going to screw up this pronunciation. Flazuki and Holographic Squid, Neon, and a lot of the other community members for being so helpful and, just supportive in the community. So shout out to all of those.
Pronounce them all perfectly, by the way.
Heck yeah. There you go. So yeah, Adam wants to give a shout out to all those people. Thank you again, Adam, for showing it off. Thank you, Composer, for being here to commentate, to explain
Happy to be here.
Everything. Like I said earlier, I've been trying to have Adam on last year, didn't plan out, and it's awesome to be able to actually finally give Adam the spotlight here to showcase the run. Very talented runner. Everybody go check him out. With that said, we do have more show, so we are going to take a quick break here, and then we are going to be back with Batman Arkham City. I know it's a little weird to squeeze it in, but we weren't able to have it on yesterday, and we are celebrating the 15th anniversary of Arkham Asylum, so we're going to have that off next. See you in just a few minutes, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Yesterday, we were celebrating the 15th anniversary of Batman Arkham Asylum. We were not able to have City on yesterday, so we are bringing it here for you today. We are going to complete the Arkham, I almost said trilogy, even though there's 4 games. Don't pay any attention to me. We've got Arkham City here. I'll hand it over to our runner commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. It's me, 30 Puns. I am known for the world record on this category. This is any percent easy. And I'll be showcasing this on Hotfix today for you guys. Hopefully we can get sub 1. And hopefully we don't mess up anything in the run. And commentating with me, I have 2 commentators. I have Espio and I have Fock. So you introduce yourselves.
All right. So hi, my name is Espio. I'm mostly known for, I competed in Glitchless a while ago. And I also have, or had rather, world record in Harley Quinn's Revenge, which is a post-story DLC. Considering the fact that I, prioritized Glitchless when I was a runner in my day for the main game, I've been asked to commentate the glitched run. So hopefully I understand what I'm looking at, and I can't wait to get into it. Fock?
Yeah, not only I ran Asylum yesterday, I'm also known because of this game. I hold a bunch of Glitchless records, not right now, but we'll get them back. I know some stuff about any percent of this game, more than SP for sure, and maybe on the same level as 30, so it'll probably go well.
Yep, and without further ado, we're just going to get right on into it here because this game has a bit of an intro. And the timer will start, give me 1 second, make sure I can skip the cutscene. In 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're in.
So, if you guys don't know what happened in Asylum, a bunch of inmates broke out, chaos ensued, and, it was really a terrible place. So, this guy, this is Hugo, he has the wonderful idea of walling off a huge portion of the city and making that a prison. I personally don't see a problem with that, but your boy Batman isn't too fond of his ideas. He also has Mastermind Protocol 10. We don't know what that is, and we're going to find that out throughout the game. For now, we are trapped in a chair, and we need to get out. So we'll just swing left, right, left again. And I also should mention that I'm playing the game in Spanish, because Spanish saves about 11 seconds compared to English. I also have some scroll wheel binds. I have scroll wheel up to interact. Just as soon as stuff are available, I can do scroll up. And I have shift and scroll down to strike, so we can punch enemies faster. I have shift and scroll wheel up to counter. So as soon as it's available, I can do it. And I'm going to be switching between keyboard and controller, just for personal preference. Some things for me are easier on controller, and some things are easier for me on keyboard. This is Deadshot. A lot of people don't know that that's Deadshot. But yeah.
Yeah, the general rule for controller versus keyboard and mouse is that gliding specifically handles way better with the mouse, and the cryptographic sequencer, when you like hack security panels, that works better on controller. Everything else you can basically do to your preference.
I should mention that there's a skip in the game. It'll be coming up in the rage fight where it's easier to do on keyboard than controller for some reason. We don't know why that is. Coming up here is a little gist, something we can do. There's a little welcoming party. There's like 4 inmates. You're supposed to counter like 3 of them and punch 1 of them. We can cancel the animation of countering by pressing toggle crouch and counter, but since Bruce Wayne cannot crouch, he does nothing, and he actually completes the counter without him doing anything. It looks kind of funny. We don't do it on the last guy because it just breaks everything else.
It saves time
I've
with
seen
the
that
first
so many
two,
times.
and doesn't
Still makes me laugh.
That's it. Let's go.
This is Penguin. He's gonna kick us in the face here.
Wow.
Have you mentioned that you're running on Spanish because it's fastest and not just because you like Spanish?
Yeah,
He did. Yeah.
I've heard it enough of
All right,
times.
cool. Cool.
Despertarse, Wayne. Oh, ¿qué te pasa? ¿Quieres que ya
So, coming up is the little first skip of the run. We have something called intro fight skip. Falk, would you care to explain what intro fight skip is before I...
Esto es...
Well, intro fight skip is what its name says. Intro fight skip. There'll be a small little fight with Penguin and 4 people. But we can skip it by jumping onto the dumpster and doing a series of button presses to get on top of the dumpster. Usually we cannot do that. The game does not allow you to get on top of it. This is also a pretty hard trick to do.
It's very precise. There's some
Very
collision
precise.
here that's essentially an invisible wall around the fight, and you can just about get onto it.
I got it, and the guy punched me.
Yeah, no, you started to rise up there. Very nice.
There we go.
Go to crouching.
Third try.
And then you go. Okay.
Just try.
Yeah, this also skips we have a little dialogue here with Alfred, and also skips that. It's really useful if you're trying to go for competitive time, like be your get your sub 1 or world record, but
Like
it's very
15
precise.
seconds.
Yeah, very precise. Come on.
I always hate that when you try to slide through
This,
there. And
yeah, this can be
Yeah,
precise
crouch over the
too.
side.
Yeah, it can be annoying.
Attracted to hanging off the ledge.
Yeah. Nice evade roll there as well. There's a decent amount of using the
We
evade
have
roll
this
into certain
strange
triggers.
we have this strange capsule on this roof. I really don't know what it is. We're just gonna have to find out for ourselves.
Cookies.
Could be some
snacks?
Bat snacks, yeah. Oh wow. It's a pretty impressive bat suit.
Where does the guy go? Well, the guy's gone. No more Bruce.
No more Bruce. We shifted.
Alright, so in the dialogue we just skipped, we used the computer chip that we took from the security guard's radio earlier as Bruce Wayne, and we're using this to hack into their communications to figure out what they're up to. And it seems that Catwoman is inside the courthouse being held captive by Two-Face, so we're gonna go and investigate.
Yeah, we're not really too fond of Two-Face's plans, so we're just going to have to defeat him real quick. Should mention Batman has a lot of girlfriends in this game, or in the whole franchise, and we have to save every one of them.
There's like 3 here,
Yeah,
and by the end we will, in the result, we will not save one of them. We'll just skip it. Yeah, here's.
so you're gonna see this throughout the run. What I'm doing is called grapple canceling, and It's faster than if you were to get something called the grapnel boost, which we used to get earlier in the game, and we don't.
Right. I'd also like to explain some basic tech here. A lot of animations can be cancelled with the backclaw, the quickfire backclaw. So right now, 30 is performing a ground takedown and then quickly cancelling it with the claw. This still finishes off the enemy, which makes it the fastest way to get through other game fights.
Oh, we got shot.
You can also cancel the evade roll with the backclaw, and you can cancel the backclaw back into an evade roll. This is called evade cancelling, and it basically looks like spamming the first half of the evade roll over and over again, and it's faster than running. So if you ever see Batman kind of twitching down a corridor in a straight line, that's probably what he's doing.
It looks like the bullet came from the church. We're actually not gonna go in the church. We're gonna.
Oh boy.
We're going to bail out of Christianity here for just a second. Coming up is a church skip, pretty big skip. I'm gonna have Flock explain what that is.
And a hard one, because if first will completely ruin it, that's a drawer, and we'll have to reset the whole save file. Basically, we go into the church from another side, and we'll try to hit the trigger to get to start the next chapter, because the whole game is divided in chapters, and we have to hit the trigger of this next chapter to get into the next chapter. And yeah, this whole series of what 30 does is him triggering the new chapter, and he'll have to cancel this door with the Batclaw. So he wouldn't go through the door and start the chapter again. Otherwise, he'll have to do it all over again. And he knows
So
it.
cancelling the door animation there with the backclaw is actually frame perfect. It doesn't work like the other cancels. And so it's very important that you do that, or else you walk backwards into the previous chapter trigger and you end up sort of undoing your progress there and stop locking the file. So that's a very critical trick. It's probably the hardest single trick in the game.
Yeah, I should also mention the consequence of doing this is that until the next reload, you're not gonna have final blow. It's like the last enemy in the fight where the camera shifts off into cinematic and it takes out the enemy. Also, we have no smoke and we have no backlot disarm.
I have a Batclaw crate to pull the guns. And guys, it'll be crucial near the end of the game.
I'm just gonna get Batarang storage here for something later in the run.
Right. So when 30 says storage, this game has some weird properties in terms of how the gadgets work. All you need to know is that the last time that he aimed the remote control Batarang, he was on a tightrope. Meaning, if the game gets in a state where it's confused as to what state Batman is in, and you pull out that gadget, it will go, oh, we're on a tightrope, which opens the door to many shenanigans later down the line.
For example, that's what he did when he was trying to get to church from the other side. He did the zip. That basically sends him to the coordinates of the origin of the map, 000. It's somewhere where Wonder Tower is located in the overworld map.
Yeah.
And that's how you'll get out of bounds, usually.
Yeah. So previously, instead of using a storage state, it was more about disconnecting yourself from the corner cover. And so when you throw the Batarang and it tries to send Batman to the coordinates of the corner he's attached to, because you're detached from the corner, it sort of panics and tries to send you to the center of the map.
Yep, we're just gonna navigate through here, hit these buttons so we can actually go through this pipe right here. There's a bunch of guys here, we're just gonna handle them real quick.
So Batarangs actually deal as much damage as a strike, I believe. And so throwing 3 in a row is uneasy, yes. Throwing 3 in a row is far quicker than you would be able to get 3 regular strikes out, and so it's the fastest way to deal damage there.
Alright, we're gonna do some eye roll cancels here to the door.
There we go.
I'm also gonna try to cancel this door so it's a little faster. No. Frame perfect cancels are very hard.
They are very hard.
Soon there will not be frame perfect cancels. So we get
These guys right here
in a
are
minute.
very dumb. We're just gonna handle them.
sometimes backclawing them into the bumper car there just takes them out, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
Instantly.
it's a weird thing. That's kind of what you're hoping for, but otherwise they'll just, fly over again up to the ground, and you'll do a ground takedown cancel.
This Predator is pretty straightforward. We're just going to handle this guy, and then pull this guy off as he's climbing. I'm going to turn on Detective Vision to see if there's 2 guys left, because sometimes the guy... sometimes the guy back there will not fall off the ground.
Overall, it's our first stealth section. We have to be all stealthy. And as you can see, we will not be stealthy at all.
we have the wreck gadget, which is probably the most broken gadget in the series.
Yes, 100%. So the wreck, the remote electrical charge, you can see here can be used to cancel doors. The reason for this is that it's made up of 2 separate components that Batman pulls out of either side of his belt. And, ooh, very nice, getting through the wall there. So the way it functions is that when Batman pulls it out of his belt, he sort of assembles it each time on the spot. And this animation takes slightly longer than a lot of other gadgets, which means that you can interrupt other things during it, including opening doors, which means that you can run through the door or roll cancel through it, and that's faster than Batman going through the door the way he regularly would.
This is called hammer skip, so I'm gonna let you explain that too.
Right. Okay, so like I said before, the game remembers a lot of stuff when it comes to the states of different gadgets. And so the last time that 30 used the wreck, he didn't finish assembling it. He interrupted it with some other animations. And as a result of this, if he is to hold aim and then pull out the wreck, the game finishes assembling the wreck. For some reason, that takes priority over a lot of other animations in the game, including right there. If he's hanging from the ledge and he finishes assembling the wreck, it causes him to drop from the ledge. There is normally a cutscene trigger there, where if you climb the ledge, a big guy kicks you in the face and you have to fight him down at the bottom. But if you drop and the trigger disables, it will re-enable if you hit the ground. But if you drop and then press climb while still floating in midair, you'll climb back onto the ledge that you just dropped from, and that lets you through without there being a cutscene trigger there. It's a pretty interesting trick. You have to time it a certain way, but it is just one instance of the wreck being broken in what will be many over the course of this run.
Alright, we have, this is an unskippable cutscene. If you have anything to say, now is the time.
Yeah, for sure. If you haven't missed out on any of our shows or events, if you missed the rest of the anniversary special yesterday, you can go check out our VODs over at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. Everything gets uploaded there after a few days, so you can always check things out there. Also, your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bitch cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the GDQ Hotfix. So if you enjoy watching these specials where we have games on, the anniversary specials yesterday, or these awesome showcases of Spyro games with Batman in it, because Batman is the best Spyro, it really does help us out to put these on. So if you enjoy watching any of this, consider subscribing to the channel. It really does help us out.
Unexpected Spanish Inquisition or Batman from City.
Alright, so it seems that Joker has poisoned us, so we're gonna have to go to the GCPD real quick to grab the cure from Mr. Freeze. Alright,
That was very nice. So that right there was something called a super zip, where if you zip to certain coordinates, but you glide in midair, this really messes with Batman's air velocity, and it sends him flying in whatever direction you were going incredibly fast. A lot of people opt to pause buffer super zips if they even go for them at all. 30 overshot his destination there a tiny bit, but considering how volatile those can be, that was a pretty good outcome. You can fly out the map doing those.
You can fly out the map, but you get a save. You automatically get a save if you're next to the GCPD. Then if you reload, you're right next to it.
It's also a relatively new thing. It's been a thing for a month.
Yeah, they're still being workshopped, those.
Yeah.
That was very polite of the guy on the left to just not shoot for a while.
Yeah. So Mr. Freeze is not here. It seems that Penguin somehow manage to overpower him. So we're just going to go to the museum to find him. Hopefully he'll get the cure before we die. Hopefully we don't die.
Yeah, the whole reason that we followed Joker to the steel mill is because after the church, which we didn't go into, we believe that Catwoman, who was shot at after the events of the courthouse, that bullet had something to do with the Joker. So we end up tracking him. He poisons us. We want the cure from Mr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze isn't here. Now we have to follow Mr. Freeze instead. There's a lot of wild goose chasing in this game's main plotline.
Chain reaction upon chain reaction. Alright, we're going to go to the museum very, very precise way. Excuse me.
That's a new one, isn't it?
Yeah,
Did he throw the batarang?
of course not. If I were to throw the battering, I would get stuck in the...
Yeah, you would have been inside the building.
I think about that.
So this is another instance of detaching from a corner to get a desired outcome. This sends you to Park Row. You can just about grapple onto this while everything loads in around you.
And then we do something called right zip.
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
I was going to say that didn't quite work, did it?
Didn't work.
It's supposed to send you a bit closer to the museum.
Yeah,
but
some are right about here. We can actually skip this fight if we do some very precise things here. We're going to...
These have to be the worst security guards.
Yeah, terrible peripheral vision indeed. So hang out here and... Uh-oh. It's too far away from the door.
no.
Let's give another shot at it.
Yeah, go for it, go for it.
No. Okay.
Even if they see
alright.
you, it can still work.
Yeah, even if the
Yeah.
fight is still active, somehow works.
Those fight skips are a pretty big time-saving glitchless as well, obviously, because there's less zipping around the map. And I remember back when I was competing in that, I tried to figure those out, and I always thought that if they saw you, you wouldn't be able to get through the door. But sometimes, no, you can still get through when they see you. So I've never fully understood what makes those work.
Yeah, I don't think we still know why it works like that.
Could be the combat camera.
Fight skips are one of those, pray the game is nice to you,
Yeah.
kind of tricks.
So we actually can't get in the museum right now because he has jammers. I don't know how he got jammers. Where he got jammers from. Probably from Hugo.
Military-grade communications disruptors.
From military. They're on it.
Right. The way to do the jammers is the reverse order because it is somehow faster.
Correct.
We're just gonna go to
So-
the third one first.
Yep, zipping out on the map here.
And do something called a rec jump.
Essentially, you're navigating on top of the subway tunnels here. Normally, you would run through these tunnels later. But yeah, you can see that the city is deloaded. It's not solid. We're gliding through it. But the subway tunnels underneath are solid because we fit some loading through.
Right, we're just going to go straight for the jammer here. Since we're on easy, they don't do a lot of damage. So,
Normally, you would punch through each of these glass screens and rip out the wires from inside. But this is another animation that you can cancel with the wreck.
oops. Storage there.
What he also did is that he also did a rack jump. With a rack gun, if you shoot it and then jump when you're near the ledge and a drop, Batman will do the animation of shooting and jumping at the same time. And again, if you do it next to the ledge, it sends him up
What is happening with
really
this?
fast. and-
Daddy, you're
Very hard.
keeping the remote batarang equipped while you battering the guys. That's why it's not working.
And also, yeah.
There you go. Now, thankfully, on easy, you can take a lot of bullets. They blocked the zip. Enemies can get in the way of you trying to zip in certain directions, which is unfortunate.
Well, what a shame.
So I should probably mention how the zips are actually working. So I said previously that if the game is confused as to what state Batman is in, and you pull out a gadget and it goes, wait a minute, the last time we used this gadget, we were on a tightrope or in corner cover or whatever it is, the game will adopt that state. The way you break it in the first place is by, once again, it involves the wreck, by breaking the wreck, cancelling it at a specific time as you pull it out, you shoot, you swap to something else. And this essentially locks Batman in place. And so you can pull out another gadget, and Batman will enter the state that gadget, the state he was in when he last used that gadget.
Batman ha hecho algo a los disruptores de arriba. ¿Dónde estarán el resto de esos idiotas? Hemos conseguido meternos bajo tierra. Montadlo donde quiera que estéis. Y hacedlo.
Right, this last gem fight right here.
¿Entendido? Sí, señor.
Had to be the first one. Oh well.
Parece que el disruptor del edificio se ha activado en alguna parte de la
Alright, we're gonna grab this trophy so it activates the Riddler page, because there's something useful we can do later in the run with that. Oh. Guess we got that fight skipped.
Riddler trophies are also a good source of experience sometimes. Does that help at all with the upgrade route for any percent? Is that trophy required for that, or is it just for...
We only grab that one for now, I think.
We will need a couple of XP for the future. Most of the quality of life to do the fights.
That zip is absolutely ridiculous, by the way.
Yeah.
The fact that you get a glide kick.
We're finally in the museum, except that there are a bunch of undercover cops are captured. We're gonna go save them, then pay a visit to Penguin. We can actually get Mr. Freeze to make us.
Sadie, are we gonna save them or are we gonna skip saving them?
Yeah, skip majority of them actually.
We're actually not gonna do that still. If you would care to explain what Dino Skip is.
Go ahead, Paul.
Alright. Dino Skip, is basically we deload the room where we are right now. So we would be able to get into another room that will be in the out of bounds after this room that we loaded. It's kind of weird to explain, but what Jersey does right now is he's navigating his way to the door that is located in the out of bounds that will lead us to the room where we want to be. After that, he'll reload because he opened the door from the out of bounds. It didn't load texture and collision.
If you don't reload there, you just fall straight through the map.
Just fall straight through the map. And if you leave the game, the save is getting corrupted, and it does something that's called NG-. But
all right, this is a trick called Gel Warp. Very nice. So once again, with the wreck, if you fire the wreck and place a quickfire gel at a specific timing, the quickfire gel, instead of being placed where you currently are, it will try to sort of teleport the gel to wherever you last placed gel. And you can use that to get the quickfire gel stuck inside that destructible wall there. Otherwise, you would have to manually place gel on it, which triggers a little cutscene where a guy punches through the wall and then you have to fight him. So.
It's also where we have to get this upgrade specifically, otherwise we will be soft-locked. There's no way to hack that panel without the range upgrade.
Yeah, you need the cryptographic range amplifier to make it.
So we're gonna do another wreck
Once
jump.
again, yep, a wreck jump right there.
Just cancel the animation of a die rolling off of the ledge and it just shoots you up in the air. Sometimes it does not shoot you up in the air, it shoots you down. Believe me, that's
yeah, it's pretty rare, but it can happen. And when it does, for instance, over a shark tank, it can be pretty funny.
We're gonna go for the yellow.
What shark? Sick.
Very nice. That's that takedown cancel is just done by mashing takedown so fast that you do it like the frame you attach to the railing, right?
Yes, it even give him the X20 challenge.
Some nice slow-mo glide kick right there.
Just gonna get storage right here.
Going fast. Who needs to do that?
Status light still active. Interesting. Okay.
That is interesting. Yeah, the
goggles are still on. He forgot to turn them off.
Yeah, thermal goggles. In regular play, those guys can scan you if you're hiding on gargoyles, and they can also see through smoke pellets. But we don't spend much time loitering around on gargoyles in this run, and we don't have smoke pellets, so...
Absolutely useless.
Yeah, they're gonna go down about the same as everyone else.
Even casually, they're pretty useless.
That's true.
One more red jump, successful, hopefully.
Excuse me.
Hopefully. Just try.
Very nice. Great height on that one.
Also, I don't think... Is there a shark in this game?
I did not see one.
I don't think there's a shark in this game.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah, I've heard rumors, but, you know, I'm just a lowly glitchless runner. What do I know?
See if we can get the whiff.
Ooh. Whiff.
Yeah, well, that counts.
A little bit.
Yeah, it counts a little bit.
Sometimes Batman does the uppercut there, and it doesn't hit Penguin at all, and we call that the whip. It's glorious.
That was a half whip, maybe.
All right, so for unknown reasons, Penguin has a gigantic, muscly zombie man in his basement,
Why not?
and he is powered by electric generators. So we gotta spray quickfire gel on those to disable them.
I'm also gonna abuse reloading checkpoint here because
Yes.
it skips like the whole like cutscene with the second phase.
Yeah. Basically, every cutscene between every phase where, you know, Penguin yells at you and then powers up Grundy even harder, you can skip all of those by reloading checkpoint.
Alright, we're gonna finish him off here. Alright, that was really good Grundy fight. Just going to go rip out his heart. Batman definitely does not kill people, but we're just gonna finish him off here. That was a good fight.
Finish him off, not kill
Oh
him.
no.
Yeah. What a shame.
He came back to life somehow. He's still standing. I don't know where he's taking us here. He's trying to electrocute us.
Thought you might do that, Bob.
Yeah,
I was tempted to say better than he ever did.
yeah. Still stopping myself, but anyway.
I find it pretty funny that you can get all of the generators before he can even hit you with a shockwave.
Yeah.
That's not even like a, you know, any percent glitching really fast thing. You can just do that.
Yeah, just allows you.
Alright, and with the wreck, you can also cancel the animation of thing his heart out. But we're just gonna reload again because we can also skip another cutscene. Alright. Alright.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna use some telekinesis here.
I don't think I've seen that before. Does that skip slow-mo or is it just funny?
Yeah, it's just funny.
It is just funny.
Alright, so seems the only problem we have with making the cures, we need a bonding agent. So we're gonna go to Raish and ask him what Protocol 10 is.
And maybe
not
ask
gonna
for
go
his
for
blood.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's coming up here, so arm tap cancel. Let's see if I can get it.
I believe.
There we go.
Very nice. Yeah, normally Batman goes and, you know, fiddles about with his gauntlet. He, you know, presses some buttons on it, but you can cancel it right there like that he did.
Also skips the
Wreck
Alfred
jump.
call, and then we go back the same way did in Jammers, except we're going to go hack a panel for an upgrade that we're going to use later in the run. So we can go right here. Find ourselves with this heart on the wall and clip through.
Clean.
You get stuck.
That one can be really difficult to line up.
Yeah, and you can get stuck in a corner and you'll have to reload.
Yeah, sometimes it just refuses to work.
Right Coming up is Fiona skip. Bach, would you care to explain what that is?
Well, usually we would go to the next room normally, but this time we'll go from another side to the collapse streets. That will also lead us to the Predator room, and we'll basically skip this Predator room, hence the name Fiona skip, because there we have to save Fiona, and overall it just removes that character from the game somehow in the future. But well, what matters is that we will skip this whole Predator, talking to her. Instead, we'll go through that door on the right, we'll see another small cutscene, and then we'll still skip that next room by doing some rag jumps and some glides and some cancels to get to the place where we would see dead parents' hallucination.
Yeah, it isn't a Batman
So-
game if you don't see your dead parents. Am I right?
True. So once again, you have to, if you've gone, we call it double out of bounds. If you've gone through a door in a room that isn't properly loaded in, you will fall to the floor in the next one. You do need to reload checkpoint.
As it was in
And
Museum.
as for as for entering the streets from the other side, that's the same way we did church skip earlier, where we went out of bounds inside the church and sort of entered it the wrong way round, which meant that we were outside the interior of the church.
Jeez.
Right, we're just going to do some things here. Excuse me. We're just gonna go out of bounds real quick so they're not a problem anymore. Oh, nice.
Sick rag jump.
That can get a
Let's
little
try.
finicky sometimes.
Nice. Oh!
That's
We gonna be
eligible.
alright?
That's
Ooh!
Uh-oh.
not
be below.
eligible.
Ah.
See if I can recover from this.
I don't think that'll be possible, or if it'll be possible, it'll take like ages.
Yeah, I'm just gonna reload. Sometimes you can just that place out of bounds is a little tricky. Let's try it one more time. Yeah, let's try it one more time.
Yeah, should have much more height this time.
This one went better.
There we go. We can cancel the manhole the same way we cancel the doors, just by holding crouch as well during the inputs.
We're gonna have to do a little parkour here because the gate is closed. Normally opens when you see your dead parents, but we don't want to see our dead parents.
Yeah, we skip them because it's slow. And you said earlier, it's not a Batman game if you don't see what their parents. Now, not a lot of people know this, but if you perform their parent skip as we sort of just did, even if it is a newer, updated version of it, and we don't see our dead parents, that actually makes this a Spyro game now.
Yeah, it actually makes PG. And Percy just did, he absolutely found in the hole where you cannot get out.
Yeah, there is in fact a baby jail corner right there in that portion of the map.
Right next to Dead Parents Gate. How convenient.
The whole family's here.
Whole family tree.
Alright, this time we can go.
There we go.
Yes, that went better.
Straight onto a cutscene.
Nope.
And now we feel bad.
We feel bad that we
Right,
didn't get
so-
to see our dead parents, so...
During this
Womp
section
womp.
of the game, the only way to help Mr. Freeze make a cure for the disease that Joker has poisoned you with, that he himself is dying from, is to get a sample of Ra's al Ghul's blood. Now, he's a hard man to reach. You can't exactly schedule an appointment with him. So you are telling his daughter that you want to be his successor, which involves going through a bunch of trials, proving yourself worthy, and then at the end, killing him. Now, Batman tends to not like doing that last part, so we're going to have to see what happens here.
Bienvenido, detective. Soy el gran Ra's al Ghul.
Or that he'll perform some simple task.
La prueba.
It will simply do something simple. Simply drinks a peak of Arkham City Rising. Saying simple twice.
Yeah. The joke here is that I believe the original dialogue is your next task is simple. Simply drink from the chalice. It is that simple. I believe that's the full dialogue.
It is. The next task is simple. Simply drink.
Put that on my tombstone and smoke it.
Definitely quote.
Alright, we're gonna do a rec jump here. Hopefully not sit up. There we go. And doing that rec jump makes us invincible. As he said in the dialogue, touching anything along the way you'll die, but that's not true.
Yeah, some stuff here isn't properly solid for some reason.
And there is just a huge hole where we can go. So we would go into the portal right away.
Yeah, normally you would stand on top of each of those pillars, listen to Raish speak to you for a bit, sometimes fight some ninja apparitions, and then jump into a big pit in the sand. You can just go straight through the side here and then fall into this one.
Sometimes you get a thing here where he does not automatically glide and you drop. It's pretty fast, but pretty random.
You need to be careful there because you actually fall behind the platform, so and you don't really want to die.
Yeah.
Why would you?
Yeah.
You have to take care of control it right away.
If you're invincible and you wouldn't fall on the platform, you'll actually get soft-locked and you'll have to reload. Anyway, don't waste time.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning that if Batman falls through there not gliding and is behind the platform, the only way to save that is to manually glide. The problem is that doesn't actually work on keyboard. So if you I don't know, happen to play the game mainly on keyboard, for instance, you have to reach over to the controller on the side of your desk and hit the A button down as hard as you can to make sure you don't die.
Alright, now we proved ourselves worthy. We're gonna go talk to Raish. You have to get
Yeah, he's like, wow, I've never seen anyone glide without touching things before. My genuine question is, did Raish have to do these trials in order to inherit this role from like the guy who had it before him? How did he get through these?
Yeah, I cannot imagine a single person without a cape to do that. But well, probably there is a lore reason, funny buzzword, that it's like a dream is personal for everyone, and so Batman has this glide trial. Like for example, Alfred would have, I don't know, tea parties, and you have to get tea
Yeah,
everybody.
he has to like serve a bunch of dishes to people really quickly.
Yeah, and fight ninjas at the same time.
Alright, this is the boss fight where we skip a bunch of stuff. For instance, we have a skip coming up, or we skip 20 ninjas coming out of the ground, and we'll talk from Talia. Just going to do this. Oh.
Normally, ninjas will dodge any gadgets you try to hit them with. As part of their ninja senses, they'll drop smoke bombs and evade to the side. But if they're trying to attack you, then you can actually throw gadgets at them. So a lot of these guys have incredibly low health as well, these sort of like apparitions. And so you can actually take them out with batarangs if you're fast enough at reacting to them trying to hit you.
Right, now we are doing the thing called Tada skip. 30 right now is countering Raish slowly press triangle or Y button or whatever to counter Raish. He does it twice, then Raish just forgets that he has to become big again. He just stands there. So 30 stuns him, does a beatdown again, and that somehow triggers his second form that he would get after Tala's cutscene where she's talking to you that you should kill my father, please do that, and then you refuse, and if I have to fight 20 more ninjas, you just skip all of that by doing that skip. And And here's another skip coming up with the storage. Using the storage, we can break out of this animation. Then we just spam batarangs, and that triggers the last cutscene where we would have to throw the reverse batarang at him.
This skips Raish taking his own daughter hostage at the end of the fight. It looks pretty weird, but it saves a lot of time.
Alright, we got some of this blood. We're just gonna go back to freeze here to
zip out of it because normal way is blocked, so we must do zip here.
Yeah, something to do with not seeing undead parents, I think.
Not activating the secret door. Again, we're in the double out bound, so we had to reload.
Then can't leave this room without breaking that hole in the wall, so we're just gonna do some.
Can you not rack cancel that door, or did you just forget?
I usually don't rec cancel that door because you can get stuck on the other side.
Oh,
yeah,
you can get
it
stuck
is
on
one
the
of
other
those,
side. That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. We're just gonna go out here, and then thankfully the developers put a hole in the wall here, so we can just go right through.
Yeah, this is. Well, you're not really supposed to leave that way.
Yeah, this area is not be able to be accessible until like later part of the game.
Yeah.
But we're gonna go talk to Quincy Sharp because Mayor has been thrown in Arkham City. Very, very Gotham indeed. Alright, we're gonna go interrogate him and back to Freeze because he's our #1 priority. We do not want to die. Get that cure.
Objetivo iluminado, repito, que hemos localizado a Batman. Sin contacto visual con Batman.
I bet Freeze will be very happy to see us. He'll not start any fight.
Yeah, he's totally happy this whole entire time.
He'll not ask for anything in favor. That would escalate in some kind of fight.
Alright. It's time for us to make the cure. Oops.
Oh no!
Seems that Mr. Freeze wants his wife back, and he's pretty angry about it. And he's gonna take that anger.
For some reason, he doesn't think that Batman will rescue people unless he fights him first. Like, he doesn't know who Batman is or what he does on a day-to-day basis.
Did not hear about the guy. But yeah, it is the fight where we can use our moves only once, like every move.
Yeah, we're just
once.
gonna cheese this fight.
Anything you do, he adapts to. What's interesting is that when we got his suit earlier in the museum, he gave us the codes to disable his own gun because Penguin had been wielding it in the museum and using it to wreak havoc on the undercover police officers. And for some reason, he forgets to change the codes. So at the start of this fight, you can just run up to him and use the disruptor that he gave you earlier, and it works.
Actually, maybe he actually does change it and just adds asterisks at the end. I'm just gonna figure it out on the flight.
Well, yeah, he changes it after you use it on him because everything only works once.
Yeah.
But
it's 1, 2, 3, 4 usually, but he changed to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Alright, we got a freeze grenade gadget.
he forgot to change the password from Nora 123.
Yeah. The freeze grenade lets us leave the GCPD because he blocked it off with some ice. That's the only purpose of the gadget.
Yeah, unfortunately, I believe that Harley made it off the cure, so...
Oh no! Now we have to go to Steel Mill.
Oops.
And listen to some tunes.
It's my mistake.
Was reload
To use 2 Asylum controls.
They actually swapped the remote rank and the cryptographic signature.
Nice.
Oh.
For some
I
reason.
can actually aim at that guy. Thank you.
So catching the remote batarang there acts as a Riddler physical challenge, which is why we grabbed that trophy earlier. Because now reloading here basically allows you to skip a little cutscene in which Vicky Vale's helicopter gets shot down by the Joker.
Speaking of Vicky, we will not save her. We'll just zip away from here.
Yep. Yeah, so we've gone past her downed helicopter. We skipped saving the nurse, Fiona. Oh yeah, we skipped a lot of the undercover police officers. Actually, you know what? Maybe Freeze was right to fight us over not rescuing Nora. Maybe he thought we'd do like Nora skip later. So he's like, rescue my wife, Batman. Don't zip out of bounds, rescue her, please.
There's a magical hole in that wall, and we're just gonna go to the store because...
Save my wife.
You can very briefly enter a standing state on the zip line there, with some gadget storage shenanigans.
I just open the door that goes right at the end of the steel mill section.
Yeah, so this skips the entire second visit to the steel mill. And we end up straight in the funhouse. The reason why that door exists is because later on you can actually enter the steel mill from this room, from outside. So that door exists inside the steel mill, out of bounds, from the start of the game, pretty much.
Save my wife, Batman. Why are you going in the corner,
Your
Batman?
next task is simple. Simply save my wife. It is that simple.
Why do you pull a batarang while you're in the corner?
Now, when you manually place explosive gel, it has a much bigger radius than the quickfire gel with the little cartwheel. This makes it really useful for both stunning titans and also lining up multi-round takedowns.
Multi-ground takedowns are OP casually and glitchless because basically any guy who is on the ground, you can knock them out just using this special combo.
Alright.
Unless the batarang you throw at them clips something.
Unless
Now I know what Protocol 10 is. It's killing everyone in the city, but we're just gonna stop that right away.
there was a whole thing that Hugo will start in 10 hours, quite literally 50 minutes later.
Yeah, this
Normally
is
you would
called Protocol
scan
10
a
skip.
bunch of helicopters.
Yeah. We're just gonna skip that and go directly to Wonder Tower to stop the consequence of doing this is we don't have the Tiger codes.
Yeah, we scan the helicopters to get the code, but that's slow, and there's a way to go around it.
Alright, here we go.
And he will cancel this door and get the storage to start throwing freeze grenades. As you saw earlier, it sends him up. So he just basically goes up to the tower using freeze grenades.
Yeah, this is one of the most well-known glitches, actually, casually, due to some very old videos where people use this trick to get out of bounds. Essentially, if you're on a railing and you keep throwing freeze blasts, in a lot of instances, eventually it stops pushing you forwards along the railing and starts just pushing you upwards, and you can kind of go up forever. And so by tricking the game into thinking he's on a railing, by pulling out a gadget where the last time he used it, he was on a railing, and then throwing a bunch of freeze nades, he can start doing this. We call it freeze climbing.
If you're on YouTube for a while, you might have seen this old machinima Escape Arkham City, quite a 12-year-old video, where this glitch is showcased.
39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. Go. Glide and then grapple. And then go to the elevator shaft.
He chose this specific amount of grenades to not trigger so the top of the tower would load. If it would fall far enough, it wouldn't load.
Also, quick side note, imagine being those guys with your guns trained at the elevator and Batman just appears behind you.
Yeah.
He really is just Batman.
He is him. Quite literally. He did a reg that did
Yeah, I think I'm
not
too
well
low.
high enough to get to that this top of the tower, where there is a small predator section. And because he did this way, the AI of the enemies is not activated properly. So they basically don't see him, and they will not shoot him.
They don't see him, they don't really hear him properly.
They don't hear him
And
properly.
also they don't show up in detective mode.
They kind of don't
You
exist,
can't
but
rely
they
on that
exist. But there are 6 of them here, and you have to take all of them.
Batman está ahí.
Last one. No. Oh, here it is.
Sé que
That's
está
it.
ahí.
Now simply hack the panel to get the healer and stop Protocol 10 and win the game. I sure hope we did not forget about anyone.
Yep.
Yo, Hugo Strange, soy su sucesor. Yo he salvado a Gotham.
We forgot about Fiona.
No.
Well,
Totally.
she was the main villain.
Forget about Tala.
fine.
She's not in danger. She's not like captured by like Joker or anyone.
Bruce, ¿estás bien?
Alright, we're gonna sit through this TV thingy, so if Church, you have anything to say, now's the time.
Yeah, so just as a reminder, we do have Flame Fatales, GDQ's next All Women and Femme speedrunning event next weekend. That's August 18th through 25th. You can use !FF in Twitch chat to check out the schedule. Let us know what you're looking forward to. We've also got PAX West coming up August 30th through September 2nd. Schedule is out now. You can use !PAX in Twitch chat for more information. And GDQ Express is returning to TwitchCon September 20th through 22nd. You can use !GDQX in Twitch chat for more information. Let us know what you're looking forward to.
Alright, great. Joker right now is in the theater, so we're just gonna go to the theater real quick. And like I said before, the consequence for Church Skip will be not having the Backclaw disarm upgrade, which was very useful
Yeah.
for this encounter, but now what we're gonna do is just take them out all individually, so we can just go to the theater real quick.
Yeah, in other categories, you would glide into the middle of these guys and just backclaw all of the sniper rifles from their hands.
And we also have to do it all relatively silently, otherwise they will all get up on you and they can actually kill you even on easy with snipers.
Yeah, snipers deal a lot of damage.
Hoy es el gran estreno, Batman. ¿Por qué tardas tanto? ¡Mueve ese culito tan... I'll see you soon. Bye.
For some reason, even if they're looking at you, they go down in one batarang.
Yeah.
It is just a thing for snipers that they go down by one batarang.
Yeah, it's a strange property of this enemy type, but hey, it does make this section easier at the very least.
Alright, last two guys.
¿Tardas tanto, Batman? ¿Dónde estás, Batman?
Sometimes if you interact with the door too fast after killing everyone, it appears locked for some reason.
I still think they're in the fight and you have to finish it.
Alright, so in this fight, something we can do is called double bomb. See if he can actually jump here. And I can attempt at it. No.
Nope.
Yeah, if he jumps, you can't do it. What you're hoping is that he'll roll first.
Yeah, I was
I have 50
looking forward to jinx
chance
it.
of even trying for it.
It's 50-50, but it's never a 50-50.
It's also frame perfect, isn't it?
It is.
Yes.
Essentially, if you manually detonate a bomb with explosive gel at the same time as Clayface rolls into it,
Estar matando a Batman.
you can
¿Os acordáis?
get him to take twice as much damage.
Deberías estar jugando. ¿Qué diablos estás haciendo, Batman?
Alright, phase 2 of the
Same
fight.
thing.
I actually skipped one of the. Where he does like a move on you. Was actually in the first phase where he basically I threw a freeze grenade while his move was playing, so that skipped that whole entire move.
Yeah. His usual moveset is he's doing 2 attacks and then does either roll or jam on you. And if you just interrupt his first move, the phase, he will not do it in the second phase.
Yeah, so the sword stuck in him here is actually Talia's sword, who yeah, she's not doing great.
Yeah, she's on vacation.
It's not fun. She left.
Yeah,
that's always that. And might not come back.
She went to go hang out with Fiona.
Yeah. Might not come back. Who knows?
Alright, bunch of bombs on the floor. And we're magically in the Raish hideout again for some reason.
That means the defeater is located right above the ladder pit. Where Joker can become immortal, that's bad.
Yeah, we're not gonna allow that to happen, so.
There are these phases where you need to take out this clay dude first, and then Clayface will appear, and you have to throw freeze grenade at him. Usually, casually wise, he popped up 4 times, but because we also threw a couple of freeze grenades before the whole fight, we can actually try to skip the 4th phase. Or well, cycles, it's fair to say. Good spawn to the last one. And 1 grenade away. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 grenades away.
There we go. We got him. Oh, so close.
Keep the cycle. Time's coming up.
Time's coming up right. No, time. Okay. Well, that was a pretty good run. At least we got sub 1. I actually did mess up half of the stuff in the run, but yeah.
Sub 59.
It's time. Yeah.
GG.
GG indeed. If you guys liked the speedrun or actually want to try it for yourself, you can go to speedrun.com/Arkham City, and there's a bunch of guides there. There's also a Discord. We have Discord, personal Discord, and we have a wonderful community. You can ask us a ton of questions and whatever you want. Fuck, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I said everything I said yesterday. You join the Discord, follow 30, follow me, follow SPF, follow whoever you want in that community. And just in case all of that was a dream, you're actually on the Spyro block. When you'll see the countdown on screen, you'll immediately wake up. And you'll continue watching Spyro as you were watching Spyro before. SPF?
Yeah, if you enjoyed this, your next task is simple. Simply stay up to date on GDQ actions. And yeah, it is that simple. No, for real though, thank you all for inviting me. I hope everyone watching had fun. As 30 said, if you wish to learn the run at all, we have a great community. You can always come down, say hello. We're happy to help. Other than that, yeah, thank you very much for giving me the honor. And I will see anyone here when I see them next. Take care, everyone.
3, 2, 1, wake up.
Just want to say a big shout out to all 3 of you for being on, for showcasing and talking about the run. Really appreciate you being here. Like Fox said, definitely give all of these 3 a follow. They all deserve it. And yeah, we've got Spyro 3 coming up next. So we're going to take a quick break, and y'all will wake up to the rest of Spyro. See you in a few minutes. Spyro games, We are here with Spyro Year of the Dragon. Before we get into it, just a quick reminder. We do have an official GDQ Discord, so you can go there, you can add the hotfix role, and then you can keep up to date on upcoming events, talk with staff and showrunners, and more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for more information. With that said, I'll hand it over to our runner commentary, let everybody introduce themselves.
Game for like 8 years or something like that. I'm going to be hopefully giving it a good showcase today. Joined here with Nerf.
Yep. I'm Nerf, and I've been running a little bit longer than Vanny, but unfortunately not as good.
For now.
For now, yep.
Yeah, do you want to talk a little bit about the game before we start, or do you just want to hop right into it?
Hop right in.
All right, whenever you're ready, if you just want to give a quick countdown.
Cool. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so right off the bat, we're not going to do any sort of introduction to the game. We're going to talk about the fact this is a PlayStation 1 game. We're playing on PlayStation 2. Now, what happened here is my game just crashed. So we play on PlayStation 2 because it has a setting called fast disk speed, which speeds up loads for PS1 games. It sometimes causes issues, as in this case, we got a cutscene crash. There are a handful of them that have a risk, that one being the most common. Luckily, all we have to do is open our disk tray and close the disk tray. We're good. Carrying on here.
Yeah, for the longest time, we actually did not allow FDS to be used for Spyro 3 because we didn't know how to get past that, but eventually someone found a way. As it's not exactly the best compromise, but it's a way to do it, so it's allowed now.
It's already a long category, so any way to cut it down is kind of nice.
Yeah, this category is twice as long as the next longest Spyro category, at least in the OG trilogy. And so right off the bat, you're getting flame charges, which is a nice initial proxy there. Flame charges are a pretty simple mechanic, but it's pretty core to the run. When you charge through a basket, you're supposed to have the gem home into you, as opposed to having it just like flop up in the air and you grab it yourself. But you don't necessarily have to charge through the basket, as long as you're close enough. As long as you flame it and reinitiate a charge, you can get the charging state and have the gem home in, and that'll be used like pretty much non-stop throughout the run.
The one thing you saw right off the bat there with a proxy, there are quite a few that I'm going to go for. They're not as big of a deal in this category as, say, 100 egg or any %, or some of the other Spyro 2 categories, of course. But they do cause sometimes some significant route changes, sometimes some minor route changes. In this case, it was a minor one. Probably a little bit more touched on later. We're actually going to go... One thing about this game is you play as multiple characters, and some of them are trapped. And when they're trapped, their doors aren't open. But luckily, a handful of them, the ones that matter, we can skip straight into. This is actually Sheila, the first side character we'll unlock. She's a kangaroo, she jumps, and she can jump high. That's about it.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot going on movement tech-wise with Sheila. It's very straightforward. You pretty much get what you see. Can't sprint, can't run. All she does is double jump and high jump, so she can get to very high places. Other than that, it's just walking around everywhere, kicking things to death.
You can do some jump cancels. If you saw, I did a few super jumps like this one. If you kick while jumping up, you'll actually cut your height early, and that's helpful in a few spots. Other than that, she's not too dense mechanically.
Yeah, you can actually get a high jump through a cancelled jump, but it's not super consistent. You just sort of get a rough timing and go for it. I don't know if anyone really understands how it works perfectly, but
yeah, there's only 2 of them that matter. The second one coming up right shortly. I already missed the first one. Not a big deal. Yeah, so right here, I'll try it again. No. Just reinitiate the super jump and you're good to go.
Yeah, it's a very small time save.
It's always cool when it happens, though. Feels good.
Oh, yeah, probably worth noting, you sort of go through a lot of stuff very quickly in the first level. Like, pretty much every form of glitch that can happen in the run just happens in the first level. So you get things thrown at you pretty fast.
We'll cover.
You're not even supposed to be in here yet. Yeah, it's supposed to be like a revisit type of thing, where you have to play that character's main level before you can access it in side levels, but the portal bleeds out a little bit, so he's able to jump to that and get in there early.
Speaking of mechanics, we have a flop here. I'll hopefully get a little off. I didn't quite make it up there. Instead, I'll use a different mechanic, a spin jump. So we'll see more of those in the coming hours.
Yeah, flopping is basically when you just charge jump up at something and then let go of charge before you would make contact with, the wall that you're trying to get over. And you basically go into a falling state, but because you still have upwards momentum, it just allows you to carry that momentum over like a gap that you normally otherwise wouldn't be able to. It's surprisingly useful, actually, throughout the games.
We've got Hunter here in his snazzy pants because we're skateboarding. This is the first of 4 skateboarding side areas we're going to be going through. This one was a little bit frustrating, casually, and even as a speedrunner. You got to chase around these lizards, and they react to where you are unless they're dangling from a balloon like that one. And they can do some messy things. They'll bamboozle you here and there. And a common theme in this game, and even the second game with minigames, is when you do a minigame, you're probably going to do it a second time and it's going to be harder. So right now, this is the easy version of the pass, and once I get all the lizards, I'll teleport back, get an egg, and I'll have to get all the lizards in a certain amount of time and without crashing. Crashing is the hard part. Not crashing is the hard part, I should say. Crashing is pretty easy.
Yes, sometimes crashing can be a little unfair as well. Like you just get clipped by a ledge or whatever, and you'd think you'd make it, but you get to restart the whole challenge. Just completely out of nowhere. Also, this is a PlayStation 1 game, so Tony Hawk was all the craze back then, so that's why this is in here.
Spro Skater. Yeah, 3 minutes here is plenty of time. I'd say even casually. This is a little bit of a tricky part. You kind of brush up against that wall. It looks like you're going to crash, but...
Yes, somehow by jumping there, you just don't crash into the wall.
Yeah, you have to jump kind of later than you would really think. There's also some nuance to this. I try to jump up ledges that go up, not lose speed. And along with that, I can do a little bit of bunny hopping to maintain some speed. I gotta be careful of a few spots, not to get too much speed. And then the last little cool nit thing is I can actually manipulate this guy backwards, like so. Saves a little bit of time. Whoa! That was a fairly solid section.
There's a cool subtle thing there where if you press triangle, you get like free movement, I guess, while you're in the air. You can use those to do tricks and get points like later on in the different challenges, but if you just let go, you'll end up like realigning, going forward in whichever way you stop moving. So instead of doing those really long forced animation to get some of the balloon blizzards, you just start a trick, use it to angle differently, flame, and then just go back into your normal movement. Right, that's already one level down. This will be like a jump used prominently in any percent. That is used to skip basically the entire level. Nice, first try. Please clap.
It's a bit of a nerve-wracking jump. It's easy to just lose a bunch of time. And there's an alternative strat. It loses, actually don't know how much. It's not much in 117% because of those 2 gems we need to get. You can kind of go around and enter the portal from actually backwards, since you're going there anyways.
Yeah, the exact same premise as Sheila in the previous level. If if you just fly around the backside, the portal is bleeding out once again. You can just enter from behind. It's actually faster in 100 egg to do that, but that's not really relevant here.
This is Sun Seeds. These guys need to get to a big pool where they can become a big sun. Oh, that's not good. This is the trickiest one. You've got a little bit of stretched movement because they're on a timer. You can see they can kind of just disappear. We're going to push it to our limits right here with this final one. Cool.
Yeah, those guys don't stay hot for very long, so you have to keep flaming them so they can make it apart.
And like we said before, we're actually at the end of the level. We're going to get the end of level egg right here.
The Rhinox must
Skip a little bit of a cutscene there. There's an alternative strat. It's a little bit risky because you can actually lock up the game. It saves like 2 seconds at most. So,
It's wondering if you're going to go for that.
Staying away from it, just to be safe. Not worth it.
Soft lock the game for 2 seconds. Seems worth it, man.
Speedrunner things. So we've got bell towers, ghastlies, you'll also often hear them called. This is kind of a cool little movement section. We've just got to go through and get rid of all these ghosts. There's going to be a little bit of a manipulation at the end here. So right when I get the last guy, the cutscene's going to play. I'm going to let it play out a little bit longer than I would normally. But watch Spyro right now. You see that 1 gem hone in. So by delaying the cutscene and getting the ghost pretty late, I'm actually able to get that 1 gem saves a bit of time. And then the movement is very specific. It lines that thief up, so all I have to do is just run off the edge and flame him.
Yeah, 1 gem thing's pretty cool. I don't think that was in the route last time I checked.
No, it was a recent thing by Lulu, called it Cutscene Enjoyer.
Nice.
A cool little manipulation here. By jumping and then pausing right after, we're actually able to gain control of Spyro earlier as he's falling out of the side area, which lets us get up to here early. It's a significant little sequence break. Gets money bags as well.
Yeah, entering and leaving side areas actually carries momentum, strangely enough. So yeah, just by jumping before you leave the side area there, it allows you to fall slower, which lets you glide up to that thing, which is a little bit of a sequence break. You will actually get to see the intended path up there, although not the entire thing, pretty shortly.
I don't know why they keep putting stairs in the Dragon games, but 3 of them in and we haven't learned anything.
The stairs are actually probably the hardest thing to traverse in Spyro. A lot of jump charge over and over again.
We don't really have many magic stairs, which is where you kind of like majestically glide upstairs in Spyro 3. That's kind of more of like a Spyro 1 thing, unfortunately.
Sometimes if you line it up well enough, you just hold square and X and you just fly up the stairs. Perfect succession. Oh yeah, it might not be touched on otherwise, but the gems are supposed to be paying a guy called Moneybags, but with any luck, we wouldn't have to pay him a single time throughout the whole run, which will lead to a funny moment right at the end of the game.
The reason why that's brought up is we're going to be going for a trick that skips Moneybags, and we're actually going to free Sheila without paying him.
Yeah, there was actually a Moneybags in the previous level, but we just didn't even get to see him. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Man, where do you even start with that? I think it starts with a... So he lands on the Superfly power-up to get a little bounce off it, and he immediately turns around and like aims himself upwards, holds square and X, and it's called a Superfly jump. I'm not sure on the actual technical mechanics of it, but it basically allows you to just jump really high in the air. Because normally if you fly out of that hole, you just turn around and fly out, the game will just remove your Superfly from you. So you have to conserve it with that Superfly jump.
Thanks again.
And then swim in air. The water in the game is just a layer. It's not actually a 3D plane. So as long as you go through the trigger, if you don't end up landing in the intended body of, quote, water, you can just swim anywhere you want. And that allowed Vanny to fly into this level, which you didn't have to pay for because all levels that aren't accessible are stored directly underneath where they would be, like in the overall game world.
You might have noticed right before I entered the portal, there's like a little bit of like a mustache, kind of the outline of the portal. Most have some sort of mustache or outline to them, at least visible from one side. Although a few of them I think are completely invisible.
Yeah, not all of them have an indicator. That one is quite generous.
So luckily with this method, the thing that technically frees Sheila is completion of her level, not paying money bags. That works to our benefit because obviously when you normally pay money bags, there's a cutscene. Usually the side character kind of gets to attack money bags as like payback, and that it's kind of slow.
Hey, Sheila.
And quick little kind of outline for what we're going for. The main levels in each homeworld, we have to get to the end of the level in a normal setting and get the end of level egg, which will bring back one of the characters to work on a vehicle that will then take us to the next homeworld. And so we're going to take one of these goats back with us, and he's going to work on the balloon. First, we have to raid a village. A little bit of a heavy randomization with how these guys move and how they spawn. This was okay. I usually don't like to have to clean up at this point.
Yeah, usually it's nice to just have all those guys dead and then worry about the gems on their own. In the shorter category specifically, you want all those guys dead as quickly as possible because that's the trigger for this ability to move to the end.
Yeah, you have to manage a lot of gem collection with the normal requirements of the game.
So this level's definitely on the shorter side of what's in store for this category. About 3 minutes when the average level time is probably 6 or so, maybe more. So a nice little thing is that your gem counter in the top left is your overall counter. So it should be fairly consistent as long as you're doing the same thing throughout the whole run. And if Andy's missed a gem, he'll know because that number will be wrong at certain points that he's arbitrarily remembered.
Sometimes they're on purpose. There are a handful that are like, okay, I need to know how many I have left or how many I have if I've gotten everything before I exit an area. Some of them you kind of just accidentally pick up. Like you'll just kind of glance up at there out of habit, and one day you just like, oh, yeah, I've got the right gem count. A good mix of those.
Yeah, I always struggle to get into the habit of like manually remembering gem counts. They're definitely very useful. In this game, when you have all the gems, it'll actually take like a second or two for the level complete screen to show up, as opposed to Spyro 2, where it's completely instant. So, oh, okay. Another nice little proxy that was very close. You clipped the tree and fell down a bit, but it was still fine. This is another area that you're supposed to pay for, but once again, not a bleeding one, but he straight up just went out of bounds and went in from behind with the ball proxy there.
Yeah, this is the...
Nope, that proxy...
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, this is the Thieves' Den. It's got some really cool movement to it. You saw I manipulated that first thief backwards, and then I did what's called a flame charge jump, which is literally a flame, a charge, and then a jump to angle my my flame breath upwards. And I just barely hit him. He's sitting at the top of the ledge there. And then we activate the supercharge platform, and I chase after the second one. Now we have a cool little sequence where I just kind of clean up everything in here.
Yeah, Spyro's flame for the most part is physically attached to his head. It's not until like the very end of the flame where it sort of, spreads out and does its own thing. So as long as it's attached to your body, you can control where you angle it. It's quite nice, actually. It's quite useful.
Coming up here, we have another little sequence break. This is going to be our second side character, Sergeant Bird. Similar to the other ones, his portal bleeds up, and so we enter early. You normally free him in the second homeworld.
Yeah, there's a running theme in Spyro 3 where you get a teaser for the next homeworld side character in one particular mission that you intended to backtrack for, but every single backtrack can be skipped.
Sergeant Bird is probably my second favorite character to play as. A lot of people find him frustrating, and I completely understand that. He's very difficult to move. One thing I liked coming to speedrunning is casually I just moved him around, and he would fly around very slowly. But he has the option to use strafing. If you hold R1 or L1, you go strafe right or left. But if you hold both at the same time, you can actually like freely move him around as you're seeing me do, but you're moving quickly. So he kind of actually zooms for a little bird.
Yeah, it's basically straight speed with all the upsides of just normal control. Yeah, I totally understand what Benny's saying. The day you start enjoying playing a Sergeant Bird is the day you become a good runner.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got frustrating missiles you've kind of seen. They have auto assist or aim assist. And that can get a little bit frustrating dealing with that. So.
Yeah, air quotes aim assist because it likes to home in and then give up sometimes.
That's kind of
like it'll act like it's going towards it and then just veer off into the distance.
Kind of similar with
very frustrating
Spyro's
sometimes.
Fireball as well. Sometimes.
Oh, and certain mini games. Gotcha. I don't remember Spyro 2 Fireballs homing.
Yeah, maybe it's just the interaction with UFOs later on. That might be probably it.
Yeah.
More than anything.
Yeah, I think so.
I picked up a key. There are a couple things that are routed in. Certain levels have chests like this with a key later in the level. There's also, you'll see later, mystery jars. So there's a good reason why certain levels are routed the way they are. Going backwards, going front to backward, so on and so forth.
Yeah, another running theme in Spyro 3 is that a lot of the levels are donut-shaped, and they incentivize backtracking by putting, collectibles that you need to unlock earlier in the stage right at the end. So it's usually going to be in a favor to just skip straight to the end of the level most of the time, grab something and then head back to the start.
Yeah, a little bit of a use of camera manipulation on some of the enemies. I can prevent them from charging at me, like that boar. That'll be coming up in a boss, as well as like a handful of other enemies in this game as well. Bit of awkward movement here. Not quite ideal, but it worked out. Maybe not. There we go.
Yeah, the gems are not very spread very favorably here. And Sparks' behavior also changes slightly when you're underwater, so you sort of have to do a lot of stop-starting movement there.
This is our first speedway. Familiar with flight levels or speedways from the prior games. We take this a step further. I'm actually gonna quiet up here, I think.
Yep. This race is 3 laps. All the races are going to be 3 laps, but this one is pretty much the only one that really you can fail on, I would say. The ring's hitboxes are bigger than they appear, so he's just going to try and get them with right on the edge, essentially. So it looks like he's going to miss pretty much all of them, but it's all calculated. However, because supercharging is a lot faster than flying in this level, it can be a bit hard to control sometimes. So when you're trying to push the rings as much as possible while supercharging, it's a lot of danger. Yeah, it's just the same thing over and over again. 3 laps, do the same thing all 3 laps.
This one's luckily the shortest, but it is by far the most nerve-wracking in my opinion. So close to the water, which will just instantly end it. You have to start all over. If you miss a ring, there's no turning around. You just start over.
Yep. Very common reset point early on. And it's supposed to be a race as well against AI, but the AI are not nearly as good as Vanny, understandably. He's probably played the game more than they have.
Probably for the best, honestly.
So he's looking like a 131. It's not too bad. I think the best you can really get is like 129 these days.
Generally try to play it safer, of course, because it's just so punishing in a resetless setting. So now we have the core, piece. In Spyro 1, there was just this time trial part where you go through and you get rid of a bunch of, 4 sets of obstacles. The second game added on a hunter challenge, which we also have. I'll get that last in each one. And then this game is the one that adds the races. So this one's not too special, aside from the ending point. The butterflies that we're going to be dealing with there's some fun movement. It's tricky. Also, it's a little tricky too. Unfortunate.
Yeah, try to do a little bit of fast rat there. Just riding up the wall, which sends you into a jump. Just trying to catch that guy without having to glide, because gliding is very slow.
Very easy to overshoot that or undershoot that.
Yep. A small little thing there. You can quit the challenge by pausing and giving up as soon as you've finished gathering all 32 collectibles. That will win the challenge immediately, but since we want 100%, he has to wait for the gem to home in. And as soon as the gem homes in, you can give up and go to the next challenge.
Whoa!
Alright, here's Hunter. It's going to be very fast. Oh, unfortunately missed one. That one's very finicky.
Yeah, if you're going to miss one, it's going to be one of the first two.
It's really unfortunate. This challenge is really fun when it goes perfectly.
There's a bit of lag in the beginning too that doesn't help your case, so you kind of have to fight that sometimes.
Yeah, true. And yeah, it's routed specifically to end on Hunter in every speedway because you get the egg from Hunter as opposed to Sparks. And on the version Vanny's playing, which is the original release 1.0, you can just pause and exit before Sparks talks to you again, which saves a couple of seconds. I guess, obviously, in contrast, the second release, Greatest Hits, I believe, 1.1, you cannot do that. So this version is slightly better for 117. I mean, it is a significant amount of time, but given that the category is 3 hours, it doesn't feel as much as it would, like a shorter category.
Coming up, we're actually going to be getting gems through the wall right here. Those two. For whatever reason, you just ram your head up against the little plane there, and Sparks will do the rest. Take care of you. It saves a bit of a detour in this room. So.
Unfortunately, that submarine is not yellow.
So these seashell enemies are kind of interesting. As you saw, I jumped into them. There's no clean charging through them. Oops. Instead, you bonk on them, and you actually recover faster if you jump into the bonk. So the higher up you are, the faster you recover. You're going to see me making use of that here, as well as I think at least one more enemy later on in the run.
Shout out to someone we know who ran Spyro for 5 years without knowing that.
Yep. Done a lot of work for the game as well, a lot of routing.
Good man, good man.
So I went for a proxy there. With how what I just explained, how you bonk, there's a very predictable way to manipulate those guys. You proxy off of their animation, saves you from coming up here, or it gets you earlier up there. Saves a little bit of time. It's not actually a difficult proxy compared to some of the other ones, but it's very easy to mess up. I needed to charge a little bit more before I jumped as well.
Yeah, the proxy animation from those guys is only useful to us for the most part while they're breaking out of the shell. So you basically have a second to go for it, otherwise you'll miss your chance.
Yeah, they have this weird period of invincibility when they come out, and that's what we take advantage of. As you saw, actually, that guy, he left a gem because I failed the proxy, so I was a little bit late. I accidentally killed him instead.
So I don't know if we explained it properly, but a proxy is essentially just getting stuck inside a hitbox, and then the game doesn't want us in there, so it kicks us out. And we try to manipulate that momentum into going to places we're not supposed to. This is Sandcastle, very exciting.
It's
contrary to popular belief, you only need to kill all the turrets, you can actually ignore the sand. And it's a little scary because you can crash the game, although it is much less likely in 1.17 because you're picking up all the gems, so you're removing a lot of clutter on screen.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sometimes you'll kick some of those shovel enemies, and they won't have any death animation. They'll just disappear into the void. So kind of just a consequence of like how much the game is kind of trying to handle at that moment.
Yep, Sheila being a good citizen, helping those guys blow up the Rhinox stronghold.
And one of them stays behind and gets, blown up as well, and he's completely fine. Gotta study that guy.
It sounded like he had a good time.
So I'm on green sparks, which I don't like, but luckily the way this level is routed, there's going to be this free skill point that I'm actually going to pick up, and that's going to give me an extra life and refill sparks, which is my HP. I'm not sure if we explained that. There's going to be a little bit of a mini boss coming up, and I'm going to take some intentional damage to just speed it up. So it's very convenient that that's kind of just floating around there.
We had a dragon.
Yeah, health is restored by killing the animals. I'm sure GDQ is very fond of that. But a skill point will always give you an extra life, which is a full health restore. It's quite nice.
Right here's a tunnel. There's one other tunnel in the game. It seems kind of split on which one people think is harder. I've always found this one to be harder because you have to be more precise. Whereas with the other one, you don't have to hit every enemy. You kind of just get lucky. We talked about momentum getting stored between side areas. This is another instance. I charged before and I got a little bit further out when I left that side area.
Yep, just a very small optimization. Alright, is this the first vehicle level, right? Or I guess you can count skateboarding. But yeah, we want to kill Bluto here. A Popeye reference, I believe. But we need to gather a bunch of ammo crates because you don't start off with enough to be able to kill him. But you don't want to lose time just getting all the ammo you need and then killing him. So you want to shoot him while you're moving to the next ammo boxes, and you'll keep moving in the direction that you want, as long as you don't boost in the opposite direction. So sort of just like drift along, boost, shoot, boost, shoot, boost, shoot. A little bit trickier than it looks, but not too bad.
It's very easy to go sparkless or just like lose a bunch of time. If you get some other like animations mixed in, that can just waste your time.
Oh yes, that's a good point. If you want to do this challenge in a specific way so that you end up with health, because if you don't have any health, you don't have sparks, and sparks is actually picking up all the gems for you. And when you don't have sparks, it's very noticeable and very slow without them.
I would have either had to die to get him back, or I'd have to walk over all these gems. So.
Yep. And the first boss is coming up after this as well, so it's also a little bit scary to have no health on.
He's the cutest boss too, hands down. We freed the seals, and this actually takes us to the beginning of the level. And we're luckily clear, all good. And we'll get teleported over to that balloon I was talking about. And they finally fixed it now that everybody's kind of in there. And we'll get on to the first boss.
Yeah, the general story is that you have to free all the main levels from their troubles. And then once you do that, the end of level NPC will appear in the homeworld and contribute a piece of a vehicle that'll take you to the next homeworld. And once you do all 5, then you can fight the boss and go to the next homeworld. This boss is kind of tough casually, but in the speedrun, it's a joke, honestly. Like, you don't let him do anything. Basically, set him up to bring him to the edge here. Make him stop. Oh, that was not. He's supposed to go in straight away, but... Oh well, a little bit slow, but it's not a big deal.
I got greedy on my angle. You kind of want to hit him closer to Sheila, because she has less time to walk.
Yeah, and so you stand right on the edge, and Buzz will attempt to go to you, but he is programmed to come to a complete stop if he reaches the edge. So he simply will not attack you. And for every hit past the first one, he's supposed to have like a ring of fire around him as well, but by turning the camera away and not looking at him, he also doesn't do that. So essentially, he just doesn't get to play the game. And that's it. Very easy.
There's a cool little manipulation with the camera there. If you kind of angle it the right way, sometimes that cutscene of him dying will just get flipped upside down. I'm not very good at getting it, but I don't know if anybody really is. So.
Yeah, Vanny's determined to miss every little thing this run.
Hey, I got the proxies. I skipped money bags. We're good.
True. That is all that matters.
Spyro.
This is a
nice little thing here.
This is our first Sparks level.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sparks gets his own little showtime here. It's kind of a top-down little shooter, and a common theme is we're gonna go out of bounds in every single one. Going up top. It's pretty free. Just skip this entire tutorial. I don't actually even know how much time it takes normally. We've just been skipping it for
a long time.
Yeah, we've been skipping it all this time. So
yeah, that has been on the route ever since I can remember, like 2013.
Yeah, he has different power-ups that are these butterflies, the colored ones. So I got the green one, which is the best one, aside from maybe like invincibility. So for whatever reason, the power-ups in this game, both Sparks levels and a couple other relevant spots, maybe just one other, they all deal the same amount of damage, but they have different like ammunition numbers. So you can see I started with 300, and I can just sit here and rapid fire spam it. There are other ones that have like 9, and you like barely shoot fast at all, and still do the same amount of damage. So it's very pointless to get those other ones. So we want to make sure we get this green one every time and try to ration it in certain levels.
Yeah, pretty much everything except the green power-up is not good.
Can I just say that the thing that annoyed me the most about the Sparks levels is that the gems do not home in.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because this level is actually really big. It's just that it looks kind of small from above. But if you look at it in first person with like a hack or something, you can see all the gems just like pop up into the air, and you can only grab them once they land down again, it's just kind of hard to see from above. Also, I'd say this is pretty much one of two things I thought in the remaster that was actually like objectively better. This and Agent 9, I think, were like very well done in the remaster. Can't say for much else though. It's part 3 at least.
So that was the boss. As you can see with that power-up, I actually melted him. He's one of the longer bosses that lives, but we see one attack from him. We skip all 3 phases. You might have seen he kind of had different attacks from him, but he just melted. He's gone.
Yep, that's exactly why I won that power-up. It just obliterates the bosses.
And a nice little bonus from doing the Sparks levels is Sparks gets a little bit of magic. He gets a power-up. So he has actually from that first one increased range that he can go and grab gems for you, which is quick for us. So very helpful.
Yeah, in the second game, you can hold down L3 and R3, which is the analog sticks, and wait, no, that's remastered. It's all the shoulder buttons in Spyro 2, and that will make Sparks point to like the nearest gem. That is actually removed in this game and given to you as the second power-up in the Sparks level, for whatever reason.
Casually a nightmare. As a speedrunner, it's kind of nice we get the range first.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically just a safety in this, just in case you are worried that you missed something before you leave.
So that right there was Bridge Swim. It's a kind of a fancy little swim and air we go for. Very common in the second and third Sparks games. Spyro games, excuse me. We're going to use that to go into Sergeant Bird's level. similar to how we did Sheila's, and skip money bags completely. Do a little bit of cleanup here, some gems on the way. This one you won't be able to see. You kind of have to know where it is.
Nice. You got that easier than the other one. You know if you've done that well if you can enter the level with the fireball power-up still remaining.
This is casually, or speedrunningly, and maybe casually too, one of the most punishing levels and worst levels to run. This is a large reason why people kind of hate Bird, is it's very easy to just miss gems in this level. The way we kind of route things is we'll oftentimes just fire at things and get their gems later. And if you're not really paying attention, it's kind of easy to just forget something, or sometimes they'll fall inconsistently and it'll be a little bit annoying.
Yeah, this is another level where you're incentivized to go to the end of the level, grab something, and take it back to the start. But there's no proxies or out of bounds in this level, so just have to deal with it.
This is especially one you don't want to miss gems in, because you actually kind of have to play through the entire level like I'm playing through it right now. There's no skipping at all. So you get really punished if you ever have to come back in when you've got Sparks Finder later.
Yeah, re-entering the level, none of the doors are opened. It's all basically as if you were coming in for the first time.
Yeah, these bombs are the things we kind of need to take back earlier in the level, but for now we have to clean up this final little area, which is very vertical for a Spyro level, because obviously it's not Spyro, it's Sergeant Bird, who can fly everywhere.
Yep. All right, we'll see where this gem lands. This gem can land in like 4 different places.
It might be an issue,
it's a big,
but it should be okay.
All right, so it already fell down, so that's annoying. Ideally, it just doesn't, but, you know, it's not super common. Yeah, this level's a pretty big knowledge check, I would say.
It's literally accounting. It's just making sure your numbers all go in where they're supposed to go. Remember where everything is.
That's a good way to put it. So, shoutouts to Yes-Way1, I believe, who I was the one who found out about you can just hug the roof of this thing and fly through all the lava. Or fly through all the flames, sorry.
Not that one. I was too far right, I think, actually. A little sloppy.
Only opting to go through that backwards. He's a man of steel.
So there's that gem that we were talking about. Luckily picked it up.
Yeah, that's like the second best spot. It's going to be in a place where you were planning to go anyway. The worst is when it drops like halfway down the cliff. You know, it's a bit awkward to grab. So nice little sequence there. Benny intentionally left one of those enemies alive, because that is the trigger for the end of level NPC to move into position. And so you just killed them while cleaning up some gems, and then you got a free teleport back to where you wanted to go anyway.
If anybody noticed, there was a 5 gem I picked up from like kind of right behind me. That one happened to just fall. There's a little bit of RNG to gems that pop out of baskets or strong chests or anything like that. And some of them, notably actually this 10 gem I'm about to get, can fall on the ground from like the normal ledge they should be on, and it can really throw people off if they're not prepared for it, and just absolutely be punishing.
Yeah, sometimes you can land in the lava as well, which is even worse.
Well, gem count's looking good though.
Yep. You end this challenge through a secret tunnel. And freeing the last hummingbird. Nice, 500 out of 500. That's exactly what we want to see. If you're worried that you did miss a gem, you can intentionally grab all the gems in that room before getting the egg. That way you have you can let the little message pop up before you actually get the egg and not waste any time. Otherwise you'll just have to sit there for like 5 seconds waiting for it to come up afterwards. I hope you get a quick thief kill here. Nice.
That guy can waste your time a lot. He just runs around this little path here, but like he's got a very like hairline trigger. He'll just instantly turn around if you go too far in front of him or something.
Yeah, the AI is quite annoying. They will turn around and laugh at you the second you try to cut them off. They're very infamous casually, but luckily there's a setup for pretty much all of them.
This is spooky. I'm going to go for a nice sequence break through a proxy first. If that doesn't work, I have a nice backup.
Let's see if he gets it right here. Cool. Very nice. That saves about like 7 seconds, I think, for my rough timing. Yeah, you just use that to go straight into sick gear. Same sort of deal. Portal bleeds a little bit lower than it looks. Normally you have to flame a bunch of like lamps throughout the level, candles, whatever they're called. It's very slow because they all have a cutscene, I think. Or no, there's a cutscene at the end of them. Either way, it's very slow. But once you do this, you know, the doors just open for you, so it makes it completely pointless. Yeah, this boss is kind of annoying because he throws the bomb at you, but it's like slightly misaligned. So you have to jump just to the left, like a couple pixels to the left, just to get it to a line. And alright, Vanity opts to not go for a strat there. That could potentially have soft locked. It's not super difficult, but I guess the risk isn't really worth it.
It's like a second. And you would just have to, I think, come out of the level and go back in, and you can get the egg again. The egg literally just becomes ungettable.
Yeah, you'd have to fight that boss again. It's very slow.
So this right here is probably play this game, you're familiar with this, bane of a lot of our existences, even as speedrunners. Blind guys.
Got stuck to the floor for a second there. That was very slow.
Classic.
Yeah, this challenge is really hard casually because it's just a knowledge check again. You pretty much have to go through this trial and error, remembering which ones you have to get and which ones you don't. But if you actually memorize it all in a speedrun setting, it just turns into an auto-scroller. It's a difficult auto-scroller. It's not very easy to get all the gems like during the challenge, but it is doable.
Your camera works against you, as you can see when I enter these little caves. And then every now and then you'll have a bad head bash and won't break one of these head bash crates. I guess it's a butt smash for Sheila, but it's head bash for Spyro.
Yeah, so he doesn't have time to grab everything, but there will be 2 passes for this. So he's just setting up a couple crate breaks for the next one. Nice, that's pretty much perfect.
One egg.
One notable thing about this level is everybody speaks in haikus. Kind of funny. It's a nice little quirk.
Even moneybags.
Even moneybags.
Not like we'll see him. This level is actually... The moneybags in it is so bad that I'm pretty sure I skipped it as a kid and didn't even realize. He has a door that is supposed to let you go to the end of level, but there's a very obvious sort of pathway to the end of level just by jumping over a little bit of water. It almost looks intended, honestly. I'm really curious what the thought process was behind that. Unfortunately, I don't think you'll be able to see it in 117, but you would in the other categories.
A little payback for everybody who struggled with that as a kid.
Yep. This is another thing where if you get all the gems, you can just leave here, like right now. Otherwise, he will talk to you again. Just be like, "Wow, that hurt." I can't remember what he says.
Something about the eggs being free. Sheila's my friend or something.
Yeah, this is Thelonious Glitch, a classic. Just talk to the NPC while looking away from him, and then the egg will spawn onto you for some reason. It doesn't do anything, but it gives you a nice camera, I guess. That's a lamp that you're supposed to flame against Sleepyhead, but not needed now.
We've got another key and chest in here. Key's kind of hidden up in these trees. That's why we're up here. Well, I guess there's other stuff too, huh? I got chump jumped.
Oh.
So there's...
Yeah, so that is a stutter jump, which is a brand new addition to Spyro 3. Because the devs were not very happy about people skipping their levels. And so if you jump too close to an edge, it'll cut your jump height in half pretty much. Which is awful. Like, you can't make any jump with that, essentially.
Yeah, that's a really bad spot for it as well to happen. But it's not uncommon.
Yeah, the joke's on them. You can still do pretty much every unintended jump, regardless.
Yeah, just some nice cleanup here at the end. And we're basically going to finish right where we proxied.
That was nice. This level's very mean, where if you land on the water, there's piranhas, and they will constantly just nibble at you until you die, and the ledges to get back up are extremely hard for no reason at all. So if you get stuck in there, you will most likely die, because you just can't get out, unless you are very familiar with the mechanics or just get lucky. Yeah, no idea what they were thinking with that one.
One notable thing is I'm playing with a memory card. We brought up how this game's a little bit unstable and can crash, but it's like a controlled crash. There are some other levels that have a bit of a tendency to crash depending on how you play them. And so I'm running on a memory card just to be safe. That does add a little bit of time to certain loads, most notably ones that have those cutscenes, or later you're going to see me Atlas Warp, and that's going to take a little bit of extra time. But normally between a level here, it doesn't add too much time.
Unfortunately, this game does crash quite a bit more than 1 and 2. Okay. Although it's still not that bad. I'll hopefully be seeing a boulder proxy here.
Nope.
Oh, no, never mind. Okay. That trick was
but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, obviously you're not supposed to be able to just run through the gap there. But for the longest time, that was supposed to be PAL only. PAL being the European and Australian version. But yeah, as of like a year ago, 2 years ago, someone found out you can do it on the American version. It's just a lot more difficult. You sort of have to like run out the gap and then let go of charge pretty much as soon as you touch it. Very precise.
Yeah, a little inconsistent, just all around. Cool little swim in air here. Gonna be weird. We're getting this egg that you can't see. There's actually a thief here that spawns normally right after I trigger the end of the level. Since he's not technically spawned, his egg is stored under where he would normally spawn, and we're able to get that with the swim in air.
And it's a little strange as well, because it seems like they knew that people might try get it. Because right around that egg, there's a trigger which makes you completely lose control and you have to re-enter the level. You just can't do anything. It's like an intended soft lock or something. But the only way you can grab that egg is by swimming in air, because you can't actually... You have to be planted on the ground or swimming to grab an egg. So it's not even possible to get that without swimming. So it's like they knew people would swim in air there or something. It's very strange. And then yeah, this is Bentley. He's the side character of the next world. It's that running theme again of the teaser level where you're supposed to backtrack here, but this is probably the easiest one to skip, just because once you get swimming air, you just have all the time in the world to fly around the back of the bottle and go in.
He's not super mechanically dense. You walk in a straight line and you try to optimize that, smack things with your club.
Yeah. Probably unanimously agreed to be the least interesting character.
Yeah.
Just because, I don't think it's boring, but there's certainly not a whole lot going on. It's just sort of a turn your brain off moment. What I do like is that his club is really big and has a lingering hitbox, and you can use it, well, I don't think Vanny's gone for it yet, but you can swing it across multiple objects and enemies and kill multiple things in one swing. That's pretty much as much tech as he gets.
You don't really slow down either. Nice.
Yeah. You can spin jump as well. All the characters can spin jump, but it's not Bentley exclusive. Nice. Just jumping down here to end the level. Not at the supposed end of the level spot for this, but oh well.
Coming up right here. No, never mind. We've got our first instance of double gems. For some reason, there are just stacked gems on top of each other. So you'll notice when I get this green, it's actually going to be 2 greens. And now we have a mystery jar, which is a mechanic from Spyro 2, where you go to the end of the level, you hit this jar, it's going to teleport to some place and give you a little bit of a hint. You have to go and keep doing that, and eventually it's going to be at the beginning of the level. And you break it open, you get some gems.
Just a very elongated way to get 20 gems or so.
Luckily, there's
Not
only
very
2 in
straightforward.
this game compared to, was it Spyro 2's 6 or something?
No, man, I would not have that fact on hand.
Cool little camera manipulation here. I'm going to off-screen this guy. And when I land, I can just kill him like that, and he doesn't swipe at me. Because otherwise, the second you land, he swipes. You have to either wait for it or, do that.
You can kill him without doing that, which is what people used to do like way back in the day, but it's it's actually quite difficult compared to that, which is, quite literally free.
I'm down a gem. That's not good.
What do you think you do?
I'm gonna check for it. It's in the home world. Okay, that's fine. That's a very small sample size. I think I left. I'm gonna stop talking. Hold on.
Oh yeah, this is Bamboatless. Just let Vanny go for it real quick. Very nice. This is not like an insanely hard trick, but it's definitely very precise. You have to practice this a lot. If you try to walk anywhere in that room, the NPC will be like, hey, talk to me, and he'll like grab you into his talk box, and if you don't want to do the challenge, you'll be like, okay, well, go away then, and he'll kick you out of the room. So you have to do a very specific setup that it's basically gliding out of a max height jump, and then that's still not good enough to get past him, so you have to angle it where you get a wall glide off his face, which gives you a little bit of extra height, and that is just like barely enough to get you over this. And yeah, nice little proxy here between the boat to send you up and get you into position for this. So the challenge here is that it's supposed to be an auto-scroller where the guys, float down out of the sky and they're standing on top of the houses, and they just swipe at all the pandas and try to knock them off. But you're here to save the day. You're supposed to go around it twice. So the first time, there's a bunch of guys standing up top, and the second time, they're like invisible in the air waiting to spawn. But if you know where they all spawn, you can just kill them before they even reveal themselves, which is exactly what Vanny did.
Bit of an unfortunate ending there. I did miss a guy, and there's my gem. Easy pickup.
Yeah, you're not supposed to have to do the proxy twice, but you can only tell if you've hit an enemy by a sound cue, so maybe sometimes you miss it, and you're like, okay, well, I'll just redo all the spawns, I guess.
I at least knew which one it was. You can kind of tell when the fireball explodes, if it's near you or if it's far away, and that's a very good indication of if you got him. So I eyeballed that one, and I'm like, that looks like it went too far, but I'm gonna try to go for it and just get the time save. But it was an easy backup at least.
Yeah, there's a very quick little pots challenge in the homeworld where there's 4 pots you have to break, and the egg will always spawn on the last one you kill. So Vanny killed the one that is closest to the next level he wanted to do, which is this very boring speedway.
Actually, it's probably aesthetically one of my favorites because you've got all these like farm animals and they're like rebelling. You've got these pigs and like the dusters, and they're on like the tractors and running around and stuff. It's kind of a funny setting all around. But yeah, otherwise it's kind of a drier race to be sure.
Yeah, you make a fair point there. Yeah, unfortunately, there's not as much cool supercharging in this one as opposed to the other one. It's mostly just, you can supercharge, it's just not very difficult movement. There's another running theme, is that the flight speed, the default flight speed, actually increases with every progressive speedway. So that means supercharging becomes less and less worth it. But it is always worth it if you can do it, even at the fastest speed.
Yeah, mainly because of our jumps that we do along with them initially. That helped a lot. Luckily, we've got Zoe there showing us which way to go. I don't know where I'm going. Need Zoe. If the dots weren't enough here.
Yeah, I think they should be blue though. It'd be easier to see.
Maybe. You ever think about how big these Zoes are when they show up? Kind of weird. She's supposed to be like this fairy that's kind of small, just zaps you here and there and then disappears. And you'll see her here coming at the end. She's holding the finish line. She's kind of big, all of them.
It's one of those things where you're supposed to not really pay too much attention. You know, it's not on screen very long. Yeah.
I've never really noticed it. It's just kind of a right now thing. Like, look, she's huge. She's bigger than Spyro.
Yeah, I guess if you're racing past her and they're small, you might not even notice it. It's like a executive gameplay decision, I suppose.
We're at about the hour mark. Do you want to take the break after this level here?
Cool, yeah, that sounds good.
You could do it during the Hunter Challenge, because that is the worst part of the entire game.
Yeah.
It's like nothing happening. It's coming up in about a minute.
These are the Les Moo cows. They make a very funny noise when they're gotten. So they're kind of a common thing to bring up.
Yeah, you can see they... Actually, do all the animals in this level have berets on? They're all French?
Maybe, actually. It looks like they do in the plane, yeah.
Yeah, so this is actually Normandy, Spyro version.
A little bit of interesting thing is there's an optimal place to start to get to the Hunter Challenge. And for this one, we actually want to start in the race. Just come right up here.
Spyro.
Yeah, I remember Nitrous words and Tass is like, alright, we start with not the race. And he just turns around. Yeah, this is there's like nothing happening here. You just shoot the cows and they home in. It's an auto scroll. So if you want to talk, Church, feel free.
No, y'all got it. Don't worry about it.
Right. So interestingly, you might not be hearing much. In 1.0, you just don't hear the sound effects of you hear like a bone-breaking noise when you hit the cows. It's kind of a little bit morbid, as well as a moo. You can sometimes hear the explosion from the UFOs if you're close enough. But for whatever reason, just they're like suppressed in this version. And another kind of bad thing about this auto-scroller, it's like a true auto-scroller. There's no ending early. Most of the auto-scrollers, if not all of the other ones, I think, technically have a little bit of like give to them, in that if you end the challenge early, it'll stop early. In this one, you destroy the last cow, and then you have to wait like 5 seconds for it to actually end. Yeah, almost out of it here. Should I pause before I exit the level to go to break? Is that good?
Yeah, that's good for you. Yeah, whenever works for you.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Cool.
It's going to be right here in a minute after the seg. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, so during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. So we're going to take that quick break and we'll be back with more of the run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing Spyro games. We're in the middle of a Spyro 3 run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready, if you just want to give a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown.
Sounds good. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Coming up here, we've got the second longest level in the game, Enchanted Towers, mainly because there's a 2-minute auto-scroller. Fun fact. We're going to fill that time, don't worry. Plenty of little Easter eggs to talk about in there. This level is very unique in that it's the only level where one of the side characters will actually go and play the exact same place as Spyro. So as a result, we're actually going to be skipping a little bit and kind of just rushing to the end of the level. Some fun little movement. These guys can be camera manipulated, prevent them from smashing their hammer if you keep them off screen. This level is also home to a notorious enemy, maybe the most notorious in the game, I don't know. They're called boogers, the giant green things that fly. They're a pain in the butt to deal with sometimes. They're oftentimes camera dependent for their cycle. And then the way they drop gems is sometimes they'll drop them on the ground, like these ones. Most of them will drop them and they'll home in the air. But if you're too far away or if you don't have your camera on them, they actually won't home into you. So it's kind of weird managing them.
Yep. And nice, it's got dark mode. So when you blow up that statue, it's supposed to teleport you to the end of level NPC, but Benny positioned himself in a way that the jackhammer enemy underneath him would start running around exactly as it happened, and that overrides the teleport for some reason. And so the dark screen is just like the game trying to fade out before the teleport, but because you cancel it, it just gets stuck in like this dark state. So that prevents the teleport, and it's just like a slightly faster route.
Yeah, we'll get teleported right when we leave. First off, I have a tutorial for how to do tricks, and I'm going to cheese all of them except for one. You can see I have to do what Hunter's doing, but for this one, the best one, I'm not. The game just says that's good enough, and so you save a little bit of time on each of these except for this one. Some of them aren't really worth going for because they are kind of tricky, but they're interesting.
Now that!
This is probably the most annoying one, at least for me. Don't know if any guys, but
it's very easy to not be allowed to trick here if you go off this ramp too early. And it's very easy for your hit detection for the trick to just not register correctly. So I did a trick there that got me 2,550 points total. You need a high point total threshold for that final trick. And sometimes it just doesn't register it and you get kind of messed up. You have to do that again.
if you're struggling with the skateboard, Nasty North is like the best move in the game. It's very simple, very easy to do. It gives you a lot of boosts at the end of the game, gives you a lot of points during these mini games. It's perfect, really.
Yeah, there's a decent depth to the skateboarding, and there's a lot of throwbacks. So Nasty Nork, obviously, we saw him earlier. He was the antagonist for Spyro 1. Here I'm going to do, I don't actually know which one I'm doing, a gulp and a big gulp. So gulp being one of the bosses from Spyro 2. If you go the other direction, you get a crush, and I think it's an orange crush.
Yeah, I believe so. So I guess those are references to drinks, I suppose.
And then there are a few other tricks that you don't really see that are callbacks to the different pieces of the game. So there's a trick I'll do here once I collect all these gems. It's called a Raging Ripto. Obviously Ripto being the antagonist for Spyro 2. There's a Dr. Shemp, there's a Toasty Twist. I think that's all of them. There's a Thrash Master, but that's not anything.
Yeah, who is that guy?
I don't know. The next big speedrunner, I bet.
Yes, this isn't a...
Oh, didn't land it.
You only need like 5,500 points, something like that, to consistently beat Hunter. So as soon as you get that point threshold, if you wanted to, you could just put the controller down like a minute or so, like 40 seconds.
It's a nice little break.
As long as you have all the gems in this area. Yeah.
There's a Toasty Twist. Toasty being a Spyro 1 boss.
Air quotes boss.
Coming up here, we haven't talked on him much, but this is my favorite Dragon Egg in the entire game. So I'm gonna let the animation play out. It's pretty self-explanatory. My humor never grew up, mind you. Yeah, the baby dragon, they do a good job in this game with giving them all kind of like their own little personality. Some of them will come out and be like bashful and try to hide themselves with the eggshells. Some of them will burp or fart like that one. Some of them juggle, do some other stuff. They're fun to watch, but not when you're trying to be fast. So we're getting bones here. If you're familiar with Spyro 2, you might know about Bone Dance. Basically, there's this caveman dude and his buddies kind of in a pinch because he's made of bones. He's a skeleton. And some dogs came and stole the bones. So we're going to get all the bones back. But that'll be the last thing we do. We're just kind of gradually getting them.
Yep. this challenge is so special. It has its own category. We do basically any percent into this level and then do the bone dance, which very unfortunately is unskippable, right, Benny?
Very unfortunate that it's unskippable.
Yeah.
So this is Farley. I always liked Farley as a kid. A cute little pup. Normally you have to guide him through, and it's kind of puzzly in that you need to get him to stand on specific pads to activate like this platform that goes up. Luckily, we can kind of just charge through, collect everything, and the only thing we need to do is trigger the final door open. And Farley doesn't even need to catch up to us. He'll get there eventually.
Nice, got that last button first try. That one's very tricky.
There's a slightly faster version that I don't actually like. I think Nitroff might be the only one who goes for it.
Yeah, the way Vanny was going for it, you basically have to do unoptimal inputs, I guess, is the way you have to describe it, where you want the flame to extend further and then hover and, switch the flame into the button up once it's like extended max range.
Cool little manipulation with that guy. You can push him backwards to control where his gen spawns. And now, Sergeant Bird is going to clean everything on up. Hopefully, there's going to be a lot of very specific camera work here.
Yep, this is the only level in the trilogy that is designed to be played with 2 characters. Pretty cool. And yeah, hopefully this route goes well, because if not, then the green guys, even if they're dead, they will not give you the gem sometimes until you look in the direction that they died. It's very silly.
So I have my
seems to be going well,
camera off, specifically this direction to prevent them from going further in my cycle. That was a little slow there, but it should be okay since, again, they were off screen. I'm not pushing any boogers elsewhere. We'll find out right here. It sounds good. He's a little bit in a suboptimal spot, but it's still an optimal or a workable spot. So by shooting at that guy and turning my camera, I can actually freeze him and let my bullet hone in on him instead. Otherwise, you kind of have to chase him around. So this has all gone fairly smoothly, aside from that little missing of the balloon here. And this last guy is kind of notorious. There was something that tripped me off that I've already pushed him a little bit further than I like, so I'm going to take my time in turning around here. And so he's a little bit further back in his cycle. There's a chance his gem doesn't come in, but it's all good. And we're going to get an end of the level teleport here.
Here. 05 is good there.
My friend.
Yeah, I wasn't quite familiar with the way you do that because dark mode was not in the route last time I played this. Yep, so we'll see master of free time. Yeah, this challenge was so good in Spyro 2, they actually brought it back to Spyro 3.
Can't blame him, honestly. Should I submit this time to the leaderboards, you think? Bone dance?
Yeah, I'm sure no one will be upset about that.
Is it possible to reach the caves as Spyro? Yes. I'm pretty sure all bones can be gotten as Spyro, and I think that's how they do it in Bone Dance. Am I right?
Yeah. If you want to go on speedrun.com, look at the MISC categories, you can find a Bone Dance run, and it's very interesting how you get them all.
So coming up, we have one of the most notorious levels in the entire game. This is Icy Peak. This is kind of the reason why we have a memory card in. This level is just how you crash your game. So it's mainly tied to these cannons. I'm going to try to be very specific in how I handle these.
Yeah, it's just a classic case of too much stuff being on screen. So if you take your time killing them, because they explode into a bunch of feathers, which is too much for the PlayStation to handle. As long as you wait for it to, despawn. You should be fine.
There's a little bit of like extra thing to it too. If you notice, some of the gems have or all the gems, they have when they spin, like this little shining animation that plays every now and then. So sometimes you'll do something, it won't crash the game, and sometimes you'll do that exact same thing and it'll crash the game. It's seemingly tied to this little animation that just helps overload everything.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how much RAM the PS1 had, but given that the memory card's can only hold 1 megabyte, I assume it's not a whole lot. Nice, this is actually a route that I don't do, so I'm not super familiar with this.
Yeah, this is the loosely based on the TAS route. It's the route Nitroff devised. Not quite as bad as the TAS. It's going to allow us to actually skip paying money bags, which if you don't do this route, you'll have to actually pay him. So we're going to hopefully get the cheapskate route where we never pay him. And so far we've gotten the first money bag skip for sure in Molten. And here we go. You ready? Don't blink. I'll let this play out.
Nice. Yeah, that is double thieves.
So that's a...
So yeah, you're supposed to chase these thieves down. This is like the most annoying thief chase in the game, but for whatever reason, the second thief is sitting on a little podium, just like watching you. But as soon as you kill the first guy, like the frame you kill the first guy, he gets moved into position. So if you don't... Well, you have to get lucky, first of all. Like when you enter level, the yellow guy is right in front of you on the right. You have to run up to him, make him run away. And then when he comes back and stops, you have to hope he's on the left, because that's where the red guy would spawn. And then you do a head bash, which kills the yellow guy, and then the red guy instantly spawns the next frame, and you kill him too, and that overlaps the eggs. And as far as I know, that was actually found through someone watching a Let's Play, which is
classic.
Very funny. Yeah.
So you missed coming into this challenge was the money bag skip. It's kind of the part 2, like 1-2 punch for this route. It makes it kind of difficult. You have to kind of clip out of bounds and then glide. It's very easy to accidentally clip inbounds or just bonk. So like I said, this is what we pay money bags to get into, which honestly, this is one of the best parts of the run, is being here with Nancy. So realistically, if we had to pay everything, we'd probably be here. It'd be fine.
Yeah, a little bit of parkour needed there to get out of bounds.
If you listen, she's kind of singing along with the music. She's going la la. So, people in chat as well.
And her favorite fruit is garlic bread.
Oh, nice. Same.
Oh, let's go. I don't know anyone else did that. If you get the camera stuck by walking into this room, you can just like disjoint it and get back the intended camera. Although you don't really have time to do it without failing the challenge, so you can only really do it as it's ending. And that egg was called Cerny, which is a reference to Mark Cerny, who was like the president of what was he president of? PlayStation?
I don't remember.
PlayStation America?
I thought it was Insomniac, but I could be wrong.
Let me look it up.
Yeah,
I think it was a bit more important than just anyway.
Those the way I shot those birds is very, very deliberate. If you're gonna crash the game, it's usually on that cannon. So I was very careful. If you run the game enough, you kind of pick up the little setups for all of them. Yeah, we're kind of not quite going everywhere and crossing over everything, but just about in this route. It's very kind of wild all around. We're actually going to end on the island that you might have seen over there, but we've kind of got to go all the way around first. Managing all the guys on the ice can be a little bit much. Sometimes their gems can just kind of fly away, or the ice physics will just cause you to go the wrong way you don't want to go or carry you too far one direction. I tried to off-screen that guy, but he still shot anyways.
Very tricky movement as well, but I think it's one of my favorites, to be honest. Like a top 3, I would say.
Cool little wall glide to get up there. Otherwise, I would spin jump as a backup.
Yep. Wall glides being exactly what they sound like. You glide up against the wall, and if you have the right angle, you will not necessarily gain height, but you will preserve your height. So that just prevents you needing to hover, like right here. You just make that jump super easy. Or in the case of the previous one, you can maintain the height to get up to a spot that you weren't supposed to be able to jump up to.
I've always liked how this level is routed. You see we got that little extra life there, which is perfect because we have one of the more difficult bosses coming up here, Spike. It's very easy to just take damage in him during the fight, and if you're newer to the game, especially, it's very easy to just die. A lot can go wrong, and it snowballs kind of sometimes.
Yeah, I would say this is another casual filter.
I'm going to be doing a good amount of manipulation as much as I can. I want him... He has 2 main attacks, one where he shoots you a few times, and one where he tries to chase you and smack you. I want him to smack, or try to smack me as much as possible, just because it's a little bit more controllable.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many other people do it, but what I like to do is just sort of run at him after you hit him. Yeah, exactly like that. And that way he'll just smack on the ground and then wait a few seconds to decide what he's going to do next. Just makes him very predictable.
No!
Oh. So he's supposed to do 3 hits with a new weapon after every 3 hits, but sometimes you can get an extra one leading into the next phase. And Vanny did get it, but he was too slow to get it because when he cracked the ground, it destroyed the rock. Spike did actually grab one of the power-ups there. That is never a good thing.
This is the worst one if he gets. Luckily, the fire one's not too bad. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Okay. I thought I was going to miss as well. Oh yeah, those flames are really annoying as well. Sometimes you'll be trying to dodge his attacks and then you'll just run straight into a flame, and it's completely unpredictable. Yeah, Vanny making it look very easy.
Coming up, we've got the second Sparks level. Again, these become available if you've done the previous Sparks level, as well as beaten the boss for the homeworld. And we just kind of gotta finesse our way up there. Like so. In my opinion, this is probably the actual hardest. Sparks level is kind of a little bit more frantic. This one should just snowball and punish you very easily if you try to go too fast, which is what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I'd say the next one is more punishing on an entry level where you're getting used to it, but this one you sort of just never really get used to. It can always randomly kill you.
Especially if you do the out of bounds here, one of the key skips that we're going to do. So I freed up that invincibility there, and I wanted to kind of catch it on the cycle I caught it at, where it's lower and closer to the exit there. I want to try to drag this out like as far as possible to break one of these plant pots. As you can see, I just run into them and they instantly break rather than needing to be shot. Because these are what spawns these little spiders if they're not already spawned. And I think my movement was good enough. I'll be able to run into this one. Yep. So this is the out of bounds. Yeah. It's very easy to just take like 2 or 3 extra hits of damage. I'm going to try to just take one. Looks like a second one's coming. Yeah. Not too big a deal.
The way to do these out of bounds is just hold the shoulder button while grinding into the wall generally. It's a little bit more nuanced than that, but for the most part, as long as you do that, you should be able to get it. That's a Vanny original strat right there. Just like sort of freaking out and shooting in all directions there. I actually quite like that. I found that section to be quite annoying, and then I copied what Vanny did. Just sort of freaked out. Honestly, it's pretty nice.
You concentrate the freak out. You don't panic in the level, you just panic in that specific spot.
It's like a routed panic.
Yeah, the worst is pretty much over. I'm at good enough HP. I'm fairly comfortable even if I take a couple extra hits here.
Immediately gets it as he says that.
I'm a little low actually on my power up.
Oh yeah, 40 is definitely not enough to kill the boss. But you might get like one extra phase, which should be fine.
Not a big deal. A little zip around him. And you have to be careful coming into this boss. It's actually, if you go turn around, it's very easy to accidentally soft lock yourself out of the boss fight. You have to leave and come back.
It sounds like something Walker's 12 would do.
Shout out. What a guy.
We miss him every day.
So, once we talk to Zoe, we'll get the second power up, and that will be the Sparks Finder. It's kind of nice when you're in a side area to just hit the shoulder buttons and check to make sure that you got everything before you leave.
Yep, and that is halfway through the game, pretty much.
Coming up, we have kind of a brutal level, in my opinion. There's a lot of small things that are just kind of very punishing if they go wrong. One of my least favorite challenges, probably in the entire game, basically, it's called golf. It's not actually called golf, but I call it golf because you're shooting these mushroom and flower seeds into like a patch. But how they like kind of aim assist you can just mess things up. So sometimes you get a hole in one, sometimes you don't.
Spyro.
But first off, we actually have a fairly significant sequence break. If you want to talk about that one.
Yeah, basically there is a hole in the wall here, and there you go.
Then we flop up here. It can be a little bit tricky, and it's very easy to take damage from that guy. I usually like to try to focus up for it.
Yeah, that's a trick with another bit of little funny history behind it. There's a guy called Tuval who found pretty much everything in this game like a decade ago. Truly embodies the meaning of greatest of all time. He was messing around this level and he's like, yeah, I'm hoping there's just kind of a skip to do here. And then he jumps in the wall and it's just not solid. He's like, oh, okay. Like 5 seconds after he says that.
According to
it's pretty funny.
I just bought some InstaSprout Ultra Super Grow seeds from a bear with a bag.
Yeah, this challenge should be fun, but due to the fact that the seeds just don't like to work a lot of the time and be very annoying.
And if you throw in that little wall glide I did at the beginning, it's a very punishing one to fail. It doesn't save a ton of time either.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised you went for that, but it looks good. There we go.
Nope. Par is hole in one, and that's a par 2. Or, excuse me, a count 2.
Yeah, what happens if you go over par? Like a bogey?
I think we have to restart with Adam on 120%.
I see. You kind of had me for a second. You sounded like genuinely concerned.
Yeah, these spin jumps are a little bit difficult. You saw me kind of struggle with the first one. I have a very specific location for each of these. It's basically like line, gap, line that I line myself up with. And I have to kind of be greater than a 180-degree turn to get them. Cool. Coming up, we've got a 1.0 moment, potentially. For whatever reason, there's this glitch where I'm going to head bash that wooden circle. I kind of hope it happens even though it's slow. It instantly respawns and you can't go down there from that area.
Unfortunate.
So I would just have had to come through this front door, which the only way to get through there is if that's broken once, even if it respawns. So we still do need to try to break that open.
There's also something funny you can do there where you can get up to that platform without triggering the cutscene. Break the hole and then do the cutscene, and he'll jump up and try to retrieve the golden goose and just fall down the hole.
And it teleports you, and it drops you out of bounds. It's kind of interesting.
It's a very slow section. You have to run around flaming all the dynamite vases, and then once they've all exploded, you just run around again. But you only get half of them here. Ideally, get a proxy here and just nice. take that into the challenge, and then you'll come back and get this after.
Good day, Spyro.
This is yet again another challenge that is very annoying casually, but completely broken in the speedrun. Not even a glitch, really. It's just like a, oh yeah, you totally can do that, can't you? You just sort of spawn camp them before they can fly around and become really obnoxious.
So
They're not immediately hittable. There is an invisible wall there, but the timing is very predictable.
I must admit.
Yep, this is all one challenge. You're just gonna do it 3 times.
It's a rhythm-based thing. It's, you know, there's a beat to it you kind of need to keep, so that's why I was focusing up there, of course. Very, very difficult.
Yeah,
casually, I remember struggling quite a bit. There's a skill point you can get by breaking the windows there, and that restores your sparks. And I remember trying to like strategically do that to, you know, survive. So watch carefully. Princess Amy here just doesn't move for whatever reason. Her kind of scarily.
Just no animation.
She will now though, while she's on the bike.
Yep, and they lived happily ever after.
I hope.
No, they actually divorced like 10 years ago.
I heard they got back together for Reignited though.
True. Anything for a paycheck.
This sequence is kind of fun. The Spyro 2 sequence, pretty much. You're fireballing. I'm gonna actually shoot this guy, use his dead body to kill the other 2 people, and try to line myself up. I didn't quite get it, which is okay.
Yeah, there's a totally useless but really cool thing you can do there where you overlap the 2 mystery jar cutscenes and your camera just sort of freaks out. It just like zooms super far out. It's really pointless, but it looks cool. This section is kind of annoying, honestly, but it looks like Vanny did it pretty much perfectly.
I even got the
Yeah, it's definitely
basket
lots of
break from the fireball, which is nice.
Yeah, your fireball power-up is just running out as you get to that point. There's like 4 different things you need to shoot, so you have to pick your targets wisely. That's the last time we'll ever see a Mr. Jar.
Ever.
Yep, ever.
So we've got the 3rd speedway coming up, which it's got a funny aesthetic to it. It's got a nacho cheese river. The speedway is probably my favorite speedway to do out of all 4, maybe even out of like the entire trilogy. The race is a little bit less. I'm gonna try to get the race out of the way.
Yep, this is the optimal strat. It's like when you're a kid, you know, you got like baked beans and then a little bit of meat, mashed potatoes. You get the baked beans out of the way first because they're the worst.
And on the good tasting stuff, lasts longer in your mouth.
Exactly.
So one thing we haven't brought up, we've kind of touched on it, danced around it. I'm running on what's 1.0, the Black Label version. If you grew up on, I think the PAL version, right? Or just 1.1 in general, the greatest hits version, you had correct music. You've heard the same song being played in all of the speedways. It's actually the Harbor Speedway music. For whatever reason, the music's on the disc, but there's a handful of levels that just don't play it correctly. Speedways being, you know, notable. So we're just jamming out to the same track every single time. A couple people don't like that, but it's technically a little bit faster. It's also the only copy I own, so my excuse.
The music that plays in this game is different for every single version. I don't know how they managed to mess it up that badly. Like the speedrun version is this one, which is missing pretty much every track in Midnight Mountain, which is the next world. A lot of these speedways, and the very final level. PAL is exactly the same, except instead of having a bugged track for the final boss, it has Spike's Arena just reused.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect anyone to know anything about PAL. There's no reason to play
The
that.
composer brought up today with Spyro 1 the fact that you don't need to exit in the Nork Nexus. You don't need to go through the portals. I didn't know that. You can just exit the level in them.
Which might save time in co, but I think it's slower in Twilight anyway, because it's like right there. And leaving through the vortex is generally faster anyway. Yeah, this is the longest race, so what do you even talk about?
The ramps I was going to bring up.
Oh yeah,
the honey hives, that the big things. You can kind of ramp off the edge. Sometimes you get too much height, sometimes you don't get enough. Kind of a common theme. But it's not necessarily like an intended thing. We just like, oh, hey, look what you can do, and it's that.
Yep, kind of like that little spider kill in the first Speedway. This is a very high one there. Almost
a bonk.
241. Not the greatest, but you know,
common one.
It's fine.
I like the noise of these honeycombs that you go through.
It's a very unique noise. This is probably the hardest time trial for exactly this reason. Going left and right. It's more difficult than it looks. Yeah, those beehives, you can actually get the credit for them by touching them from underneath, which is the only reason why this route even works. Yeah, it looks like I've only got all perfectly, so that's good.
And then these flowers are interesting. Kind of the up and down parts are like not always, they don't actually have a hitbox sometimes, and so I have to kind of strictly memorize which ones I can go on and which ones I can't to kind of bounce off of like this.
Some of the pedals are solid, some aren't. No particular reason why.
Oh, that was solid. 52 is not too bad.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just happy if I get the route.
Yeah, first half is just very punishing. And this is another auto scroller hunter challenge. We're gonna do a little bit to manipulate it, but she doesn't play a whole lot. But we get to ride on the Nacho Cheese River. Who doesn't like that?
Oh yeah, and what do you call it? The way to get to Hunter is faster in different speedways, depending on what challenge you start. So you can start it from the time trial or the race. I think in this one, it's pretty much exactly the same. It's like frames of difference. So this is not very interesting gameplay-wise, but there is a funny little thing you can do. So after 5 or 6 things you hit, I think you're automatically supposed to fail, but if you get like 1 before you fail, people like inch closer and closer towards you. And then on the very last one, you might have noticed that there, as soon as Vanny jumped, the hero just like spit off into the distance and sort of died off screen. I don't know why he does that. He's just so eager to get you, I guess. He jumps again.
Coming up here is the longest level in the game. Actually, up until recently, it had never been done RTA in less than 10 minutes. And I was able to actually knock it out with a little bit of help for some better routes. But this is just a very long level, very difficult all around. And I make it a little bit more difficult by going for the harder route, which only saves like 3 seconds. And if you fail one of the core tricks of it, then you've pretty much equalized yourself to the old route.
Yeah, I'd say at this point, not only is it the longest, but it's also the hardest.
It's fun though. It's a lot of fun.
Luckily, Vanny just keeps golding this level over and over again, making it look like it's super easy.
Be careful.
Just crazy ad right there.
Some more ghosts here, then you can shake his picket. Yeah, we always knew this all could be done in under 10 minutes. It's just that no one could really pull it off. It's just so many things that can go wrong. It's just too hard. And now Vanny's the only one who's done it, and he's done it like 4 times, I think, at this point, maybe more. So he is a beast. This is the first thing. Vulture cycles. You have to do the movement perfectly, basically, to get them in the exact spot you wanted to. Oh, yeah, that's also a flop. So that's letting go of charge right at the top of the jump to push your momentum over the edge. That one's actually quite difficult. Not the most difficult one in the game, but of the ones that are useful, probably the most difficult. And then here we have a invincibility power-up, which you use to swim through this acid lake. And this route is actually quite tight. It's not difficult, but you can't really make many mistakes. You can make maybe like 1 or 2 max, like very small mistakes. Because as you hear here, the timer is ticking down. And if he's still in the acid when it runs out, he will immediately die, even if he's at full health.
You noticed I missed a crab. There was no time for me to go around. Sometimes the crabs are really weird in how they move and how they get like aggro on you. So I just have to remember that.
Sometimes the crabs will just look at you and then just walk away and they just won't attack you.
Press the X button to
No
speed
particular
on
reason.
up. And when you get a sub in your sights, the torpedo will start to lock on. If you get a good lock on, fire away with the circle button.
I didn't think that was going to hit, man.
Sorry, this is submarines. What you're intended to do is look at them for about 5 seconds or so, maybe probably less, and then it'll the green rings will slowly turn red. Once you have 3 red rings, it'll lock onto them. But if you know where they move, we have routes for them. You can just snipe them without having to lock on, which is a lot trickier than it looks. It saves a lot of time.
It's very easy to just lose like a minute to just chasing around, be like, which sub did I miss? And they go in different spots. So round 2, we have, they drop mines, because it wasn't bad enough before, and there's an extra one. So we can use that to our advantage for that one. That's a free kill. He just turns around into his mine.
Yep, he drops a mine and immediately reverses into it and dies. Right, that guy turned around for some reason. I guess Vanny was a little too quick. There you go, classic Vanny being too good at the game. It turned around again, it looks like. There's supposed to be 2 in that tunnel. They come out at the same time.
Sometimes
it lost a little bit of time, but I mean, overall, they're still really good.
Those were very solid. I'd be happy with those in a run. Those could go so much more poorly.
Yes, and you just do a lot of gem cleanup. Ideally, you do this in 1 cycle. You don't have to touch the power-up again. It's not super tight, but you make like 1 mistake, that's pretty much what you get. Actually, I lied. You do touch the power-up because you... Sorry, it's been a while since I've run this. You clear the floor, touch the power-up, and then do the upper section. The upper section is where you basically get 1 mistake worth of leeway.
You really get to see how much range Sparks has underwater. He just goes for these gems, luckily, because kind of going out of your way a good bit for a lot of these gems.
This is the closest you'll see to having the early Ripto range in Spyro 2 in this game.
Alright, I need that crab. I'm going to throw off my timing slightly, so I'm a little bit upset about that, but it's not huge. I can recover pretty easily.
Yeah, there's another vulture cycle to catch, but it's not... You have to do like a minute of movement beforehand, so... It's... Well, actually, sorry, there's 2 vulture cycles. This one is like right here, but there's another one in like 30 seconds, but everything beforehand is basically like leading up to it, so you really don't want to make any mistakes after you come out of subs. This one is looking not too bad. That guy's in a bit of an awkward spot.
Yeah, ideally I hit that first guy by just pushing the cannon all the way up, but obviously I didn't have enough time because of the detour. It's going to throw things off, but it's already thrown off, so it's not a big deal for the last one.
Yeah, shouldn't take too long to just make something up on the fly. A little bit more S's for me here.
Oops. 09's a common gem count you'll have here.
Would you look?
Yep. There's another fact for you, Vanny. The snore when you skip this egg doesn't play on power.
Huh. Why?
There's actually a lot of missing sound effects on Pell. I don't know why. Sorceress also doesn't make any noises when you hit her.
It's so weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Yep. And this is the Ultra cycle. So everything before that affected the cycle.
This is not good so far.
Yeah, it can be kind of hard to estimate where exactly the birds are, like how many. When you adjust the angle of the cannon, it makes a click noise. So we like to call it like 5 clicks to make that cycle or that bird in particular. But yeah, when the cycle's thrown off, it can be a bit hard to guess the range because they're quite far away and it's a big 3D space. And this is why this level is really annoying. This race has a bunch of lap skips in it, although you still need to collect all the gems in here, and in the second run, kill all the crabs. So you don't necessarily have to do 6 out of 6 lap skips. I think ideally you just get 4. Yep. If I'm not mistaken. This is another thing that came in after I stopped playing.
The lap skips are kind of finicky, even if you kind of get the setup for them. Luckily, if I mess one up in this first race, I'm okay. I can still win. If I mess up in the second one, then I actually have to start all the way over. That might not be good. I'm gonna go for it.
So he's just moving in a very specific way right now to get all the triggers that matter. There's no real way to tell if you're doing it right other than you get to the lap, and if the lap goes up, then into the right. Okay, so you got that one. That's good. Okay, don't think you meant to bonk, but I think it pretty much ends up the same either way.
Yeah, I'll always bonk with the non-gem one.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
Yes!
So now we get to do that again, like Nerf said. This time we have to race Hunter, and Hunter is a little bit less forgiving. That might have been a mess up. That's bad.
You don't really want to miss any crabs. Because if you miss too many crabs, Hunter can kill crabs for you, but it's kind of random where he goes. He won't always kill them for you. So if you miss any crabs, then you just have to sacrifice a lap skip and go back and get them.
Yeah, so I missed the gem as well, which isn't a big deal. I'm gonna go for this lap skip here. If I get it, then I won't, and vice versa.
Yeah, it's essentially an option select. He either does lap skip here or on the next one. Yes, it should just be 1 crab at the start, right?
Yep.
Yep.
And then this basket.
And 1 at the end.
Three out of 4 is still very good. Like, you could go for all 4 and still not even get all 4. I can usually get 3. Fairly consistent enough.
Probably not a sub 10, but still better than basically what anyone else can do.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that in a normal run as well.
So, I do have a question about Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Why does Hunter claim to be your friend when he forces you to do these challenges to give you the egg he already has?
That's an excellent question. It's probably an inside job, to be honest. I mean, I can't really think of a better answer.
I think he's trying to reconcile with his feelings and trying to bond, something like that. It's got to be it.
Yeah, he does it in the second game as well. He's like, oh, I found this ore, but hey, you want to like play a game with me first? And then the cutscenes, Riptor's trying to take over the world. And then what your friends are like, Hunter, do something. And he's like, hey, stop that. And he's like, well, I tried. Well, he didn't really try. That's because he's a double agent. All right, Firefly proxy. That is a very good proxy in the shorter categories, but in this category, you essentially just use it to skip a cutscene. So it saves like 11 seconds, I think, as opposed to like 40 or something in any percent.
Excuse me? Moved out of my way.
it's probably my favorite level on the run. It's very fun.
Got a lot of good movement to it.
Good. Yep. A small cycle to catch here with this guy. He sort of walks back and forth. You can only hit him from behind, so you don't want him to get too far away.
Either that or use a rocket, which I'm going to save for another guy coming up.
Yeah.
I usually like to send that guy into those 3. I call it bowling. But since I messed up the cycle, I ended up sending him into the guy I sent with him instead. He blew up on him.
A couple of ninjas here on the roof. You have to wait for them to come down.
It looks like...
So this is the cutscene that we would skip. We actually kind of forced Greta further in the level as a result of getting Firefly, and not too big of a deal in 117%, like Nerf said.
Yep. So Firefly is basically just to skip that cutscene right there. It's the only reason you do it.
Some interesting things you can do while you're picking up something into Spyro's mouth. You have like the ability to kind of turn and move, which doesn't look like you should be able to do. It makes for some interesting little sections like that.
And if you're lucky enough, when you pick up an object, Spyro will actually break his neck, and while charging around, his face just like stuck in the floor. It's quite rare though. Famously, Jeremy Thompson, maybe the guy who's played this game more than anyone else. Hard to really say, but he's actually never had that. And whenever anyone else gets it, he's like, "What the hell, man? Like, how'd you do it?" He's always jealous. Very funny. That's a cool little movement there. Sort of kill the ninja and he lands on the vase, and then you charge while he lands on it, and you can get like a free flame charge on it basically, which just owns him.
Might mess things up. The last guy is a camera-based cycle. Oh, that's gonna mess things up. That's also gonna mess things up. Excuse me, sir.
Stay alive.
Should I get that fodder? Oh, I've messed up so much that I'm fine. So this guy can be a little bit of an issue. I do need to be careful here, so I'm just gonna do this way. No fun. Oh.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, the ninjas here, they actually... You can flame them, but you have to be very close. So what Vanny does sometimes is he flames early, and they immediately do a backflip, which sort of gets him into a position that he prefers.
I'm gonna death abuse here, because I do want sparks. Just to make this next section a little bit smoother.
Yeah, there is an extra life, like not too far away, but there's some gems on the way, so it's probably better to just do it now.
It looks like this...
So we have our next side character. My favorite, absolute hands down, best part of this game. There's a chance I don't get to play as him. I'm not going to do the guaranteed method.
Yeah, he likes us so much that he's not going to do it.
Okay, here we go.
So normally there, you're supposed to pause. You can do this in every single area where you exchange controls to a side character, but not all the side characters have a room that you can escape from. But if you get a frame perfect pause, you can pause the game, and if you had paused the game with charge health or charge jump health, then when you unpause the game, you will just immediately charge out of the talk box, and then you can continue to play as Spyro. And so long as you can kill Spyro, you will just respawn inside the level as Spyro instead of the intended character. And this is one of the few rooms that it works in. There's only like 3 in the whole game, I think, but this is the only one that's useful.
Instead, I'm playing as Agent 9, using a technique called strafe pumping. It's not developer intended. There's 2 different ways to do it, depending on if you're in first-person mode like this, or third-person, which you normally would be in. Basically, I'm literally just holding one of the strafe buttons and mashing the other one while, holding a direction. When you're in third-person, you have to do it diagonally. You have to hold the diagonal direction. But it's a little bit easier to do here. And this is my favorite section of the entire game. So it's kind of sad for me that it's actually skipped optimally. So
yeah, so I got to run 100 egg
Yeah,
it's the optimal way to
but
do
then
it.
you don't get all like the cool gem collections. That's like half the fun, you know, zipping around optimally.
Fair enough. Yeah, so you can move like way faster than Spyro. It's just very hard to control, and you just move too fast for Sparks to collect gems sometimes. So the modest pace that Spyro moves at is typically more optimal for that challenge. Just because it's very easy to control. You just don't really make mistakes compared to Agent 9.
Coming up, we have a very frustrating challenge. This could be as cool as subs, in my opinion, if they were consistently manipulatable. But these guys just do whatever they want. They respond to Spyro's location, but not consistently. So this could be like a cool Speedway-esque challenge, but instead you just have to get kind of lucky.
Extremely satisfying to do well. Every time you hit them, a piece of their tail will fly off and they become shorter and shorter and harder to hit. And they also have RNG with their patterns, like they said. So if they go into the tunnels, then you're not really fast enough to catch them, so you just sort of have to wait for them to...
You want this circling animation exactly where I am. This was a really good Dragons.
Yeah,
that first guy tried to juke me. He was moving in some like awkward sections, but yeah, that was good.
Honestly, it's like bordering on too good, because some downtime is actually nice, because when you have the downtime, you just run around collecting these gems. It's just when you get too much downtime, then you run out of gems to collect and you can't really fill the time anymore. But yeah, the movement can be a little bit awkward if you're just doing it all in one go. So I think ideally I like them to go in the tunnel at least once, but I mean I would never complain about like a very quick kill like that at least.
Yeah, some of these gems are just like so far out of the way, it's kind of awkward. And beginning of the level, donut shapes. Moving on.
Sweet.
That's a good point, Nimbus. There are just 2 dragons right there. Sorceress forgot to banish, I guess. That ever explained?
She needs the wings for the magic power, and those ones don't have wings.
You know what? Yeah, so they're cool, I guess. Yo, Stuart?
Yo, Stuart.
So this head bash crate's kind of infamous. There's a chance some of the 5 gems actually fall into the water, and you don't really want to chase after them because you kind of need to stay up for what I'm about to do here. It's just an awkward time save.
Annoying.
Or time loss, excuse me.
Yeah. If it falls down, you either have to jump down and get it immediately and it falls all the way to the bottom of the lake, or you don't notice it and you do a level and then it just respawns up top, and then you get to the rocket and you're like, hey, I'm missing something, where could it be? It's like probably in about as far away as it can be from the rocket to go back up. All right, nice little out of bounds there into another portal stored underground.
That was
Moneybags.
Pretty difficult.
Absolutely seething right now. Yeah, Moneybag's gonna have to file for bankruptcy at this point. He hasn't been paid a single time.
Well, he's got one more opportunity.
Yeah, rent's due, and his landlord's not happy.
Should not have sided with the sorceress then. You saw what we did to Ripto, you know?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. He's constantly supplying Ripto with weapons, and then Ripto will kick him out. And so like, yeah, thanks for weapons, now leave. And then in this game, he still sides with the bad guy.
So this is our brother here, Bartholomew. He can be squished. That's it.
Which is very optimal. Yeah, the more you squish him, the faster the game will run for the rest of the run, so when it gets me in as you can.
Coming up, we have a very important proxy, so I'm gonna go focus.
No, man, it's pretty difficult. You sure you should do it in the marathon? Oh man, he's doing
Woo! Whew. So this is world record proxy.
It loses about 5 seconds.
Fun fact, years ago, Nerf and I were doing a commentator run just like this, and I was playing. I didn't know how to do it, but he told me to go for it, and so I went for it, and I clipped through the ground instead.
Yeah. If you don't know how to do it, you can just fall off and die, so not for the faint of heart.
It makes this level interesting. That's a plus.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else going for it, really, so... I mean, this is... Oh, no. I guess it doesn't matter in 117. Normally, if you get the spin jump there and Bartholomew stops moving, you did it too early. But you have to get gems here anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
I've never considered that for other categories, yeah. Because I technically always go for it to take, to have optimal movement, so...
Yeah, that's a good point. Also, when the door closes there, you have like a frame to move for whatever reason. If you mash the club, you can actually like smash before you get your control back properly. A very optimal thing to do. Hopefully the seal does not hit him here.
We're good.
Still have to go around this corner blind. Yeah, nice.
Saw a little bit of the snowball breaking. Little particles from that. So.
This guy's very fat, so he'll bring it down on his own.
Convenient for us.
I don't even know how he got up there, to be honest. It's quite impressive.
Yeah. Jump count's looking good, so I'm gonna quick exit, just like so.
Yeah, Bentley's so tall that he just sort of grabs the gems out of the air. Pick the most fun thing you can do with him, really.
This little section is kind of awkward, and I do it like differently each time. Very easy to like bonk and either talk to the sign or talk to Moneybags, and then you risk accidentally paying him again. So
yeah, 2 containers on each side, and there's very big hitboxes and things you can interact with. Right, and hopefully this is the last skippable Moneybags that is not easy to do. You either get the proxy here or you don't. Let's see. Yep, that's not like amazing height, but it's good enough.
That's all we need, yep.
I challenged. Great.
This is cat hockey. This can go one of 2 ways. It usually goes the other way, but we're gonna hope it goes the good way.
Yeah, there's a lot of just praying involved.
I don't want him over on my side either. He just ruined my day.
Yeah, that guy is fighting against you, and first to 5 wins. Typically, he will run immediately into the cluster and grab probably the most annoying one for him to take. So you just sort of have to concede one to him, and then you can get the rest in.
He's kind of...
And that way he just stays on.
Playing the game, man. Alright.
Yeah, this is not the greatest, but as long as he gets it, it's been fair. Yeah, it looks like that guy slowed down a bit. He got 2 pretty quickly and then sort of fell off.
It was suggested that this homeworld, Evening Lake, be the next place for the Olympic Games. And honestly, I have to say that I agree. We've got hockey, we've got boxing, we've got golf, shooting. This is a very good homeworld for the Olympic Games, I'm not going to lie.
No, I agree with you.
There we go. Maybe the IOC will agree with us.
That's the NZ winning the high jump last night, by the way. I did not expect that at all. That was crazy.
What a lad.
For the last country, I would have expected to be good at high jump.
Good boxing. If you played this game, you probably played this. If so, I'm sorry. This is a source of tears and frustration. Even if you're a speedrunner, man, sometimes this, not necessarily this first one, this isn't going too bad, but it's not going ideally. There we go.
Yeah, it's a bit of it's a mix of RNG and timing. Very often your hits will not connect with him, and then he'll just counterattack. The optimal strat is to push him into the corner, so when your shot misses and he hits you back, it just takes longer to get into the corner. There's also an invisible fatigue bar, so you can't just mash the punch, otherwise you'll just run out of energy. So you sort of have to time it and get into the right rhythm. But if you're lucky, or good, you can do what Vanny's doing here and just continuously guard break him over and over again, and that'll do 2 damage as opposed to 1. So for a long time, people were just sort of praying to get through this challenge, like at all. But I think these days the standards have gone up quite a bit, and you generally want to get through this with like at least 20 seconds left. If I'm making this look very easy, it's looking like 22 seconds. It's a very good time. Oh no, of course.
Oh,
you started comboing him right as I said that.
That's very good. I usually it's not uncommon for me to get like down to the wire even with like 10 seconds left. I'd still be happy with 10 seconds, but 20 seconds is very good. It's a very punishing little area. Sometimes he just chooses to just outright destroy you. There's like randomness to his AI and what he's gonna do to you. It's just very punishing.
Yeah, it's not even uncommon to just straight up lose that challenge. Like, it's really annoying.
Yeah, as a kid, I struggle with that one immensely.
Yeah, I remember when I first started playing this game back on PAL, my strat was to start round 1, leave, re-enter, which automatically starts from round 2, leave, re-enter, then automatically starts from round 3, get a couple hits on him and just run away for the whole time, let the timer run out, and just win by attrition.
That's a very good strat.
It's like the... Oh man. This noob strat could ever do. It's so slow.
So we're back at the beginning of the level, and one thing of this level is that there are these ice walls we have to destroy. Since we got the end of level ag, the game like essentially says, hey, you essentially went through the level like normal, right? Good. We're just going to remove these for you. So that saves us a little bit of time. We still do need to use this sunbeam to get rid of Yao Ming over here. Not seeing any Yao Mings in chat, but I'm sure there'll be one maybe.
Yeah, it must just be waiting for the stream to catch up.
Yeah. And these guys are very, very interesting because they'll grab you and then just like violently shake you and throw you. So.
Yeah, kind of child abuse, honestly. It's actually very funny. There's a glitch in this game called Zombie. I think it's kind of an archetype of a glitch. It appears in multiple games that I'm aware of. But if you pause while you take damage and leave the level, like as you normally would die, sort of get into a glitch state, and if you run these snowmen while you're in that state, you get the cutscene where they throw you away, and you sort of like fall backwards. But when you're in Zombie, you just never stop going backwards, so you just sort of slide off the level, and you'll never see it again. And the game soft looks.
We are a little over that hour mark.
Okay.
Do you want to take that break now?
Yeah, I can pause right here coming out.
Cool. So during these longer runs, we like to take a break every hour or so. Just everybody can get up, stretch, get some water. So we're going to take that last break, and we're back in just a little bit with more of the run. See you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are showcasing Spyro games today. We are nearing the end of a Spyro 3 run. I'll hand it right back over to y'all whenever you're ready, if you just want to give a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown.
Yep, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Picking up where we just were, we've got the third boss of the third homeworld. Wow. This is Scorch, not to be confused with the Spyro 2 level named Scorch. This is very RNG heavy, and it can be a killer boss in the shorter categories, but it kind of just appears a little bit and gets lost in the other time loss in 117%. So, first bit of RNG we have to deal with here is Bentley. He's either going to give us red rockets or green rockets. And when I say green rockets, I mean green rocket. He felt like being nice, so that's good. So, I mentioned in Sparks levels how the power-ups in this game all deal the same damage, and they just have varying ammo. So with the green rockets, they would actually just be, you'd be given one, and it would deal the same amount as this red rocket. But the red rockets you get, what is it, 50? I should know this. I think I just got one. 40.
50,
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And luckily I even got a second one, so I can just sit here and spam these. And then Scorch himself has RNG to which attacks he uses. Some are slower than others. This was okay. I don't really like to see the TNT weasels, but all in all, that was a fine Scorch.
Yep, pretty average. Yeah, I think there is a run on YouTube of someone doing a speedrun in front of the developers of the game, and I think he brings up that point, and then the developer's like, wait, the green rocket doesn't do 2 damage? I thought it was supposed to. So maybe they forgot to program it or something. I'm not really sure.
There's a theme with the third Spyro game and running out of developer time. You'll see that in Midnight Mountain. Each homeworld gets progressively longer until you get to Midnight Mountain, and there's just a bunch of eggs sitting around without a minigame behind them or something.
This game was rushed out in, what, like 9-10 months, and it has the most content. It's strange.
Cool little out of bounds.
I suppose,
you want to go for it?
Oh, yeah. Yep, another wall climb here, which lets you do this level completely back to front, which is the route name. Very aptly named. The main reason why this is good, there's no like mystery jar type thing where you strictly need to come to enter level first, but there's a bunch of doors in the level which require you to kill every enemy in that room to leave sometimes. And by killing the final boss, all the doors just remain permanently open, which is pretty much the only reason why I do it. Which turns us from like a heavily kill all enemies type of level to try skip as many enemies as possible, which makes it very dangerous, but Benny's probably done this a couple 100 times at this point, so it should be no problem for him.
The only scary part is really this beginning section, in my opinion, and we're off to a fine start. Yeah, even taking a couple extra hits is not a big deal. I'm gonna get a butterfly here. Sparks, for each color that he's on, he actually can take 2 hits, and a butterfly restores 2 hits, so it takes him up another color.
Benny managed his ammo there quite nicely. He's going to get a refill shortly, so as long as he doesn't run out like in this room, he's good. Yeah, it's worth just taking the hit there to get the extra butterfly.
And the worst is behind us now at this point, so.
Yep, we can really go wrong at this point. Famous last words. I mean, there is something funny that can happen. I think you've already gone past it, but the trigger for the door closing in one of the rooms where you normally have to kill all the enemies to leave, it's not really a close trigger so much as just like flip the state of the door. So if you kill all the enemies in a certain room, it'll actually lock you in to re-enter the level.
Alright, I got the gem.
Good luck.
That's funny though.
Yeah, so you can just leave. But wow, yeah, he took like 4 hits right at the end there. And that can pretty much happen at any point in the level, so you know, it's not as easy as it looks. And that should be everything. Nice even number to leave the homeworld with.
That Sparks power up right there gives us an extra Sparks hit. So we don't get an extra color. Sparks just shines like even brighter. It's a little subtle. Sometimes you won't even notice you have it. It's kind of optional. You can technically skip the power up and still beat the game. You could arguably do that for the Sparks Finder as well, but we kind of just opt to get it at this point. Doesn't save a ton of time. Down the road, though, I'm sure they'll get cut out.
I personally like keeping the extra health, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because you can do some like certain backups or damage boosts in like desert ruins and stuff like that.
Agent 9, if you get a little bit careless.
You did it.
Yeah. This is the final boss, but the run still has like 50 minutes left. Because you can, the requirement to get into the final boss is not like the other homeworlds. You only need 100 eggs to get in here, which is often why the 100 egg category is compared to 70 star. I haven't played Super Mario 64 extensively, so I'm not actually sure that's accurate, but that's what people say. Yeah, the music track on here is bugged. The track that's supposed to play is on the disc, but the pointer is incorrect. So it just defaults to the first track on the list, which is Sunrise Spring, which is the first homeworld. So you get some very cheerful music playing during this. Even though the setting otherwise would tell you that it's the end of the world. So the fight here is cannon into tank into UFO. And what you're intended to do is get 2 hits with the cannon, 4 hits with the tank, and 6 hits with the UFO. But if you space your timing on the hits correctly, you can bring weapons from early phases into the next phase. This one being the harder one. So that's UFO skip. Sorry, it all happens really fast. The UFO flies around in a 3D space, which it's not only slower to use, but it's just a lot more difficult to aim. So yeah, that's pretty much a perfect fight there by Vanny.
I opted for kind of a backup strat called a complete force to get that to spawn, just because I thought she attacked a little early and I wasn't going to make it. Things are a little bit more time dependent to get it to work for a few of the route variations.
For the longest time, this fight was sort of a free-for-all. And then it was eventually figured out by Jeremy Thompson once again. Unfortunately, the very best strat for that boss does make it RNG again. It saves like 10 seconds, but you just have to get lucky, and I don't know how Jeremy does it. I hate it. I prefer the consistent way. There's supposed to be another little wall climb here, but as you can see, it just doesn't work sometimes.
That's the worst one, in my opinion. But you skip that, and you can see these the enemies just don't activate. It's kind of funny. There will be like another instance of that coming up.
Yeah, if you sort of approach them from an unintended direction, they just sort of stand there. They'll look at you, and they'll track you, but they won't actually move. And it's also kind of funny as well, because sometimes when you hit the cluster, if they're not moving, then they're like, oh, okay, now it's time to attack. So generally, if you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone. Good rule of thumb. Fanny's using the invincibility power up here, just carrying it through the level, trying to spawn kill these little key crabs as they come out. It's very annoying if they can get away from you, because they'll just run around the whole room and waste your time.
I do
the whole room.
A little manipulation with these 4 behind me. I'm just going to walk backwards into them. That just keeps it so that I only take 1 damage. Potentially I could have taken like 2. I don't mind eating the damage, but I'd like to mitigate it. This ending can be a little bit sketchy, so the more I have, the better. Another little out of bounds. It's as easy as it looks. Sometimes it can take a little bit longer like that. Sometimes it's instant.
That last one looked quite nice. Just good.
You melt that boss.
Just another case of the green power-up being completely overpowered.
Completely avoid those guys. I had to make sure I opened up that little electricity door. Otherwise, he would not be able to give us the gem. Oh, it's counted. Okay.
Yeah, there's a very subtle thing before the wall climb as well, where he went very close to the gate to trigger it. If you don't actually do that, then the enemy, when you come all the way around, like way later, he won't die for whatever reason. You can kill him, but he just stays. His model will stay there, and he won't drop his gem.
So you might have noticed it already. For beating the 4th Sparks level, we actually get 2 power-ups. One is Atlas warping, which we can warp to any level we've been to from the Atlas. The other one is the ability for Sparks to break vases and baskets. And you get the power-up immediately when you start talking to Zoe. And so you saw when I talked to her, and now you're seeing right now, Sparks is breaking everything. First off, I'm going to talk to Moneybags to get my money back. Oh, I didn't pay him. I'm a cheapskate. Let's go.
If you don't pay him throughout the run, you just flame him once, and he's immediately out of breath.
Yeah, they're with the route I do in Icy Peak, it makes it so there are 2 like proxy dependent ones. I got the one in Molten Crater and I got the one in Frozen Altars. So that was very ideal. I like showcasing that whenever I can.
Yeah, honestly, that's probably my favorite part of the game as a kid. I remember I made a save file right before that, and would just like beat him up over and over again, getting my money back.
I agree with you. It's so satisfying. You got this guy who's just like shaking you down. And the gem stream is a lot of fun coming to do. Now, here's a little bit of an Easter egg, you know. I wonder who that could be referencing, huh?
Gran Turismo.
Oh. My favorite Bruins-based car game. Cool little proxy here. If you want party tricks, all you have to do is walk clockwise around the scorpion there, and when he attacks, you'll get boosted up. It's as easy as it looks.
It's surprisingly easy, just sort of happens.
So you're going to see some, we were saying how the end of this game was a little bit more rushed. You can see in the hitbox for this hand object that's coming up. I'll get that later. Right now. This one right here does not match where it actually is, so I'm going to just demonstrate. I'm standing on the edge. It's shifted a little bit over from where it actually is. It messes with everybody. It's hard to get used to.
Yeah, if you look at the ground, there's actually like a gap in the lava as well. It's like very obvious. When you're looking for it, it's very obvious. Also, yeah, running theme, another one, for the Midnight Mountain. It's pretty much every single level reuses music.
Cool little damage abuse here. I'm going to get iframes for quite a while there for some reason. Just use it to skip that.
Yeah. This one is technically the right music. Well, this part is Sheila, but for the main level, this is the desert theme, where you did hear it originally in the skate park. It's the skate park that was supposed to have its own track.
I saw a question earlier. I just remembered I was going to bring it up. It was asked if this game is similar to the Reignited trilogy. They're actually really completely different speed games altogether. Completely different games to begin with. The Reignited trilogy was kind of just a ground-up remake, rather than taking the old game and kind of like making it look nicer. As a result, it's a completely different physics engine. It has its own quirks. It's similarly like a little bit rushed and plenty glitchy. So on its own, it you can appreciate it kind of its own thing with its own uniqueness, and we have our own uniqueness here with the old one.
Yeah, Remaster is pretty misleading. It's a completely different game.
Yeah, some intentional damage abuses here, just to be able to get damage done on these enemies early. There's a fun little movement section here. You can kind of ram Spyro up and get those 2 gems. It's kind of easy to miss that red gem. And then I'm going to take myself back to the end of the level this way. It's actually very easy to get stuck on the geometry there, to the point in which you can't move and you have to exit the level. Very frustrating. Luckily, it didn't happen.
Yeah. The way to prevent you from getting out of bounds, because there's no walls or anything to keep you out. It's just like sandy hills. And if you try to climb the hill, you just slide back down. And when you do it from out of bounds spots, you just sort of can get stuck permanently. This is a fun challenge. This is probably the hardest challenge in the whole run. Yeah, it just sort of speaks for itself, really. You just have the goal is to kill all 8 sharks and grab all the gems at the same time. So Vanny's just doing it in a very specific order to follow a route, and you'll try and hit the cycle throughout the entire thing. Going pretty well so far.
Yeah, I missed one of the sharks, but it's definitely the hardest shark to hit, in my opinion. I luckily know where he is because I miss him enough. There's a gem missing up here. I'm going to get that first. There's 5 gems from each of the strong chests, so if you don't see 5 gems, then you have to go down. Again, just gem RNG kind of messing you up there.
Yeah, some of them just fall off. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'd be happy with that.
And so here, I'm going straight to the Atlas, and I'm warping out. It might not actually be faster since I have a memory card in. It delays it quite a bit, but out of habit.
Yeah, it's a strat that saves more time depending on how good your load times are. But in that instance specifically, since you can quit out of the level without having to exit the minigame area first, it's probably still better. Like, significantly better.
There's a death abuse there I was trying to do. I messed it up, but that's okay. There's not too much time.
Yeah, he tried to buffer his jump, kinda, by doing a neutral jump and charging down out of the air. If he taps X once, he will do like we call it like a proxy input, because that is the mechanic they use to get the proxies. But once you can only tap X once when you're locked into a charge jump like that. And so when you hit the ground, if you're holding X, it will automatically jump as soon as you start talking to the egg. And then as soon as you talk to the egg, you just jump at the same time, jump off and die, and you respawn on the mainland. This is Agent 9. Unfortunately, can't move quite as fast as the other minigame, because the control scheme for zigzagging does change a little bit. You need to hold a diagonal direction as well as mashing the shoulder bars, which means you sort of have to like wiggle in a snake pattern to gain speed.
This level is like very much so, like arguably on rails. There's a lot of like little checks you have to do to keep progressing. You have to beat all those Rhinox and break the little switch on the door. Get all these guys. It's a very like stop and go level. It doesn't really favor Agent 9 as far as the glitched movement goes, but it's obvious, you know, they weren't intending for that to happen, so what can you do?
Yeah, I'd say regardless, the skill cap for this level is quite high.
Yeah, Agent 9 just in general. I literally just best-sided this level by 10 seconds the other day, just from like little things adding up and finally coming together. So like, it was already like a high-level time to begin with.
Yeah, this level specifically is really fun to do fast.
Mm-hmm. Nice one.
You sort of skip the cutscene here, which normally shows the birds coming out of the generator or whatever it is. But you skip it immediately, and then they're still coming out. Oh, that's not good. It's just trying to hit as many as you can, like while they're flying out. And if you're really good fast, you can hit pretty much like 80% of them before they can really go and land in the nest. Yeah, it looks like right there, he tried to press triangle and it just didn't register, and the input to go up is holding down, I think, so it's like inverted. So because this triangle input didn't go off, he just immediately turned around and he missed the opportunity to go like forward in there. It's quite unfortunate.
Got some bombs thrown in the mix. These are actually very important. We need to take these to the beginning of the level, but we're going to go there by unorthodox means.
Yeah, this is another... It's kind of like Lost Fleet, where you're supposed to lock onto things by aiming at them, but if you don't have the spacing, then you just free throw them, you know, Kobe, and you'll hit everything. Does he already have this egg? He does. Nice. So that egg actually physically exists in the cutscene. So technically you grab it during the cutscene, skip the cutscene, and you get it again, which is why it says you already have it.
Yeah, no dupe or anything fun like that.
Yeah. It doesn't actually do anything, it just looks weird.
Excuse me?
Vanny does not have spacing.
Still don't.
Oh god, it's over.
Alright, what could go wrong?
Nice. The next room was pretty much perfect, so that's good.
Thank you.
And here's Agent 9's time to shine.
Time to fly.
So he's going to clean up all these gems and then set up for a big jump. Wow, that was really good. Pretty much perfect. It's another thing that can sort of filter new players.
Yeah, that was back to front. notoriously, it's what I fail actually in my PB. I lose about 30 seconds in this level. Actually, technically like 40 seconds left at this point. There are a couple different outcomes. I can go to the right of one of those big palm trees. I call them pineapple trees because they look like pineapples, kind of. That's kind of the most optimal. You can kind of surf off of the starting area, similar to what I did. You could also die. That's what I did in my PB. And then your last option is going in the portal, which you have to go through the entire level again, and it's awful. Nobody wants that to happen.
Unless.
Nope. This is Crystal Islands. I like the beginning of this level a lot. There's a lot of interesting movement to it. These enemies are very unique. You'll see here in a minute why. You flame them and then they explode, and you have to jump and catch their gem. Oop. So, interesting timing, and there's shrapnel that explodes off of them. You can actually bonk on it, so you kind of need to sometimes manipulate it into an ideal setting or place. Like, there we go.
It's a blow up like a million pieces.
Those guys are consistent, but they're a little bit hard to like gauge depth perception for. That's my homeboy, Great Zamboni. They took some really nice names for these wizards, magicians.
So they sort of head bashed on nothing, which was you just landed on the crystal before it fully spawned in.
I'm gonna go for a swim in air here. There's a cycle I actually really want to hit if I move correctly, which might be harder now that I missed this green. Should be able to hit it. If not, I'll just get it right after. Okay, sweet. Painless. So that's a very free swim in air. It makes a lot of sense because you can watch the water like go up and down, and then you time it to where it's higher and you try to swim against the ledge there. So anybody can do it at home pretty easily. I thought I missed that green gem. Okay. Luckily I have a gem count for there. 79 is correct. Yeah, this level is very interesting too because we have swim in air, but we also have super fly, and we're going to make use of both. Quickly, we're going to just take out that thief. Not chasing him actually saves a good bit. All the thieves are very hard to get kind of in this game sometimes if you chase them. Obviously, our methods are very nice.
Yeah, Walker's knows all about that.
So this is the last time we'll play as Bentley. It's whack-a-mole.
Yeah, you're supposed to
go ahead.
Push those crates out of the way to be able to get into little areas, but you just sort of spin jump around them. Apparently fans finally embracing the fact that they have movie tech. Hey, this challenge is it's a bit more finicky than it looks. It sort of looks like he's going to get free kills over and over again, but because they spawn so quickly, you can only attack every certain amount of time. It can be kind of hard to space your attacks to kill them all, like, optimally. This is like the magic zone. Normally, there's gnomes that are supposed to spawn as well, and if you hit a gnome, you instantly fail the challenge, but for whatever reason, they just don't spawn in that area. And as long as you have 2 kills going in there, then you're fine, basically.
I appreciate you using the term magic zone in this level about magician.
Yeah, true. Good point. This whole level's a magic zone. So you're gonna go for the slide wrong zone, right? Wrong load, right?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I crashed the game instead.
You gotta remember that.
There's a very specific tasks-only trick that was accidentally found by a runner named Bucci years ago. We're going to do a little bit of an overlap. We're going to trigger the end of the level by just touching that. And we're going to bring ourselves right into that portal. So when the egg hatches, we enter the portal. It finishes dragging us. but you can actually enter on the same frame that you trigger the end of level cutscene, and basically it spawns this side area in the overworld that you're in, and so you get a bunch of gems. You have to death abuse to finish it off, but you get a bunch of gems just randomly, and then there's an egg hidden somewhere that corresponds with the location it would be in this normal challenge, and then a bunch of gems fall off the edge, and you have to go and find like odd gems. It's very, very cool. Doesn't save as much as you would expect, but certainly like one of the biggest novelties of the task.
Yeah, if you want to hear what it sounds like to collect like 100 gems at the same time, go look that up.
Yeah, ear warning. Oh, solid slide.
You mean solid snake?
I guess what's a slide? What's a snake but inanimate slide, right? Or inanimate slide?
True.
There we go. We got there. Yeah, that's the first of 2 slides. You'll see another one. That one's not nearly as punishing. It's very easy. Sparks is kind of slacking on the slides, so very easy to miss a gem. I'm glad I did not.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. It's technically a 1 cycle to get all the gems because, yeah, if you miss a gem, you have to just re-enter the side area and do it again.
It's more reliable for Spyro to go over them in most of those strings that you see.
Yeah, luckily, though, once you get the egg, the slide actually doubles in speed, so going through it the 6th time isn't as slow.
Oh, I didn't know that. Huh.
One of those dogs.
This should be fun. This is supposed to be probably the longest minigame the intended way. You're supposed to go through all these little rooms and kill like 8 enemies and 12 and 15 or whatever. There's like 5 different rooms, but with zigzagging, you sort of just bounce off the wall, get on the left side, and then just sprint to the end.
I see you.
It's a lot more forgiving than it looks as well because there's giant invisible walls everywhere, so you can't really fall out of bounds unless you get an insanely high proxy.
And sometimes you might fall in like one of the zones that you're fighting enemies. You can proxy, or you can like boost yourself off in almost all of them. You can do it. There's one of them, the second one. It's very difficult to do, but it's technically doable. But if you're in the second one, you probably just leave and enter and retry to get back up there.
Yeah, generally just hug the invisible wall and you can find that. Not too hard to avoid. This is another crash point for the game if you are doing Nitros route, which I don't know why anyone would be.
I used to, and then I crashed because I thought I understood it, and it was bad. Oops, let's do that again. There we go.
Nice. That's a shout out to Zella's original right there. You sort of get in the right spot, and that guy throws out the ground and bounces up and hits himself.
Yeah, these snowballs were actually made in a bomb factory. They're bombs.
I can say made in China. These snowballs were made in China. Yep. Sorry, bamboo terrace.
Yeah, it's a lot of juggling of the snowballs, and the sarcophagi can only be broken with them. So.
Yeah, when I first picked up this game seriously, I noticed no one was really routing the snowballs that well. It's just sort of doing whatever they wanted. And I think I beat the community best sec for this level by like 50 seconds after routing it, which is, yeah, I mean, it speaks for itself, really.
Such a brave reptile.
There's a lot of time seconds. So.
Much more braver than championship.
This is Tanks. It's got a decently high skill ceiling to it. There's another route to it that kind of makes use of manipulating these guys behind, made by Lulu. It looks like a lot of fun, but I haven't been active enough to want to try it in this category. You can also off-screen these guys to, prevent damage. It was helpful there. Basically, these guys trigger and they'll go left or right. It's kind of a little bit random. You can pre-shoot to kind of hope they run into it.
This challenge is why Vanity needs to run 100.
Mm-hmm. That was a poor showing. I'm usually a little bit better. Promise. Trust me, bro.
Hopefully this guy will also hit himself.
Yep.
Nice. You just sort of jump on his head and he like, he just throws out his own face.
It happens.
This is probably my favorite part of the level. It's very small, but you just trigger these two guys to shoot at the same time and you just juggle it around. I don't know. Benny got a little bit too far away and he ate his own snowball, so he has to wait for another one to spawn now.
That guy just jump off the edge?
I thought I saw that as well.
What?
Maybe your explosion killed him and pushed him
It's
off.
possible. Those dog enemy. That's another one where I want to bonk high up on them to recover quickly. Saw that in Seashell.
The way you do this is so much nicer. I made this like way too high for no reason.
A little bit, but it got the general idea. It was good, very good.
Yeah. Alright, there's one main level left, one speedway level left, and one bonus level left.
Super bonus.
Super bonus, I'm sorry.
This has a very fun aesthetic to it. Some of the challenge ideas that they come up with, they had to maybe be on something. This general idea, it's like, well, people like dinosaurs and people like cowboys. So what if we put them together? We have cowboy dinosaurs.
Yeah, so give Liam K. Yeehaw. That's a good tongue twister.
We also have these cacti that actually give us gems, and they take a little bit to explode. Notably, we can't flame charge these dinosaurs, so we kind of have to like Spyro 1 jump into their gems.
Yeah, and there's an OSHA warning for the dinosaurs as well. You have to watch out for falling objects. So if their head lands on you, they'll send you flying. You pretty much die every time.
See if I can jump off of this one here. Nope. Alright, I gotta get that gem. There's a little bit of a proxy. It does nothing for you. You can proxy off his body of that green one. That's what I was trying to go for. I think I rushed it. Oh, go this way. I think I'm missing a 5. It's like somewhere in my path. Yep. My jump count is 73 entering the water, 99 coming out. So, that was a little bit of sloppy, but not too bad. Not great.
Sorry, we're still in sub 3 pace.
Sweet. I don't even have my timer going. I'm just trusting you. Little sloppy collection there. That's a very awkward section to route through. Just because everything's right up against the wall and you kind of need to turn a bunch. There's my 99, so I know I'm good. This section is kind of notorious. It's very easy to just go sparkless or die even. So far, I've done fairly well, and I've got enough sparks. Even if I take a hit or two, I'll be okay. But I take advantage of some off-screening. Obviously, when the machine gun guy goes, he kind of just doesn't stop.
Yeah, I remember when I would practice this level, JT was always worried I would crash the game there, but I pretty much never have. So I don't really know what he's worried about.
Just the father's worry, you know.
Jump.
So we've got the Bailey Gang, which is the last stage in Ironside area we're going to be doing. It's kind of a doozy and a snoozy.
Good luck to you.
It's the classic first-person shooter on rails auto-scroller. You have to actually hit the dinos. I don't know if you knew that. So there's a little bit of speed to it. The scene progresses a little bit after you've killed the last dinosaur, so you want to kind of prioritize getting them all killed as soon as possible. You know, if some of the earlier ones don't take as long, it's not a big deal. You can do some cool little off-screen. There's a second or third blue guy that spawns off-screen, but I angle that and kill him early.
It's a little bit of an anticlimactic end to the run, but this is another one of the challenges that's just quite rough casually.
There's a cool little thing I always like to go for. You can shoot one of the second dino on the left, and his body will fall so that it breaks a basket. But he never falls in the right direction for me. I don't really know how to like consistently hit it. It saves a little bit of time because you don't have to shoot it later or have sparks break it, you know? I don't think I got it because you would hear the basket breaking sound, but interestingly, the gems wouldn't pop out till you're closer. I'll get the skill.
You're having
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just remember Nitro having a bit of trouble when he tested the game. He tried to claim all the vases in Charmed Ridge at the end of the level. And he did all that, and then he went into the side area, and I think he tested the side area, and he came out, and it's like, oh wait, level respawned.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't close enough to spawn the gems. So when he came out, they were just back in the base. Oh, and also, in this level, I think he had a desync because Agent 9 moves too fast or something.
Huh. That was 300,000 of his 600,000 rewinds.
Yep. All in Bailey game.
Yeah, so luckily we do get to play as Agent 9 normally, and it's just collection like normal. You know, as normal as this can get.
Cleaning up all the stuff. Cleaning up all the stuff you couldn't get during the challenge.
Yeah, this is the basket you would sometimes hit. And an egg, wow.
Shout out to Sogio.
Waiting for the twins' return. This is a very important side area to make sure you've got everything in before you leave. You have to redo the challenge otherwise. I'm good to go.
Is that true? I don't think that's true.
Maybe it's if you relive. I'm back in the level.
Re-enter the level? Probably.
All right, here's our second tunnel. This time we just have to avoid everything. For whatever reason, the route we do causes Spyro to actually jerk right there. You can technically avoid it if you go like very left, but like it doesn't really do anything. It's just a weird quirk.
So I think I would agree with Benny. This is the easier tunnel compared to the other one, but that's only because the enemies are not required. If you had to get all the enemies in one go as well, this one would easily be way harder.
Yeah, you can move in 4 directions in this one as opposed to the 2 from the first tunnel. And you have to, even. Yeah, I went for the skill point in the Bailey Gang challenge. It technically loses a little bit of time because you have to... It counts that dinosaur as one of the dinosaurs that's required to get killed, even though it's technically not. So you have to wait for it to despawn. There's a way to get it on the transition. I'm not very good at it, though. Gotta time it right.
Right, this is the last speedway. And although this is the 4th time we hear it, this is the level that it's supposed to play in, as opposed to the other ones. And supercharging is only barely slightly faster than flying in this one, at this point. But still, it's quite easy to do it, unless you're a maniac and jump off that rock that just passed. Although I think my PB actually does fail the racer in the second lap.
Did you go for that? Interesting, wow. Did you go for the rock jump or?
No, the thing you just did.
Oh.
I just fumbled my inputs.
It's just too punishing.
Yeah.
I dream of a race skip in some capacity. Just be able to cut out like minutes. Be so cool. But that's a pipe dream. It probably would have happened at this point. People have been through the code and have played the game enough, I think.
With soft folder when you need it.
It's always interesting to me how late we do this speedway compared to the other homeworlds. There's this gap from the third homeworld to the fourth homeworld because you do Honey Speedway, the third homeworld, right at the start, and this one's right at the end. So just a big gap.
I noticed that as well, actually.
What was that?
I noticed that as well, actually. It's kind of nice when you do Honey because you know you have like an hour of no speedways, or probably more, like an hour and a half.
A love and hate relationship with these. They're like entertaining to do, but it's just like they're so punishing. They're a little bit nerve-wracking, repetitive, of course. A bit of a sloppy race, but that's okay with the route.
You're not a fan of this one in particular, just because it's Bailey Gang into Water Tunnel into race.
Yeah,
it's just like nothing's really going on during any of that. Yeah, that's pretty cool little time trial. It's zigzagging through all the little things, trying to get multiple collectibles at the same time.
The beginning is kind of challenging. It took me a while to get like used to it. I wasn't sure if I liked it, but it's grown on me.
Yeah, not too bad. So I have crashed on that arch in particular. I don't think anyone else has ever had that. Yeah, I think it's just one of those like freak accident kind of ones. Not very consistent.
Hope so. All right, last but not least, we of course have the Hunter Challenge. And this one's kind of notorious on 1.0.
Yep. If you are unlucky, then you will simply just have to do this more than once.
Without the rings. You normally just face chasing this UFO. It's like on its last legs. Hunter knows this. He grows wings. He actually has these from the second game. Apparently he carried him through the whole of the Forgotten Realms here in this game. I don't know where, not gonna lie. But basically...
That's why the Forgotten Realms. You forgot to use it.
That would have been helpful for the other ones, not gonna lie. Basically, I need to kind of sandbag at a certain point and fall behind a good bit. What can happen is UFO glitches, we'll call it, as we're very creative. One of these rings will just not spawn if we're too close on 1.0. And for whatever reason, it just works if we fall behind a little bit. So I use these, the dock posts there, fall behind. Then I try my best to catch back up here at the end. So one of these at the end will actually just not spawn, but we're fine.
And if the cool thing about it is that it can happen more than once.
Just gonna say.
So it's probably the most prestigious record, honestly. How many lap glitches in a row can you get? So we can also exiting here. Just going to clean up the last little bit of Homo gems, and then it's the final level. This level's only available if you 100% the rest of the game. So something Spyro likes to do, just to reward you at the end of the game. They kind of fumbled the bag with it on the second game, but the first and third game, pretty good. And this whole level, right from spawning, is on a cycle, a UFO cycle. So he's gonna collect just the right amount of gems so that the UFO will be pretty much right in front of him as soon as he gets a power up. So until then, it's gonna be collecting a bunch of gems and manipulating thieves in very subtle ways. Like that one, for whatever reason, didn't come to him. But normally when you just turn around there, he'll turn around with you. That's a flop onto the waterfall, damage boost over. And the way this all works is that the doors are unlocked based on how many gems you have. So the more gems you get, the more doors unlock, and more mini games and whatever. So you're not supposed to be able to do this until right at the very end, I believe. But you can skip into it early, which lets you just clean up the level nicely. And the single player cycle can be quite tricky, but as long as you practice, it's not that bad.
I need to keep that guy on screen, otherwise it won't register the kill. A little sloppy, but everything ended up okay.
Hi, Spyro.
More submarines, exactly like the other one. Just gonna go for a bunch of no scopes here. Ideally, you get all of them without scoping, but it's pretty wishful thinking. It's not easy. That's 2. Okay, good so far. Just so close.
That's all right. I didn't get the right manip. So that last guy should be right in front of me there at the end. I'm having issues with like consistently doing that though. So I don't know why he sometimes turns exactly where that happens. Basically, once my gem count starts counting up, I'm good to leave. I'm not actually like physically collecting those gems. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, this is like a very fun level where you get like a ton of gems for killing things, but as Vanny said, the animation isn't real. It just plays, and after a certain point, you will get given all the gems. So as soon as you see a gem counter move, you can leave.
Casually, the fun ends here, because this is a very difficult race casually. I don't know what they were making with it. It's just over the top.
It's borderline impossible. But the way this game works is the more you fail, the easier it will get. So you're sort of like supposed to fail it a couple of times until it's easy enough to beat. But with some checkpoint glitches here, like Lost Fleet, it becomes actually pretty free. And this is another one cycle type of deal. He gets to win the race while getting every single gem on the track. You know, this level actually steals a lot from Lost Fleet.
Mm-hmm.
Subs, the skating with checkpoint glitches, the music. What doesn't it steal?
Sparks can get a little bit iffy in some of these spots. So there are gems that I need to manually collect if they're in clusters. And notably that ramp, that little area I jumped off, it's very easy to miss one of the red gems. So I take it very slow.
Yeah, Sparks actually struggles quite a lot to grab gems when you're moving very fast, and this definitely qualifies.
Actually missed it, but at the beginning, once I did the first lap glitch, or lap skip, Sparks actually, you can watch him go to the spot you were just at. He like takes a while to catch back up, then he gets the gems for you. It's very interesting sequence. I'm gonna finish out because the finish line extends over the edge. It's like slightly faster.
Yep, this is another case where as soon as the gem counter moves, you can leave.
Yep, once it drops down.
Sweet.
Yep. I'm gonna give a couple shots on this. Fan favorite UFO skip is tailpipe. I'm not too good at tailpipe, so I'm gonna try my method and then do the backup method, maybe two times. This fight's awful. It's not a good fight to end on.
Your best chance to defeat her is to borrow my flying saucer.
Time is coming up, I should say.
Oh, he got it. Nice. Will he kill it though?
Time. Oh my god, dude.
GG.
That skips the whole fight and saves like 20 seconds or 30 seconds, whatever.
I barely get that in runs, dude. It's so rare. The fact that I got it here is amazing. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy with the things I hit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's solid.
There we go. Yeah, not too bad.
It was a 257.17.
All right, sweet. And like I said, the loads are extended a little bit because of the save file. I can't be unhappy with that. I came in. I wanted to hit Bamboatless. I wanted to hit Double Thieves. in Icy Peak, and I wanted to hit UFO Proxy.
Yeah, nice. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah. And
yeah, I mean,
and the trilogy with a burp.
Yeah, all the voice actors went home, so they had no voice acting for this.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, a 257 in a marathon setting is pretty hype, and especially on a run this long has like a bunch of difficult movement and stuff. So I think you did pretty well.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it was fun. Ended up pretty solid.
It wasn't too long ago that sub 3 was considered a really good time, and now it's like it's not that hard, to be honest. So, it's good. Nice to see times have changed.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all have any shout outs you want to give or anything?
I could do shout outs. So, I guess first and foremost, I gotta definitely shout out the Spyro community. Full of good people. Everybody's cheering everybody on. We're all working towards similar goals, just general improvement. Right now, we actually started seasonal leaderboards, so it's probably never been a good time to be a Spyro viewer or even a runner. So I think it'll attract some decently high-level talent. You'll get a good number of runners, maybe even some resurgences. Thank you, Nerf, for staying up all night. I really do appreciate it. Honestly, like when I was asked to do this, you were the first person who popped in my mind, and honestly, I wouldn't have had it any other way. So thank you so much.
To be honest, if anyone else had asked, I probably wouldn't have said yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought this was going to start at 5 a.m. my time, but turns out it was a little bit later, so I got some emergency sleep right at the end. Or right before it started, sorry. Yeah, I mean, for me, shouts to TUV, shouts to Blue Dot, shouts to Vanny for being the greatest of all time. Yeah, about it.
Yeah, huge thank you to both of you for showcasing the run, commenting, talking about it. I think you did phenomenal. And yeah, happy to have had y'all on.
Thank you. I appreciate you reaching out for this. I've never been sure about this game as a GDQ game, so this was kind of a good litmus. I really appreciate having this opportunity from all of you and giving it a good showcase community.
Yeah,
the dream has always been to get there in person one day. That might be a pipe dream.
Well, you never know. I mean, there's a lot of games out there, but I think this is a pretty solid game. A lot of people like it, so there's always a chance. And it's been on Hotfix, so now they'll see it's got a shot. I'm not associated. I can't pick games, so I'm not don't expect anything. Yes, this is not my
I
wheelhouse.
have the DMs pulled up.
You've already got the clip. You've already sent it out.
Yeah, I have to retract it.
Not looking good for me. Anyway, thank you both for being on. Thanks for helping showcase Spyro games today. Unfortunately, we do not have any more games for you tonight. We will be back tomorrow with the First Step and Game Masters starting at 7 p.m. Also, just as a reminder, Flame Fatales 24 does start next weekend. It starts on the 18th. Use !FF in Twitch chat for more information. Have a good night, everybody, and hope to see you in the chat tomorrow.
If you want another Spyro block, you can get Yes Wally Want to do ETD 100%. That's a good run.